that I don't believe deserves that. So that's my comment.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we'll figure out the best way to do that. Sorry. Am I doing this right now? Okay. Oh, just as a clarification, the Inspector General item is GG5, just so that we're all on the same page. Okay, so Broward Education Foundation, no one's here for that. District Advisory Council.
Okay, Natalie Lynch Walsh, District Advisory Council Chair. I guess I'll wait for public speaking to say if you add an item the audit committee doesn't know, then that's why we're bringing it up. So at our last DAC meeting, which only had our liaison from that department as support, but we were joined by members from members of the IT staff, which we appreciate. But the motions that were passed at that meeting, one came from Central Area, which was, we recommend that Broward County Public Schools implement a condensed academic structure schedule on Wednesdays when there is no testing or holidays that week to allow for extra academic support for students. Extra academic support includes tutoring, homework help, etc. This came initially, I believe, from the staff chair at Fort Lauderdale. I'll forward you the rationale. It's for you guys to figure out, but basically what that community coming from Fort Lauderdale through Central Area to DAC, and this passed, was to figure out how to put more tutoring and homework help into the schedule. Doesn't have to necessarily be a Wednesday, but that's where they're starting. That's the message that they're sending there. The other motion was supporting ESE and the DAC policy subcommittee review related to cameras in the classroom. I'll be sending you that feedback. For the most part, staff involved with that has been collaborative, but there were departures from the state statute that we pointed out, and there definitely seemed to be, and this was pointed out at that meeting, efforts to sort of circumvent parental rights. So that did not sit well with the group. There's a matrix, there's feedback directly to the proposed policy, and there's the state law. So I'm not sure when that comes back to the board, but that motion passed unanimously. So you'll be getting all of that back up. Focus, we spent a lot of time looking at the back to school forms from the perspective of continuous improvement, making sure that the problems that existed this year do not repeat themselves on parents next year. There were straight up things that they admitted were mistakes. There are a couple of places where you have to print out a form as opposed to being able to sign it electronically, and unless there's a legal reason for that, the group couldn't understand. Hopefully it's a mistake. There was someone whose job it was to vet what was being done, and they admitted that it was done in haste, but whoever's job that was, clearly they did not review these, or else we wouldn't have spent almost 2 hours going through the back to school forms. We have ESE issues and costs as a follow-up item. This is where EdPlan comes in, and there's going to have to be a discussion on that. We did not get answers to how much has it cost. We know what the system costs. What we don't know is how much cost in terms of time and effort is being spent to effectively recreate what you had in EdPlan that Focus simply does not do. And the answer is you're trying to rebuild EdPlan in 1 year, something that took, is my understanding, 5 years. But we appreciated IT coming to the meeting because staff has been scarce of late, which gets me to academics. So we had submitted questions and got responses back to academics, which leads to a future meeting to discuss adding the syllabus and a Canvas course to teacher contracts, and people are interested in instructional time losses and reducing those. We had asked whether there was a syllabus template available, and the response we got was that teachers are not required to do a syllabus. Well, we know that. but is there a template was the question. So we would appreciate having academics there to answer specific questions related to several areas of concern. School improvement plan, there are quarterly virtual school improvement plan meetings that SAF chairs do not seem to know about. You just had Q2. We're trying to fix the problem because January 15th through the 17th, there are more meetings happening, and staff needs to communicate that to the SAC and SAF chairs if you want them there. That hasn't been happening. And then we discussed the B item, boundary committee, and I'm signed up to speak on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have any employee union groups come in? Okay. ESE Advisory Council.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, ESE Advisory. Our meeting, general meeting tomorrow, our monthly general meeting, we have Richie Baum coming from the Director of Evaluation, Research and Analysis to talk to us about FAST testing. We specifically wanted to look at students with disabilities, also the Florida Alternate Assessment, and how they're doing. We had hoped that some of the rest of the academic team might be able to come to the meeting, and they're not or can't, so we're missing that piece. But anyway, we'll get by, and that will be an interesting discussion with Mr. Baum. On that subject, this week is utter tumult for parents. If you're a 9th grade parent, you don't know how this goes in high school. You get at the beginning of the year a calendar that tells you when your kid's expected at school and when they're not. And then you get to this week and you find out, well, actually it's more not than anything else. Students are having to, go to school at 7:40 and get picked up again at 9:20. For students with disabilities, particularly in SVE classes, this is an added impact. They're just barely getting any education all week, as are none of our kids. So I get all the challenges of testing, but when we talk so much in this room about instructional minutes and the importance of it, and last year talking about extending the school year to give kids an extra week, this is a week when they are scheduled to be at school and then find out they're not. So I think the communication of it is really difficult, particularly for 9th grade parents when they haven't been through it before, but impacts on ESE, I think it would be a good thing to be starting talking about. Cameras in classrooms, we've had no update, but I believe the looping process is complete according to the committees. You wanted that looped too. I'd hope maybe it could come back and be given a workshop date or be back at this meeting so we can get things moving, because I know in August we were told of the superintendent's hopes that this would be expedited within a month, and we're now at month 6. Focus, ditto everything that Dr. Lynch-Walsh said. Nobody is talking to ESE Advisory about a number of things that ESE Advisory should be being talked about and have two-way communication with. So I keep talking about focus, but we don't have a kind of line of collaboration as to how we can bring up specific issues of concern and know they're being addressed. So we did last year pass a motion, a recommendation, suggesting a gap analysis, which is usually something that's done before you embark on a software project. And we still have not had that. We still don't have a timeline for development. We still have things that we are being denied as parents that ESE specialists can't do. And as Dr. Lynch-Walsh said, trying to rebuild a system that took 15 years actually to build in 1 year, and Kidder said it's equivalent, just isn't working out for us. There are heavy impacts. We have also asked for data on the AM/PM speech program that was closed last year and not discussed with us. We had wanted that data, we're still waiting for it, so I hope we get that tomorrow night at our meeting. Compliance remains an all the time. I've asked again several times at meetings whether it could just be the subject of a memo that goes out to schools reminding staff or principals that you cannot just keep phoning parents and saying, your kid's having a meltdown, come and get them. It's on schools to have behaviour plans, do functional behaviour assessments if there's behaviour issues, tweak those plans and work as a team, an IEP team, with parents. Asking them to just keep coming, taking them home is not the solution, and we don't see fixes to that. So a great step one would be memo schools so that they know they're not meant to be doing that, and that would at least get us one step down the line. We're going to be looking at our bylaws tomorrow. We've been trying to get these passed for some time. Difficult to get quorum, but our bylaws have been redrafted in the hope that we can attain quorum more easily. I did have some input on the behaviour tech job description. I'm not sure if that was an item that got pulled or not pulled or on the consent agenda. I don't understand these meetings well, but we would have loved to have seen behaviour techs have more training and more swift and efficient training before they're put on the job. In things like de-escalation strategies. I think you've given them 6 months in the new job description, and they should have that training before they even go into the job. Boundary committee, I've talked about, it does need RESE representation on the boundary committee. I was dismayed that there was not. And a number of other things I'm not going to get to. We also had some input on superintendent goals. I think it would have been lovely to see during your workshop discussion last week when you said, let's ask staff for some input on crafting an inclusion goal for the superintendent, that you could have asked our Meaningful Inclusion Committee, because that's what we're there for, and we'd have loved to have helped. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, that we missed, Gifted Advisory. Anyone here for that? Anyone here for Green Advisory Committee? Human Relations Committee? Parent Community Involvement Task Force? Small Business Advisory Committee?
Sorry I was late. I was a little confused, but good morning, staff, members of the board. It's nice to see so many of my friends, and it's also nice to see new members. Congratulations to you guys. I wish you the best of luck in this new endeavor. So many years I've been an advocate for better Broward schools, but I've never been in this room myself, so thank you for having me. I represent board member Al Hadef on the Small Business Advisory Committee, known as the SBAC. The following report is based on our November 14th meeting. The first order of business was approval of our bylaws and electing our leadership for the upcoming term. Shahiwa Jarrett Gellin was elected chair, and Brian Gellin was elected vice chair. We discussed the SBAC Shark Tank competition, which I thought was a great idea. Committee member Marie Compass provided an update on the SBAC Shark Tank competition. Sunrise Middle School will host the competition, and Crystal Lake Middle has expressed interest. We will also reach out to Pine Ridge to propose having a Shark Tank competition there as well in the alternative school setting. I personally have volunteered to be a part of the Shark Tank committee, and we are planning to conduct the competitions this school year. I myself graduated from alternative school and then went on to graduate from FSU Law School. I think it's very important the school board gives alternative students the same opportunities that they give all students in Broward County. Then we discussed goal setting for district solicitations. EDDC Director Denise Mincy Mills gave an overview of the goal-setting process and explained how the district sets goals for solicitations. EDDC sets goals for each solicitation and considers the availability of small businesses in the respective industry and other relevant factors. Additionally, after goal setting, EDDC monitors the effectiveness of the goals to ensure they align with district objectives. We went on to discuss we had a guest presentation by BCPS Broward County Public Schools Procurement and Warehousing Services. The director of the Procurement and Warehousing Services, Mauricio Stradiotti, was our guest presenter. He discussed the close working relationship with EDDC and commended the robust progression of the Supplier Diversity Outreach Program. He emphasized the importance of EDDC and PWS sharing best practices between the two departments and applauded the educational and networking opportunities provided by EDDC for small businesses, and encourages small businesses to take advantage and participate in networking opportunities as part of learning and assessing procurement processes. In our discussion with him, I brought up the need for name, image, and likeness agreements for student athletes as an emerging need. SBAC agreed it would be helpful for the district to hold a workshop with industry experts to develop a structured approach. Then we went over the B2G Now system implementation. At our November 14th meeting, Denise Mincy Mills, the director of the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department, who seems incredibly passionate about her job, and I wish she was here today to be a part of this, but provided a detailed overview of the department's activities. Of note, implementation of the B2G Now platform is well underway, enabling the department to conduct certification, goal setting, and community outreach electronically. The system also allows certified vendors to print their certification documents online, streamlining processes and improving efficiency. Then we went over the Business Excellence Program graduation, which has gotten incredible feedback. The highlight of the EDDC since the last meeting was the 2024 Business Excellence graduation. On December 5th in the Plantation High School auditorium, a total of 225 small and aspiring business owners graduated from the Business Excellence Program, which was developed to elevate, empower, and connect small businesses on a journey of growth and impact. Kirk Gimenez, founder and host of Excel TV, was the event MC, and the keynote speaker was Dr. Marcus Bright, an esteemed educator and social impact leader and author of the book Bridges to a Brighter Future. The graduation also featured greetings from Superintendent Hepburn, Chief Operations and Facility Officer Wanda Paul, Broward County Public School Executive Director of Operations Jennifer Drew, and Broward County Commissioner Hazel Rogers of District 9. EDDC was also proud to include a special dance performance by students from the Dillard Center for the Arts in the graduation program. In summary, the Small Business Advisory Committee continues to make significant strides in supporting small businesses and the district's ongoing commitment to economic development. Thank you for your time, and thank you, School Board Member Alhadeff, for trusting me to do this.
Thank you very much, and welcome to your first school board meeting. The last committee is the Technology Committee. Okay, then we'll go back to public speakers. First public speaker was Ronald Barish. Okay, next is Natalie Lynch, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm assuming this is regular public speaking and not the grouped public speaking on particular agenda items, because that isn't changing.
Correct. Okay,
Thank you. So as 2024 draws to a close and we all go home, I'm hoping that there will be some New Year's resolutions made. And one of those, if we're going to look at policy, would be the district-wide strategic planning policy, which I keep bringing up, which says, and it's policy 1101, it was last updated in 1990. The School Board of Broward County believes that strategic planning is the process by which the guiding members of an organization envision its future and develop the necessary procedures and operations to achieve that future. It is the process of self-examination, the confrontation of difficult choices, and the establishment of priorities. It requires an agreement on the beliefs and mission of the district and the establishment and attainment of clear goals and objectives to achieve the desired results within specified timeframes. And it goes on with some specific rules. I advise reading it and committing to it in 2025 if you haven't already, because I'm committed to it. And for that reason, when we had the boundary proposals, I voted no on most of them because we didn't have enough information. And I conditionally voted yes for the Broward Estates MLK consolidation. None of that context was brought to you, because apparently not all Natalies are created equal, because if this one had been the spokesperson, you would know why people voted yes and no. So the reason for voting yes is found in your own rules. Your educational plant survey. When you have a school that is as small as Broward Estates, it's not financially feasible. It's not economically feasible. So school populations that are too small, you would consolidate, according to your state plant survey. That's part of your policy. Buildings at both schools require custodies. You need to be asking for a custody, because the last thing that should be happening that goes against every bit of conventional wisdom, best practice, rules, SREF, is trying to rehab the 1957 buildings that make up almost 70% of the seats at Broward Estates. Bulldoze. The condition was that you would move the kids in the short term to MLK, and then plan and rebuild on the Broward Estates property, because between the two schools, you have enough for an elementary school, and then put in an early learning center, address the MLK playground and the traffic concerns, but not to just move them and forget about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sean Conioni. I don't think I'm saying that right, but okay. Dr. Jovanovich spoke already. Latricia Greaves. Russell Baker. Okay, and our last public speaker is Narnike Pierre Grant.
Narnique. All right, thank you so much, Chair, for allowing me to speak, because I did sign up, but apparently you guys, they didn't get the information. So I'd like to address a few discrepancies during the redefining presentation at the school board workshop 1210. Unfortunately, the rep was chosen to represent the boundary committee was ineffective in relaying the accurate summation of our deliberations. I was on the boundary committee representing diversity. The major discrepancy is the vote for Broward Estates being in opposition of the community. Dr. Holness did an effective job by way of questioning Dr. Wanzer, creating the narrative that the boundary committee was in direct opposition of Broward Estates community. Using the September 17th meeting, the boundary committee was given a directive from the resolutions 25-115 to attend 3 meetings post the 8 meetings that happened to garner feedback for school programs. During the orientation with Dr. Wanzer and her team, it was indicated that those 3 meetings were to hear feedback from the community to aid in voting. I will speak for myself. I went to every meeting, walked around to hear feedback, and voted accordingly. The Broward Estates community was present on the Broward Estates community that was present on November 18th, which is the part of the 3 meetings, was loud and clear that they were not in favor of the proposal as presented. If you wish to poll those members who were at the boundary committee or who were on the boundary committee and who were present at the meetings, you will see you can check to see if my assessments were accurate. Dr. Wanda has a list of all the people who are part of the boundary committee, and I encourage you all to reach out. One thing about me, I'm very clear about the kids in our communities. And how important they are to me and my advocacy for them. To suggest otherwise is disingenuous. I was extremely disappointed in the portrayal of the boundary committee being in direct opposition. During a Facebook live feed of the workshop, a designee from the North area was accused of having no skin in the game because they did not reside in District 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I was extremely disappointed, because the narrative is the boundary committee doesn't care, and we voted however we wanted to. It's totally false. To add insult to injury, I leave the workshop only to be alerted that the radio station Hot 105 stated that the boundary committee rejected a proposal to close Broward Estates. In the proposals we were presented, we did not see anything about any school closures. Yet Hot 105, the morning of the 10th, prior to the workshop, that's the information being distributed. I would appreciate it if Dr. Wanza and her team clear the record that the boundary committee did not vote in direct opposition of the community of Broward Estates on November 18th, 2024, that we were tasked to observe, listen, and subsequently cast our vote for. We know that the district will eventually have to close schools. That is why in the preliminary stages, I was adamant about the district to be honest with the community, so folks would at least start to settle with the idea. We are better together when we know all the facts, even if we work alongside each other begrudgingly to get to our destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the consent items that were pulled, and we are going to start with item B2. And since Dr. Holness brought this item forward, I'll ask him to, we'll need to have a motion and a second to bring item B2 to the floor.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Dr. Holness, would you like to start this off?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you want to do public comment first?
We do public comments.
And we have 10 registered speakers, so I didn't know if you wanted to adjust the time.
Yes, thank you. I didn't get that list for.
I have the list if you're
Okay.
ready for it.
Yes. I'm just trying to think for a minute. So we could give each speaker 2 minutes.
All right, the first speaker is going to be Dr. Trudy Jovanovich, and the second one will be Scott Evans.
B2 is to initiate rulemaking for district committees and their membership, I hope. Perhaps this policy should be reviewed, but you should not limit volunteers being able to continue to serve in any capacity. I believe that you should not limit a volunteer's right because, especially to be an officer. When I was a teacher, I was an officer in many state and local organizations in a time when we had excellent parent involvement at Sunrise Middle School. We always had problems getting enough people to work on committees. This is critical today, more critical today. It would be good to have a video recording of every meeting. If each committee had a tripod and a cell phone allocated to them, they could have a student volunteer for points, and that student volunteer could record the meeting and live stream it on YouTube. That would also help in writing the minutes. There are solutions. Just do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Scott Evans and Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Check 1, 2. Okay, it's good. It's good. Good morning. My name is Scott Evans, Hollywood, Florida. Truth Matters. I'd like to, because this is the first time I'm here seeing some of these, the newly elected members. I just want to congratulate all of them, newly elected and re-elected, and of course your thoughtful efforts on behalf of all of the diverse student body here in Broward County. I appreciate that. This is real simple. I'm here in support of initiating rulemaking for revisions to Policy 1070, and I ask that you just vote yes.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh and Ms. Lepscomb.
Kimberly Burke Mulhorn. I would like to give my time to Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
We'll put 4 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulhorn. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, Chair of the Audit Committee and District Advisory Council. I'm also a member of the Facilities Task Force since 2011. So, based on all the issues we've been having lately with getting administrative support for things like scheduling meetings, getting them on the calendar, making sure that Teams functions, making sure we have people at the meetings, making sure we get lists of not just board appointees, but we still don't have a comprehensive list, but also from the areas, who are the zone reps to FTF, all of those things, you would think that that would be the priority. Also, because there was so much discussion about due process when it came to an employee, you would think that that would be the rationale. Because we're not going to disagree that there are things that need to be changed about Policy 1070, things like putting due process back in. You would have gotten an email where I carefully described how due process was removed. A member of the crunchy-haired blonde superintendent staff, because we can't use names, but you know who I mean, sent a staff member to the policy group, the work group 1.7, and convinced them to take out the due process clause that had already gone through legal review. That happened. It's on tape, luckily, in there to see the public spectacle of how that occurred. So that needs to go back in, because either you're for due process for all or for due process for none. Can't just be for just employees and not volunteers. I don't see any mention of looping here. Why in the world would you want to have rule development and not put it through the looping process so you can get input from the very people, at least on the volunteer side, that have to live with it? Conventional wisdom says that you get more buy-in, and this is basic management 101, that if you want people to be invested in something, you need to let them have input. That happened when people spent 3 years developing the policy. There's no suggestion of that happening here. You would have received, because we were copied on it, an email from Linda Farrar, who's currently the TAC chair, where she went through all of the people that have served for more than 3 years and some on more than 2 committees. And understand that everybody you see here would be out, essentially, next year. We itemized each of these because there are 4 issues here. To promote innovative perspectives and expand community participation. Do you know how many members of the community come to me? And I'm sorry if I'm not a real parent, but we get input from staff. I have code names for your staff because I have to keep a confidence. We have community members. I get emails. I even get anonymous letters sent in the mail by people who are trying to make this place better. So trust me, we have community participation. And I think I'm fairly innovative, and so is everyone else here. But we need the support to get new members. We don't get support. We can't even find out who our members are half the time. This will create chaos, so I hope you're going to be voting no. I believe most of you will. And then loop it, because we've discovered typos, contradictions. There are minor things that need to be tweaked, but frankly, the biggest one is the lack of due process, where somebody got the idea that they could just up and remove me, and you can't.
Thank you.
And you shouldn't be able to remove anyone else.
Next speaker. Ms. I believe it was Mrs. Luscombe.
Yes, Ms. Luscombe's next, and Beverly Armstrong.
Thank you, Jackie Luscombe, Coral Springs, and I'm chair of ESE Advisory. Believe me, if this is aimed at personalities and characters and individuals, just trust that the process means that when my kid ages out of the system, effectively so do I in my tenure as ESE. But in the meantime, the process is clearly set. And if stakeholders vote for leadership in a parent-driven volunteer body, and you want to overrule that or quash that or limit that or whatever it is that this is seeking to do, be reminded that we spent 2.5 years working on this. The first bullet point on my note card here just says, here we go again. That's all I could think when I first saw this. I'm dismayed that we spent so long as a board, and I know there have been various iterations of the board, but some of you were on that board. When the Policy 1070 committee met over and over and over and over, we spoke to you guys back and forth. We spoke to legal back and forth. We crafted a policy that was unanimously, I think, approved by the school board. And then here we come back down the pipe, an attempt to make new changes. I do think that it is not well understood how some of the advisories operate. The job we do, it's more than running meetings and coming here to annoy you or irritate you or whatever it is you think we're doing. I come here to represent for stakeholders. When I hear comments about, well, it's nice to get out and meet real parents, and comments about how it's like the same old faces here, you know why it's the same old faces? Because we're here representing communities who can't be here. And it's actually at the expense of my family and my job that I come here too. I would urge you to please vote no against this. We've been through it before. Let us do our job. You do yours. We collaborate. And if more of you replied to stakeholder emails, they wouldn't end up coming to us. Thank you.
Next, we have Beverly Armstrong, and then Yvette Saraya.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Beverly. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. So I am here because I believe in progress, and I believe for our progress to change, we need change for progress to continue. So I am asking for approval to revise B2. This will allow for fresh visions and how our community are structured and how they operate. I'm a grandmother and would like to see changes for my granddaughter in the school system. This, I believe, will strengthen our ability to serve our students and family better, and this will also benefit the educators, and also empowering the voices that have been underrepresented in the past, and so I'm asking for a change. Thank you.
While she's making her way up, our next speakers are going to be Jill Aronofsky, and Pierre Grant. Narnik.
Thank you very much. My name is Yvette, and I'm addressing the Initiate Rulemaking for Policy 1070, and I would really love to propose a yes as well. Good morning to everyone, and no disrespect for persons who are currently in their positions. They come in, they do a wonderful job. They do it because it is their heart and soul, their whole life, making their communities better. But we should also remember that change is necessary. We have younger persons coming up. We have people with brand new ideas. It is a continuously changing world, and we just have to go with it. I remember when I was much younger, I taught persons stuff, I worked with persons, and I have to admit, someone half my age, and no disrespect to age either, can know so much more than me right now. So we have to give in at some point so someone else can come in, maybe with a better idea. We can also train others to have that love and drive that we have, that we want for our community. So at the end of it all, change is necessary, and I would agree with a yes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jill Aronofsky of Southwest Ranches. Welcome to the new board and those that were reelected to the seat. I'm going to start in a different direction. It's a new board, a new superintendent that's been here for about 6 months, and it's almost a new year. We need a new direction for everyone to be creative, to share their ideas. And if we stay with the same people for any length of time, more than 2 years or so, we're not going to have that. So what I feel is there should be rotating chairs at least every 2 years with new ideas and their creativity to bring it to our children, to our teachers, and the community. And I've seen that work other places, and I'd like to see that here. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Good morning again. So Narnik Pierre Grant, Parkland, Florida. I appreciate all the other speakers with new ideas, new, fresh, and everything like that. So the question I have is, where are we going to find these new people? Because it's very difficult for you guys to just appoint people. When you do have appointees, they don't show up. I'm also the chair of the diversity. Where are the fresh people going to come from? Because there's nobody beating down the door to be in these committees. That's number one. Number two, I have no problems with transition. I have no problems with, training people, but it literally takes a chair 2.5 to 3 years to just get grasp of the committee. And now you want us to just rotate every 2 years, and then what? The transitions in Broward County Public Schools, non-existent basically in some departments. I'm not here to be antagonistic, but it's really, really offensive for chairs who are currently in their positions and who are in the positions because nobody else wants it, right? And now you're talking about, transition and all that other stuff. That would be great if we had people to do that with. And like I mentioned last time at the board workshop, look at your committees, check to see what's essential, keep those, and those that are not essential or that can be assumed in another committee, so you can cut down the amount of people you guys have. If you think that we're not there's too much of us we're doing too much, get rid of some of us. That's all I'm saying. But to bring in the rulemaking after people who spent 2.5 years, almost 3 years trying to get a policy done, and then all of a sudden now what's there is not sufficient, and we need new, fresh people or whatever. That's great. I'm all about fresh and new people. But where are you gonna get them from? Where are they coming from? Because there's people who has been chair for 4 years, parent-teacher involvement task force, 13 years she's been chair. Nobody wants it.
Our next two speakers are Lourdes Diaz and Linda Gonzalez.
Good morning. My name is Lourdes Diaz, and I represent Pembroke Pines. And I'm here today, and first of all, I want to congratulate our new board, our new members, new superintendent. It brings new and fresh ideas. And I'm here in support of the policy that Dr. Holness has put in place, policy 1070. I don't think it's a bad idea that you have rotation, like Jill said, and you rotate them. You can have a chair for 2, no more than 4 years. That's the policy that we have at the League of Women Voters, where I have chaired the Gun Safety Committee for 2 years, and then I went on to healthcare. What it did for me is it broadened my knowledge base of healthcare issues and also of gun safety, and I became an expert on that topic. So I think it's very good for people to bring in new people. You find them. We have a big population in Broward County, and I find it hard to believe that you can't find and recruit good members to sit on boards. The person who chairs the board and has been there for 2 or 4 years or whatever, they don't have to leave the board. They can stay on the board, but their position should be, and this is what I did with the league, is to build other people to take your place so that you start having more leaders in our society. That is the problem we have. We lack leadership, and this is one of the reasons that I think it's good to have the rotation. So I want you to please approve policy 1070. Thank you so much.
Next will be up Linda Gonzalez, and our final speaker for this item is Kenyatta Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Linda Thompson Gonzalez. I'm from Lauderdale by the Sea, and it's truly a pleasure to be here with the new board to congratulate all of you on your presence here. It's good to be here and see all of you sitting there. I also would like to underscore and concur with the previous speakers who have spoken in support of Dr. Holness's provision for the policy 1070 to initiate rulemaking on our advisory boards. You know, when we think of our advisory boards, it's a wonderful opportunity both for the school board to hear new, fresh ideas from a broad swath of our community, but also for members of the community to participate and learn about the inner workings of our school board, our schools, how we can best help and assist our children in forging a path forward. So I wholeheartedly and respectfully request that you vote yes on this initiative, Dr. Holness's initiative, to provide additional members of the public with the opportunity, open the door so that they can have an opportunity to serve for 2 years, perhaps with renewal up to 4 years, to hear the fresh ideas, bring transparency, and full participation of our community. Thank you so much. I appreciate this and wish to congratulate all of you again and our new superintendent as you move forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I am Kenyatta Johnson. I am a grandmother. I am also an educator here in Florida, and I too support the bill. I say please vote yes. It is very important that we add new ideas and new visions to our board, new perspectives. I am an implant. I'm from Atlanta, and I did not know the procedure to apply for the charter or to apply for the board. So those are things that I think should be opened up and more communication out so that people can get involved and people are engaged. I would love to participate. I'm here. I'm a Kiwanis member. I have a lot of insight. I've been in education for over 20 years. So I think it's very important to rotate it. I agree with what everybody else said. I understand the concern where there is a lot of work and the harvest is ripe and the laborers are few. So I do understand that. But I do believe that we can get enough people out there to participate and engage. So again, I say please vote yes. Thank you.
That concludes public speaking, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we'll go to board discussion, and we'll start with Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have quite a few comments to make on this item, so I appreciate being able to do so. I'd like to also thank Ms. Grant for clarifying the prior concern with the boundary committee. So I appreciate that. So regarding this item, contrary to what some might have heard, and I intentionally did not speak on this item last Tuesday because the item was slated to be discussed today. So contrary to what may have been discussed outside of the board, this item is not about any specific chair. It's not about any specific individual. Actually, this item has been in discussion by me with my secretary for about a year now. In fact, when I look at my timeline to which my secretary brought to me, I brought this item up as a initial conversation December 2023 with my secretary. I actually initiated an executive summary in February of 2024 regarding this same item. I originally planned on presenting this item in March of 2024. We had some major concerns that we were discussing, including redefining schools and so on. So I delayed the item, revisited the item in November, and present the item now. So this item has been in discussion with me for over a year. This is absolutely nothing to do with any individual chair. This is also not about disregarding the work of our diligent working chairs. I appreciate the immense amount of effort and work put in by our wonderful chairs. We have chairs like Ms. Luscombe, who speak to me many times about issues, and I am so grateful for the effort that she has put into it. So does Narnie Grant and many others. It's not about disrespecting anyone. It's not about disregarding the work of any chair. Also, I do have some members that I appointed who are chairs. One was Mr. Medvin. He's no longer the chair. He's a member. And currently, Ms. Narnie Grant. Also, it's not about limiting membership. This item does not indicate anywhere in there where there's any limitation to membership. You can be a member of any of these advisory boards for as long as you want. The item is about rotating leadership. On the school board, it's 9 of us. And on the school board, we rotate leadership. We just did. Debbie Hickson is now the chair. And we practice normally to rotate the chair every year, and occasionally it may go a couple of years. But we do understand that good governance has to do with rotation of leadership within the membership of a group. And we are members of the school board. We have members of the advisory committees. And the item is asking to, and actually I just want to clarify that today we are simply voting to initiate the rulemaking process to then discuss in a workshop changes that we all may want to make. I have provided in this item a couple of suggested changes. There could be more changes that one wants to suggest. These changes that I suggest is for discussion. They're not definitive. These are ideas that I have. And as we bring this forward, if it's passed today, we're saying we're going to discuss this through the rulemaking process in a workshop, and every one of us can bring our ideas on how to make this better. So this is about good governance. It's about leadership succession. It's about building leadership capacity. We've heard from many of the community members, and they agree. So we're not here to vote on my suggestions as far as the chair being 2 years, or as far as one can only be chair for one committee. We're simply here to vote on, to initiate the rulemaking process so we can all discuss it and see where it goes. So that's what we're here for today. Now, I've heard the comments that no one wants it, and what I would say is this is an attempt for us to work concertedly as a board with the chairs, with the committees, with the community, to see if we can develop interest in our advisory committees that we have, and to see if we can develop leadership. Now, the motion, I'd just like to also reiterate that this motion is about good governance. It's about leadership succession. It's about building leadership capacity. It's about bringing in fresh ideas and renewed energy. It's making the process of good governance model for advisory boards is consistent with good governance. Many other governing bodies do this. We do this as a board. I think it's important to identify selected areas that you would like to change as board members as well. There can be more. For example, I do hear concerns about our board chairs being able to Zoom in to give their reports. Now, having to come down here, wherever you're living, you could be living in Coral Springs, you could be living in Weston, and come down here to give a 10-minute report can be a bit much for some chairs. So those are things we can discuss, how we can change that so we can attract more people who want to be chairs. Because that could be a deterrent why some people don't want it, because they just can't take the drive every board meeting to come down here. In addition to that, we can talk about supporting training for our advisory committees so they too can want to be leaders. We can talk about how our current chairs can develop leadership within the committees by supporting them to be able to do so through training models and so on. This is what this item is about. It's about ensuring that our committees work more efficiently. It's about ensuring that we have leadership succession. It's not about an individual. I am not that petty. This has been discussed for over a year with my secretary. So I am asking the board to let's move forward, to open the process, to have a discussion on this. So that way we can ensure that we have good governance, we can ensure that we have leadership succession, we can ensure that we're building leadership capacity, that if any one of these board chairs, for whatever the reasons, maybe personal reasons or extenuating circumstances, have to suddenly leave, there is a depth of leadership that can take over. We don't have that. And that's what my suggestions are, and there can be many more suggestions, like I mentioned, with zooming in and leadership training by the superintendent. We can even direct the superintendent to do a survey to see what are the factors, the barriers that are preventing committee members from stepping up. Or what can we do to ensure that we support them to step up to be leaders and to be committee members. So that's what this item is about, and I'm asking you to support it.
Thank you so much. Next is Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone that's serving on the committees right now. I appreciate your time and effort. I know you guys have dedicated a lot of your lives to this. And I personally understand the difficulty of being one of the few volunteers in a particular organization and feeling like there's not a lot of people that are willing. They have a lot of ideas of how you can use your time, but not willing to step up for the execution portion. And I also appreciate the time that has gone into creating the policy. I know people worked very hard on that, but many times when you create policies, laws, when you put them into practice, you're able to see where there could be some adjustments that could make them even better. And I think that that's the purpose of this exercise. And so I think that limiting the terms will allow us to focus, as other people have said, to really build a bench to develop leaders. Because if you don't have a process in place where people have to step up and have to take those leadership positions, then you may not get those people to volunteer in the first place, and you're not going to have the interest that someone might have knowing that they're going to have to step up in the future. I know, like with the PTA, you have a 2-year limit on being the president, and then it has to be passed along. So other people are waiting and have those opportunities to be in leadership positions, to be developed. And in my personal experience, I was in leadership in the PTA for a very long time, and I had to step down for to serve in this capacity. And I have to say that people stepped up, and I am extremely impressed on how great that they're doing. And they're all going on without me, and the process continues. So I think that this is a great idea, and I support it.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. To really understand this, I think that you need to be a volunteer, have volunteered at all growing up, and has continued to volunteer in organizations when I was a stay-at-home mom, a big brother, a big sister, you name it, done it, we'll do it always. There's always a certain amount of people that seem to be willing and ready to take over. And we currently have elections each year for these volunteers, correct? That's a yes, right? So it's kind of like every 4 years, board members go to have, basically the endorsement of the community. If people are going to run against that person, or if they're not going to run, they're going to go in unopposed. It's the same thing. Leaders need to rise to the attention. However, they're very busy, and sometimes leaders will carry many mantles. I was one of those leaders. I still am. Even groups that I want to get out of, nothing personal, but you wind up still being appointed because you're, for example, the Florida High School Sports Association Appeals Group. I did it for 3 years, which is a term, and then I thought I was done. And then I got a letter in the mail that said, oh, no, we've reappointed you. So I was like, okay. I love it. There needs to be a constant reminder of fairness when it comes to some of the groups. Does somebody need to be president of 10 advisory groups? I don't know, but it's certainly not my responsibility to police elections of a group of volunteers. It's not my wheelhouse. I respect volunteers. I respect my volunteers. I don't, ask them to put a hat on and then call me every 2 weeks. I respect that you're my advisor on this advisory committee. That's how I am. I respect people that stand up for kids and stand up for our people. So for that reason, I will not be able to support this. I'm going to support the parents and the volunteers, and the process that we have is a free public election. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson.
Good morning, everybody. So I want to first reiterate that this is just for us to have a larger discussion, as Dr. Holness said. I think it is very vital that we have this discussion. A couple of things. I reread all of the committee policies this past week, and I think if we're going to have a discussion on 1070, we actually need to incorporate the rest of the policies as well, because there's a lot of overlap. I think this will also give us an excellent opportunity to see what committees' purpose are, both for the board and for the community, how we can really make them more effective. And as Ms. Narni-Pierre mentioned, potentially we need to look at how many committees we have and how effective it is to have that number of committees. When we had the round table, multiple volunteers mentioned that they wanted this to be a discussion. Well, how can we have a good discussion when each person needs to have 5 minutes and there's 10, 12 people in the room? I so value people coming and spending their time here. I think especially as parents, having to drop your kids off and then rush to this, you are appreciated. But we need to have a better system in place. And we also need to remember that we are here to make sure that our students are thriving. And when we have long conversations about adult feelings, that takes away from that mission. So I'm strongly in support of this item. I look forward to a workshop. I don't know if it's appropriate right now, but I would like to add to your motion or add to your item that we're bringing back all of the committee items, because I think that's the best way to handle it and make the most effective change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yep, just real quick. I think it's important to reiterate that the item just directs the superintendent to initiate rulemaking. I know there was a lot in the background of the item, but really this is just a conversation. I think Ms. Bowman's point about, seeing policy at work allows us to reflect and go back and try to improve on that. And so I think, that's what, as she said, this exercise is, and I support that. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I appreciate this item coming. I look forward to the conversation with my colleagues. And I see this as a piece of a much bigger agenda, which is this board has decided that we want to be the best school district in the country, which means we need principals to do the best job. We need senior staff to do the best job. We need people to come to work and feel safe and secure in what they're doing. We need advisors at schools. We need advisors at district advisories in all regions and in the county. And we need chairs of advisory committees that come and contribute as representatives of their community, as representatives of their background, and the like. So this is the next step. You know, we have to think about chronic absenteeism. We have to think about retaining the amazing talent that we have. We have to think hard about what happens if the state decides to raise the levels for reaching grades. We have to think about fiscal sanity. And so there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle, but when you set a big goal like we want to be the best district in the country, you got to look at every factor of production and say, is it giving us not just goodness, because it does give us goodness right now. We have good people, they're volunteering, they're coming and giving reports. But the question is it giving us everything we need to be the best district in the country? And I think we can do better. I think 17 is too many. We have a lot of advisory groups. We just added them over time, and maybe what we did, as some of the speakers mentioned, is added things for which that it's harder and harder to get members. But I would also ask my colleagues to think a little bit about the people who don't volunteer and the people who don't come to meetings and the people who have been nominated to serve on advisories that have gone to one meeting and then left because they didn't feel like they had an opportunity to contribute. Those people matter too. And what we have to do as a board is think about how do we design the perfect ecosystem in each one of our factors of production, including advisory boards. And I know that we'll do that as a board. This will take several months, I know, but I look forward to the outcome of that conversation and to doing even better in every facet of Broward County Schools going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess we're talking about policy number 1070. And my question first is in regards to this policy. Each committee has their own bylaws. So can it be different in one committee to another with the amount of years that the chair serves? Or is it everyone is following policy 1070?
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the policy 1070 is related to district committees and their membership, so it relates to all of the committees. But there are many policies that we have that create specific committees, and then each committee is by the language in policy 1070, each committee is supposed to have bylaws that they vote on.
Right, but can one committee differ in the number of years the chair serves in another committee, or is every committee the same?
So every committee is supposed to abide by whatever the rules are under rule policy 1070.
Okay, what page on policy 1070 does it reflect the number of years?
Ms. Batista?
I have to pull up the policy if you give me a moment.
Okay, I'll continue. So I think it's important that the board stays in their lane. The committees are doing their thing. They have their own bylaws. They have their own meetings. And I think the board has to be very, very careful on what we focus our attention on. We have a lot going on with redefining Broward schools. And what I'm concerned about is that we're dipping our toe into this where, yes, maybe one or two things can be tweaked, but is that necessary? Because we're going to be taking our time to focus on trying to change this, where we have so many other things that we should be focusing on. So that is my concern, that this is going to take away from all the other gazillion things that we need to be focusing on. And, I think there could be conversation that the superintendent has with the committees after he speaks with board members on on what their concerns might be, whether it's attendance. That's up to us too as school board members. We appoint people to these committees. Are we holding our appointees accountable to go to these meetings? Do we have conversations with our appointees on what's going on at these meetings and conversations? So my answer?
Yes, through the chair. Under election of officers on page 16, it states, each advisory committee shall have the authority to annually elect their officers to serve up to 4-year, 1 term. Thereafter, an advisory committee appointee or member may not serve as a chair of that advisory committee for a period of 2 years following the conclusion of their term as chair.
Okay, so I'm okay with that. We serve for 4 years. I know it's different, but I just think this is not the time necessarily that we need to delve in all of our energy into this when we have so much more to focus on students and redefining public schools. I feel like we're trying to manage adults and adult behaviors again, and I want to focus on students. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go since this is the order. I feel like you were in my head, Mrs. Hall-Hadeff, because those were all of the same things I was thinking. We spent a lot of time, a lot of workshops, a lot of energy to get to the policy where it is now. I know some of you may not have been on the board at that time, but it went through looping. This was a work of labor for sure, and I just wonder if now is the best time to be looking at that when we are looking at redefining schools, and there's just a lot of other things going on. Not to say that this is not important, but on the scale of most important, it wouldn't fall on the top of the scale for me. So I just don't think that it's the right time to be doing this at the moment. And I think Ms. Thompson would like to make a substitute motion because there's a motion on the floor already.
Yes, sorry. So I just wanted to move to add after the words policy 1070 that and their membership in all policies that create any and all committees currently in existence.
Second.
Okay. Okay. So all those, anybody, oh, sorry, Mrs. Leonardi.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you like to do public comment on the motion?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Public comment on the motion.
So basically just to make sure that we're doing all the policies at one time. So to add the words after policy 1070, add and their membership in all policies that create any and all committees currently in existence.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning again, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I am currently in my 2nd year as the audit committee chair because having been on it since 2015, I was the Nora Rupert of the audit committee where I would continuously get passed over. And in our 2nd year, we've really turned a corner in terms of actually doing what is in the audit committee's bylaws. So I am actually fresh and innovative, but to someone else's point, it takes a couple of years to get a grip on what's going on because being a board chair, a advisory committee chair is not the same as being the board chair. As the board chair, you have all of this staff supporting and giving you what you need in theory. We don't get that for the most part. I will say that as the audit committee chair, I get a lot of support, but then the chief auditor has to then get that same support from the superintendent and staff. We don't get that on other committees. So I'm not in favor of either motion.
Thank you.
Appreciate the motion, Ms. Thompson. However, we all have gone through our policies already, and we've done some revisions already. So I'm not sure if staff provided information to you all with Dr. Holness's item. But several of us just went through our policy revision. So if you're asking to put that in there, you want us to go back again and revise all our policies, and the people who are part of the revision of the policy is the committee and staff. So I'm not sure if you can get a number of how many of us. There's several of us that just went through policy revision. So I don't support your motion, not because it's not a good idea, just because we just did our policy revisions already. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Good morning again. I am Kimada Johnson. I just want to reiterate that I do support the motion. I say please vote yes, because I also understand that this is just a conversation for you all to have. I see you having a lot of conversation up there, but I also understand that this is for you to have a conversation. And based off of the different opinions that I hear, I think a conversation is necessary. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Lawson.
Thank you. I'd just like to register that I think the suggestions coming from both ends of this room feel to folks who have served, who spend and relinquish thousands of dollars of their own revenue, who give up time with their families, who go to dozens of meetings a month, who run meetings, who beg people to come to meetings, who plead with you folks to get your appointees to come to meetings. Some of yours are wonderful and some not so. Some I didn't even know had appointees. I hadn't even had the courtesy of being told about. There are ways of working together without making volunteers who have done so much legwork for this institution feel like we have installed ourselves as tyrants, when what we have done is served another year and another year when nobody else wanted to do it, and carved out a niche where we understood systems and people and built relationships to be able to do it. It's offensive.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich, Fort Lauderdale. I wanted to reiterate that this is working well enough that all you need to do is do tweaking. So you don't need to have a full policy review. This will take hours and hours and hours of your staff and of committee work. This is silly. You got too much else to do. I want to point out that Mary Fertig was my best volunteer at Sunrise Middle School. And you know who is serving on that committee, the parent involvement community. They can get anybody else in parent involvement. So please, don't waste your time.
Hello again. I would really like to reiterate a yes. You know, just now, I guess a volunteer came over and said, put your money where your mouth is. Sign, sign, sign. Sign that you can do this. We don't need people like those. I am sorry. We need people who take their feelings out and serve. It's not about us. It's about the children. It's about the community. It's not about me. Please, the conversation is necessary. If you might not agree with it, but the conversation is necessary.
Good morning again. My name is Beverly. Now, like I said before, I am a grandmother, right? And my daughter goes to the Broward County School, and now my granddaughter is there. I am also a Kiwanian by choice. I serve. I know what service is. And I do appreciate and value the work that the volunteers have done before. And from what I've heard that's stated before, everybody appreciate what you've done. And we are not saying that you're taking away from what you've been doing. From what I understand, you will still be able to rotate, your voice will still be heard, you'll be able to suggest and make suggestions for changes. So my question is, why are we afraid of change? Why are we not open to hear others' opinion? What are we afraid of? And I heard someone say that, where are we going to find the volunteer? Here I am. I am right here. We do serve. I understand service, so
Thank
I'm
you so
asking
much.
for a vote.
Thank
yes.
you.
Kimberly Mulhorn. I'm not quite sure where this is leading, but it doesn't look good. We have to remember that when it comes to volunteers, parents, in the chain of command, it's the parents, volunteers, and then it's the school board. But somehow or another, we've come to be on this warpath of drawing the sand in a line. I was talking to some of the advisors, and I said, this is what I see. I'm very perceptive about the things that are going on here, even within this room right now today and how it's set up. We need to really focus on the children and not try to fix things that are not broken. And yes, the volunteers, we need more volunteers. And as far as the chairs to these advisories, they're not stepping up. So this is not an issue.
Jill Aronofsky, Southwest Ranches. Motivation of everybody working on the boards, on the committees, is the most important item for anyone. And after a while, you get stagnant. You don't have any creativity or any new ideas. And we need to bring it to this community. And I like what Dr. Zeman had presented in his speech when he was speaking before, because it incorporated everything. I lost track of how many boards I sit on as a board of director or a member. And I'm also in Palm Beach County in the school district for my grandsons. And we don't have anything like this to contend with there. Everybody's ready to work and in behalf of the children. And that's the most important thing, creativity and your ideas and motivation.
Thank you.
Lourdes Diaz, Pembroke Pines. I am again saying that I think you should support having a conversation about this. I don't know what the big deal is. You're talking to see if you can have a little bit more movement on your boards. To have a board that is always the same people, it's like Jill was saying, you lack the motivation. I have sat on many boards throughout my career. I've sat on corporate boards. I've sat on, boards that I got paid for, boards that I didn't. But we could be volunteers. I think the board members should go out and recruit more people and get them to get on boards. And if you have 17 right now advisory boards, I think that is ridiculous. I worked at NBC. We didn't have 17 advisory boards. So I just want to say that I am pro this idea of the discussion. What's the big deal?
Okay, Scott Evans, Hollywood, Florida, Truth Matters. I support Ms. Thompson's revision. This is about having a conversation. Conversation is good. That's what we're all doing in here right now. If there's a problem with having a spot filled, then I guess that should be in the revision that you guys make, so that in the event of that, maybe the last person that was chair or whoever is still on the board can go back into that position if there is no one else. So that is something easily resolved. I serve on several boards for several charities, and it is our job to go out and recruit new members to join us. And that's what all these current beautiful people that are working hard should also be doing, to get more people. And I'm sure they do the best. I know Natalie just tried to recruit me, so and I may do it.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a time certain at 11, so do we think we can wrap this up and finish up and then get to that? Okay, so Mrs. Al-Haddad.
Yes, I just wanted to make the point that every year our people that we appoint, we don't necessarily have to appoint the same person every year. So if you want to give someone else an opportunity, then you're going to appoint that person. Like I have Hunter Pollock as my appointee. So I think it's up to us to bring those fresh perspectives, new people to the committees as we put in our appointees.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, as one of the members of the public mentioned, change is difficult and change is necessary. Change is also inevitable, whether we like it or not. It's a part of life. I think that when we look at the continuity and depth of leadership that we're trying to achieve here in Broward County Schools, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, to be an A district, it's important that we look at every aspect. And some mentioned that this is, that we stay focused on students. That's exactly what we're doing. In fact, if you just look at one of our items, which is the dual language committee, that is suggesting that we have the dual language badge on our website, that we put it as a part of our choice program. So that committee, that chair, brings those recommendations. So this is about students. This is not about managing adults. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to ensure that our advisory committees are working efficiently in serving the needs of our students. So that is exactly what we're trying to do, and it is focusing on students. And I will support Board Member Thompson's suggestion as well, because we have to move into a broader discussion. This is much bigger than our current chairs, and we respect what they're doing. I appreciate all of their diligent work, but this is about continuity of leadership, depth of leadership, and moving forward so we can continue to sustain and be an A district and embrace the community as part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll end it with Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Just one quick question. For the substitute motion, does the item have to name all of the policies and committee bylaws that we seek to initiate rulemaking for?
Ms. Batista?
So the amendment or this substitute motion, as I understand it, is to bring all the current policies that create committees as well as policy 1070. So that should be
Yeah, I
enough.
heard the motion, but I'm wondering, is the wording of that okay, or do we need to actually name the policies?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So I heard a few different things, and I hear and understand the concerns around the need for staff support for our committees. You know, at the county, at several cities, I've seen during like EAB meetings that there is staff there to take minutes. So I think that is a suggestion I would love to bring to the table during rulemaking. You know, we often talk about how important our advisories are and how important the feedback and guidance that our advisories give us are. And I completely agree with that. And that's why I think it actually should be one of our priorities to improve what we do with advisories. And as Dr. Holness said, he's put this off for quite some time. And it seems like in this district, we always have fires that we're putting out, and sometimes it never feels like the right time to do anything, which is precisely why I think we need to just, you know, move forward, initiate rulemaking. We have the time and space for things that we want to make time and space for. What our advisories do is vitally important. And so I think, again, it is important for us to move forward to try to improve that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
I don't think I need roll call. Yeah. So there was 3.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request a roll call.
Okay. Go ahead.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Al-Hadef.
No.
Bowman.
Yes.
Pham. Hickson.
Sorry. No.
Honus.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
No.
Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-3.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move to our time certain at 11 o'clock. So.
Wait.
Don't we have to? Yeah. One more time? Or no?
No, because the substitute motion, right?
Clean energy.
Okay, can I please have a motion for item RR4 to, a motion and a second for item RR4 to come to the floor?
So moved.
It's moved by Mrs. Rupert and seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff for motion for RR4. Do we have any public comment?
Anajar Lair and Julie Long, doctor.
Hi, my name is Annika. My name is Audrey.
My name's Andy.
And my name's Damien.
And we're all high school students from Broward County, and we're members of the Broward Sierra Group Junior Team, which is a group of high school students working to preserve the environment through advocacy, outreach, and education. And we're very grateful to see this resolution being presented on the board and being voted on, and this is a really big step towards very important environmental justice.
So this resolution is more about than clean energy. It's about a big commitment to our future. Every day, we see the impacts of climate change from rising sea levels to increasingly extreme weather, especially in South Florida. So as young people, we can't ignore this. This decision proves that Broward County isn't ignoring it either. With your action, you're showing us that it's possible even in the face of this big challenge. Thank you.
By making this commitment, you are empowering us to believe in change. Solar panels in our schools, energy efficient buildings, and green initiatives in our classrooms can be solutions within our reach. With this decision, you're making sustainability a priority, and that inspires us, students, to do the same in our own day-to-day lives.
We are deeply grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this effort. The Broward Sierra Group Junior Team will continue to lead, advocate, and innovate to ensure these goals become a reality. This work shows that students can do more than just hope for change. We can be a part of making it happen.
Again, we just wanted to say thank you so much. This has been an entirely student-led effort, and it's really amazing to see our ideas and hopes into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming today to speak with us.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. That's a hard group to follow. Congratulations to the new board. I've lived in Broward County for 30 years. I've also practiced pediatric surgery in this community for over 25 years. I've been devoted to children's health. I think these students exemplify the future. It's their environment, it's their health. The environmental degradation I've seen in Broward County during the time I've lived here has been profound, and I've seen it reflected in the lives of infants being born. I please hope you'll pass this resolution and provide the leadership that our young people need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to board discussion, and as the person bringing the resolution forward, I just want to say it was truly my honor to work with the students. It was a labor of love between students, staff at Broward County Public Schools in the innovative teaching area, the STEM, and I'm very excited to look for the future. We've talked about this before, making sure our buildings are using clean energy, that we're building buildings that look at how energy is being used in the buildings, along with recycling, reusing, all of that. So I'm very, very proud to bring the resolution forward, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting this. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. I support the resolution. My comments are in regards to how we are going to take the next steps forward with bringing solar panels to Broward County Public Schools. You know, whether it is solar paneling at a lunch table where students can plug in, well, can't have a cell phone.
Their laptops.
But solar paneling, they can plug in something. And then also solar paneling hypothetically on our, whether it's on our roofs or on our walkways, I was told we can do that. Are we going to be working with companies to be able to, bring, maybe it's electricity, bring the electricity costs down? So those are my comments and questions to the superintendent.
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Alhadeff. I also want to thank the Sierra Group for your advocacy. You're definitely the student leaders that really make our district the proud district that we have. And the questions that you brought forth, Ms. Alhadeff, are very received. I will tell you that we are currently, as a district, we do participate in several energy reduction competitions. I know annually we do the How Low Can You Go Challenge. And we acknowledge many schools that really make a concerted effort in reducing energy in their schools. And while that is a few of many other things we can do, you did mention some other things that we can definitely take back and start considering and working with. We do have a Green Energy Advisory Committee group as well, too. So working together and coming to the table and looking at additional ways that we can be more efficient, because energy efficiency is real, and we need to make sure that we take the charge that our student leaders have brought forth with us and really make some real sustainable changes in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. It's great to see a group of students here this morning. Anaga is somebody that I was always scared to see in a speech and debate round because I knew that she would beat me. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to this group of students that have put in hours and hours of work working with both city governments, working with the school board, and great efforts to make positive change. Looking forward to seeing the great things that they do, and also they've kind of set the standard now of students being involved, and I hope that we see more students coming to advocate in this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm such a huge fan of this and of this effort. There are solar panels. There are all kinds of things that we could do to be very creative in this regard. One of them is actually turning our buildings into collections for solar. It's not just panels now, they're entire buildings that are getting films that are converting. I feel very, very strongly about this because this is a competitive advantage that Broward County Public Schools can do that other schools never will. And parents and students want to go to schools that are doing things that are good for our world, not just good for our minds and our mental health and our safety. So this is something that a big school district like Broward County with 239 campuses can do in a wholesale way as soon as possible, Ms. Alhadeff, I hope, so that people will think differently about Broward County Public Schools, not just being a great academic environment, because we are, but also being one that cares deeply about your safety and security, deeply about your mental health, about your social and emotional learning, and about our footprint on this planet. And to me, that's just another competitive advantage that we have that another one of our alternative education sources in Broward County would not do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say the point of the resolution was to get the district moving towards committing to doing those different things. So a vote in support of this will not give us an option to say no. So thank you so much. All those in support of the item RR4, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick recess so the board can take a picture with the students.
Chair, right down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to the school board meeting. Next, we have a time certain for resolution RR3. So can I have a motion in a second to bring RR3 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Holness. Is there any public comment on item RR3?
Yes, Madam Chair. The first speaker is Dr. Trudy Juranovic, and we also have the mayor from Southwest Ranches.
I just broke my glasses, so I hope I can do this. My name is Dr. Trudy Juranovic. The South Florida Wildlife Center has been located near me since I moved to Florida in 1977. My most memorable patient was a pelican which had a broken wing. My husband and I found it hobbling in the street. I picked it up and we drove to the South Florida Wildlife Center. As you can imagine, the looks we got as I held the bird on my lap in the passenger seat of our car. We were very thankful she wasn't scared and didn't relieve herself while being transported. They let me know when she recovered and was released back into the wild. I'm also aware of the wonderful educational programs this organization provides, as I used them for years with my middle school science students at Sunrise Middle School, and with pre-service teachers in the Teacher Education Alliance. I'm glad the school board has found a good home for the South Florida Wildlife Center, as they can no longer stay in the Fort Lauderdale area. I fully support the School Board of Broward County entering into this 50-year lease with the South Florida Wildlife Center to use the southern 7 acres of the property in exchange of the town's removal of the deed restriction for the remainder of the property that limits the property to a school board educational facility. Thank you for bringing this resolution forward.
Thank you. Next. You're welcome.
Southwest Ranches. I'm excited to be here. Thank you for bringing forth this item. This is you know, it's rare. Being mayor, normally issues come up and you have kind of like winners and losers, and it's a tough decision. I feel this one we have winners, and then we have winners, and then we have winners. From a school board standpoint, this finally we're able to use this property for an educational purpose, and not only will it not cost you money, but it'll generate funds for you that you can then devote to other areas. So certainly a win there. As the previous speaker just mentioned, the South Florida Wildlife Center requires a new home, and we are super excited to potentially have them come to the town of Southwest Ranches. We have so much in common with them, and to be able to bring that in and have our residents participate and be a part of it, certainly our town will be a winner, and certainly South Florida Wildlife Center will be a winner. So I'm really excited about this. I did want to bring up one thing. We've done some, you may have seen there was actually 2 proposals. One proposal was for 7 acres and would net, due to wetlands considerations, it would net the South Florida Wildlife Center about 2.58 acres of actual usable space. They've done some work on that, and they're really going to require not a lot more, but a little bit more space. The other alternative was to provide them with 8 and a quarter acres, and that would give them a full 3 acres to develop, which would be critical for them. It's critical for not only the programs, but also for the school buses, and this is really an educational facility, and so the school buses, the parking, the turning around, all of that would really facilitate that. So I would urge you, if you could please, to move forward with the 8 and a quarter acres, and I think this is just an exceptional opportunity for all of us. I'm very excited about it. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you for your time and your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Alessandra Medri.
Hello again. Thank you so much for having me. I am the Executive Director of the South Florida Wildlife Center. I really want to thank that wonderful lady for saying such a nice things about the educational program that we offer in Broward County and in the Tri-County area. Last year, we actually reached like 10 million people and almost 90,000 residents in Broward County. The majority of them, they were children. We went to every single school in Broward County that you can possibly imagine. And we are so excited about the prospect of building a premier educational facility for all the school children in Broward County that it will be free to the public, where we can really have a group like the young folks that you have seen before for the Sierra Club, spreading their wings and learning about why it's important to preserve our environment, taking care of the wildlife, and also preserve what little we have that we have left. So education is one of our cornerstone of our mission. So I want to thank you for supporting this resolution, and please, come and visit us. It will be my honor to show you the great work that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we'll move to board discussion, and first I have Ms. Bowman.
I just want to say that I agree with the mayor that this is a winner deal. I'm very impressed with it. And as a frequent user of the Wildlife Center, because we seem to have a lot of little baby animals and animals hitting windows and things of that nature in my neighborhood, I am happy to see that it's finding a home. So thank you for everyone that put this together.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Win-win-win for indeed. I am curious, though, about the change in the terms. Chair, I'm curious, what does it mean to go to 8 1/4 acres rather than what was proposed before today?
Ms. Batista?
I'm not sure if staff is here to be able to respond to that.
Mr. Akabuso.
Good morning, Board. Chris Akabuso, Director, Facility Plan Real Estate. The town had, after we had prepared the item and it was finalized, sent an email requesting, because of some additional calculations, that they needed that additional acreage. It's not going to really, it's not very significant. That's not going to affect anything. So if the board is going to agree to do that, I think maybe an amendment needs to be made on the dais just to reflect that, but it's going to be pretty minor.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, what was the original acreage in the item?
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Akabuso?
7 acres.
Terrific. So I'm happy to do that. We'll make a motion now to adjust this item from 7 acres to 8 1/4.
Second.
Ms. Batista, did the item already change it, or do we need a motion to change the acreage?
Is the item already amended? I think it needs to be amended now, correct?
Yeah, it can be amended on the dais, yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Any public speakers on the motion? Okay, any board discussion on the motion? All those in favor of it would be a substitute motion again?
No,
there was
would just be an amendment.
All those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The motion say that again. Okay, so now, I thought we just did that. But all those in favor of the motion as amended?
I'm not done, Chair. I have a couple other things I'd like to add, if you don't mind. So the amendment passed, so it's now on the table at 8 1/4 instead of 7, which is great. I do want to think a little bit about the second half of this, though, which is we're going to work with the city. We're going to fix the land use for this. And I'd love to ask the superintendent to bring the action back to the school board as soon as possible on what we want to do for that remaining acreage. This is a win-win-win, but it's only a win for Broward County Schools if we do something with this land. And so I'm a little bit frustrated that these things take years to come back to us. I'm frustrated with our inability to kind of find partnerships and then fulfill our part, which is great, Mayor, for you and for the commissioners in Southwest Ranches to make that kind of offer. But we need to come back quickly, and we need to figure out, I think, what we want to do with that. So, Chair, I want to just share my interest to the superintendent acting here. that we move out quickly on that, but I don't necessarily want to make a formal motion to that effect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to go back to our consent items that were pulled, and the next one is item L1. So can I have a motion in a second to bring item L1 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment on L1?
Yes, we have 5 speakers. Sarah Coral is next, and Danielle Hoffman.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Coral. I am a parent of dual language students, but more importantly, I am the middle school chair on the Multilingual Advisory Committee. And our chair, Danielle Hoffman, who is supposed to speak after me, had to leave. She stayed as long as she could, but I'll be speaking for both of us. The 2 motions before you about putting a dual language badge on the website of dual language schools and allowing dual language to be checked off for school choice forms to allow us to collect data. These should be things that, if I throw out some buzzwords to you, they should get your attention. These are about marketing, and this is about giving the school district the tools to make data-driven strategic choices and where to allocate their resources. So Danielle, our chair, is very big on using data to bring proposals to you all, and this would give us data in the future to show us where families are who are willing to drive to schools that have dual language programs, if they could check off that box, and it would help schools brand themselves that do currently have the dual language program. I will pepper my comments a little bit with my own experiences, having served now on this committee and attended 3 site visits to the middle schools, Westglades, Tequesta Trace, and Coral Springs Middle. Let's contrast for a moment Tequesta Trace, that is over-enrolled, I believe. They're not a school choice school, but that principal told me anecdotally that there is a steady drip of families coming up to him, contacting his staff, who are interested in dual language, who live outside the zone, and are very dismayed to learn that he does not have the ability to guarantee them a spot in the dual language program when they come up and talk to him, versus the principal at Coral Springs Middle. It does have a school dual language program. They are 20% of their student population is school choice, and the principal gives her full-throated support of the program. But those classes are the electives in middle school for dual language at Coral Springs Middle have around 20 students in them versus the non-dual language electives that have 45. So clearly there are spots there. So if there are families willing to drive out to Tequesta for dual language, I believe it is a lack of knowledge out there about where these dual language programs are. And I can speak anecdotally from my own 6th grade daughter at Westglades that has about
Thank you so much. That was okay. Thank you.
Up next, we have Dr. Lynch Walsh and Jackie Levscombe.
Good almost afternoon. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the Audit Committee. I'm going to speak in general to this item and then specifically to the motions. Since you just passed a motion to start trying to limit, before you start getting new chairs, I hope you will hash out this process with the recommendations. Because if I were a new chair and I saw a board item that said if you vote yes, you'll acknowledge receipt, and if the board votes no, the school board will reject the advice and recommendations provided to the board by the various advisory groups. Would I want to stay As a chair? No, because you just spit in my face. We went through all this work to make a recommendation, and you could just go, nope, and keep it moving. Those of us who have been chairs are not so easily dissuaded, so we're still here. And I understand and appreciate, Mrs. Hickson, that you're trying to streamline that process, but you may want to get an opinion on whether the supporting documents that we're providing not being provided to the public is a sunshine law issue, because they are not confidential. And if we're submitting backup documents, just like every other board item has, that then explain the rationale for the motions and they're not attached, and staff is giving you 10 million reasons why they can't be attached, none of which have to do with transparency and compliance with sunshine law, you might also want to hash that out. I mentioned earlier that the audit committee talked about the Beacon, streaming on Beacon issue at our last meeting, which was on Teams, so we couldn't vote. But when we passed this motion at an earlier meeting, the response that staff gave is this, and I want you to think about what this is saying to the committee. This action will undermine, and they actually use the word undermine, the district's capacity to treat all advisory committees the same. The problem is the lackluster support we've been getting. Please do not treat us all the same. I had to create a Teams meeting last night because they didn't even properly train liaisons on how to set up Teams meetings. So get your infrastructure in place before you start inflicting rules on all of us. So that's one. In addition, Beacon has a limited staff and vast workload, and the focus should be on utilizing staff to promote and celebrate our schools and students. And I mentioned the average viewership. Is that relevant? No. To ensure all committees have proper technological supports, committees are encouraged to utilize Microsoft Teams. Who's being trained? Nobody's been trained again. So this is all a false economy, as my English grandfather used to say. The second one has to do with a payroll system. There's no specificity in terms of dates, and I submitted minutes from May of 2023 showing that this is not the first time we discussed this. Please get specificity out of these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Luscombe? Oh, she says no.
We do have Kimberly Moorhorn signed up. I don't see her in the audience.
Okay.
That concludes the register of speakers, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before we go to board discussion, I just would like to ask Dr. Fulton to speak. I think the superintendent had a few things he wanted to share with us about some of the recommendations.
So the superintendent and the team actually provided responses that are in the recommendation for the executive summary for L1. But additionally, for particularly the recommendation of the district implementing an electronic payroll system, he wanted everyone to know that actually this has been something that he has been working on for the past couple of months and making sure we automate a lot of our systems, not just with payroll, many other systems to streamline the work that we're doing. And we're actually partnered with our strategic initiative management team who's been moving this project along. And so we're hoping to be able to address this sooner than later, but he wanted everyone to be aware that this was something that he saw initially coming into the seat, but not just payroll being automated, but many other systems and structures that we need to move from paper pencil to an automated service so that we could reduce a lot of errors that's been taking place.
Thank you. Signed up to speak, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. So part of the recommendation here from the Multilingual Advisory Committee is that the district add a dual language badge on all dual language school websites. So the question I have, Dr. Fulton, sitting superintendent, is this seems pretty doable. So what would inhibit us from doing that?
Dr. Fulton.
So you're correct, Dr. Holness. This is something that's easy to do, but when this recommendation came, it really made us think about other things. We're actually revamping our websites, particularly our school websites, to make them user-friendly. We did an exercise whereas if you go on the Broward County Public School website, how many clicks does it take? to get to certain information and not happy to say too many clicks to get to simple information. So we're actually overhauling our websites. And also when you go to a school website, we want parents in the community, if I'm interested in a school, I can just go there and see everything, not just particularly dual language programs, but any other programs that are offered. So as a parent, I can make a more informed choice. So to your question, Dr. Holness, it is an easy fix.
Okay, and I appreciate revamping the websites. I think that's wonderful. But what's brought before us is the recommendation today from the multilingual committee. So while we're revamping and revising our websites and updating, is it possible that in this process that this could be added to the website, and we can always adjust and update the website as we go along? So what is the is there any barriers to getting this done immediately?
So I'm going to say no, but I'm going to ask Mr. Davis to go ahead and chime in and give the technical IT answer.
Yes. Got to check my watch. Good morning, Board. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. So I did want to compliment by saying that the site we're moving to, the platform does allow for adaptive language with regards to the pages that you're on or site you're viewing, because we realize we do have users that need that language support outside of just English, for example. So that's part of the platform is embedded within that as well. So.
Okay, so the short answer is, can this be done, and what time frame would we be able to get this done without having to wait for the full revision of our websites?
Dr. Holness, I'm going to throw that over to John because his team is actually leading this website revamping process that we're doing.
Oh, it's all Mr. Davis, honestly. I'm just a looks. But we will get together and we'll provide a board follow-up to see how quickly we can do it.
Okay, so I would recommend that we proceed immediately with this. We're trying to increase enrollment. We're trying to continue to be an A district. I think this is a very doable item. We can add this now and we can revise the website and put it where it needs to be later. But I think at least the current visibility is important. So, John, I'm looking forward to that follow-up. And I'd like to, I don't know, Madam Chair, if this is just directing the superintendent with consensus from the board, or do I need to make a motion and then I have another comment?
Yeah, I think just directing.
We have it.
We have, okay, got it.
Thank you.
So my second question is on the first recommendation of the Multilingual Advisory Committee that the district add dual language as a reason for school choice. I do believe that this could support increased enrollment in our schools. It provides an added choice for students. They could commute to wherever dual language is offered. So, Dr. Fulton, I did see a response that the district is considering the recommendation. That appears to be a rather, I appreciate that, but it appears to be a rather soft language. Is how can this be done definitively as opposed to considering? What are the challenges in doing this? Because I see where this could be supportive of increasing enrollment in Broward County schools, providing choice to students that they can commute to schools with dual language.
Dr.
So I'm going to give that to Dr. Wanza, who's been leading our Redefining Schools initiative process.
So good morning, board, public colleagues. Happy holidays. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. Dr. Holness, thank you for the question. The reason why the response is framed the way that it is, and the parent from the actual committee who spoke, she gave a perfect example. Tequesta Trace is a school that does not have seats available for reassignment because of its current enrollment and capacity. Coral Springs Middle School is a school that does have seats available. So in the policy right now that the board just approved the revisions to policy 6400, school choice, the whole school choice policy, it speaks specifically that students are reassigned to a school. Once they get to the school, placement in a program is now between family interests, you know, what the school offers and all of that. So that is why we worded the response the way that we did, that we certainly want to go to them, sit down and talk with them and see how in the current policy we can work to help achieve this end. But I will tell you, we have multiple innovative programs across the full spectrum. You know, there are schools that have created some very unique themes of study that are not magnet programs that are called out specifically in policy, that have admission criteria and things of that nature. So, and I'm not saying that dual language is an innovative program specific unto itself, but I will say is that the reason why it's worded that way is because the board just revised policy, one, and two, when you have schools, for example, and the parent was very spot on. Tequesta Trace is a school that is not accepting choice assignments for any reason because the school does not have space to receive assignments. So even if if a school does offer dual language, but that school is not accepting choice assignments, then parents would be somewhat dismayed because they want to go into that program at a school, but the school does not have capacity to receive students outside of the boundary. But we certainly are going to have every intention of doing what is scripted here. And also, if it gets to the place that rulemaking for policy 6400 needs to be initiated, we certainly are willing to do that as well.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, I appreciate that response. I'm guessing there are multiple schools that offer dual language, correct?
Yes, there are several schools.
And if, just from my understanding, and I listened to the response from the parent, if one particular school, if a student is highly interested in dual language and a particular school is filled to capacity or not taking any more students, wouldn't that open the options for other schools? I just want that information for the parent's sake as well.
So I certainly would defer to Ms. Saudala, who's in the back, and because her department oversees dual language, because I do know that there's a process to develop and implement a dual language program. I know that it's highly sought after, and you will, as we will all, if I can remind everyone, as a part of the redefining conversations, we talked about the need to establish, without question, some regional, anywhere like 3 to 6, across all regions, so that there is equity of choice, if you will, for dual language, which tends to be a very popular program. But I will allow Ms. Saudala to answer that question, because I don't know that we can just say we're going to put it at this school.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Vicky Saudala, Director Bilingual ESOL. So I just wanted to go back that the goal of adding this question to the school choice drop-down was because the MAC committee wanted to capture how many students are actually, or how many families are actually choosing to go to a different school because of the dual language program, correct? So because the school choice window is already open and we couldn't add the question and it had to go through this process, the director of school choice and I had a conversation that one of the ways that we can capture how many parents have selected that school because of the dual language program is after it has closed, we would reach out to those families. So for example, I'm just going to say Sea Castle Elementary. Sea Castle Elementary has a dual language program. If parents chose that school as part of school choice, we would reach out to those families and ask them a simple question. Did you select going to Sea Castle because of the dual language program? Yes or no? And that would give us an idea of how many families are actually applying for school choice to these specific dual language programs. I don't know if I wanted to make sure I clarified that.
Okay, and I just have a couple more questions. So with the schools offering dual language throughout the county,
yes,
would you say, because Dr. Wanza mentioned it's a pretty popular option for students, would you say that currently those dual language programs seems to be filled to capacity and that many students are eager to get in and can't?
They're not filled to capacity. I will say that some schools have a larger program than other schools, for whatever reason it may be, and they have a more structured program. They've had it for a while. They already have a K-5 program, and parents have continued coming to that school for that program. For example, the schools in the Weston Zone, every school in that area has it, but also the community is highly sought after having dual language programs in their schools. So some schools do have a large program and the principals have been amazing in accommodating it. But I won't say that every school has a full program yet.
Okay, so if I have a child and I'm living in Sunrise and there's a dual language program that I have interest in having my child in, and that's the main reason for me to be selecting schools, and it's in Hollywood, do I have that option?
As part of school choice, I would say yes, correct, Dr. Wanza? If the school is one of the schools, go
If the
ahead.
school is a school that has capacity to receive choice assignments, the answer is yes.
And they're a dual language school.
And they're, right,
Yes.
and they offer the dual language program.
Now, they would have to go through the process, so we don't just, dual language program is open to all students, but in a lot of situations, we also pre-screen students, make sure that they are prepared to go into the dual language program.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, I'm looking forward to further updates on this particular item, as you mentioned, because I think the recommendation is relevant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
I absolutely support the committee recommendations on this agenda item, so thank you.
Thank you. So no one else has signed up to speak. As we move forward, as I mentioned, we're going to move the committee recommendations from the consent item to the open item so that we can have a discussion similar to this and make motions as necessary. I think it's important for the committee to hear the conversation in real time. I heard loud and clear, I think we all did at the committee meeting, that they felt the recommendations were not being received or looked at and acted upon by the school board. So that's kind of the idea of what we're doing here. You can see we've looked at them. People are able to make motions or to make comments. Staff can tell what's already moving forward. So I would say most of these items that are on here, if we look at them, the first recommendation about school choice we just spoke to. The one about the dual language badge on the websites, I believe we have agreed that we're going to move forward with that. We also heard about the payroll system. So the only one left is about the board live streaming audit committee meetings via Beacon. Is there any board member who wants to bring a motion to that respect, or is there staff that wants to speak to that particularly so that we can make sure we've addressed all the recommendations that are on here? Mrs. Al-Haddaf.
If I can make a recommendation, if we're going to do it this way, we can go one by one and vote on it to make sure there is consensus.
Sure, we can go back. Okay, so item number 1, the recommendation that the district add dual language as a reason for school choice. I think what we heard is it already is there, so I don't think we have to necessarily vote on that particular one because we're already doing that. Ms. Batista, would you?
Yes, that is correct. I think the staff has direction and they're doing that already.
Okay. So the second one, recommending that the district add dual language badge on the school websites. All those in favor of directing the superintendent to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're good. The next one, again, recommending the board continue live streaming audit committee meetings via Beacon. All those in favor of directing the superintendent to do that particular item, say aye.
May I, Chair?
Oh, I'm not on. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to be clear that this is, if we do this for one committee, we'll be subject to do it to all committees. We have a limited amount of people in Beacon, and this would be a huge staffing issue, and it will take away our ability to market our schools because we will not be able to celebrate all the successes that we've been able to go into schools to capture that.
So, and I appreciate that. I would like to just ask, we heard that they could use Teams if they had some kind of training.
They could use Teams, the liaisons, as I don't think any of us specifically have received training on Teams. I think we've all got accustomed to how to use it. But we'll reach out to the liaisons to make sure if they do need additional training, we'll get with Mr. Davis and we'll make sure they have that ability. But yes, so we encourage them to use Teams not only for live streaming, but they could also use it for their minutes. They can record their minutes. They can record the meeting. There's a whole host of things that they can utilize Teams for.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I would just say we've grown accustomed to it, but we cannot make the assumption that volunteers who don't use it on a daily basis are accustomed to it. So I'd like to have a commitment that those committees will have someone that will be able to train them.
We'll reach out to the liaisons to make sure that they're comfortable utilizing the team functions.
Chair, I have a point of order. Is there a motion on the floor?
We're just simply going through the recommendations to either direct the superintendent or not direct the superintendent.
Okay.
Ms. Batista said we don't necessarily.
Well, I disagree with
Motion
Ms.
for
Batista very, very directly. These are recommendations from our advisory groups. They come to the board. The board is the only group that has the statutory authority to make a motion. They're motions within their meetings. They are recommendations to us. And unless there's a motion on the floor, we're not following Robert's rules about how to make decisions on these things. And I appreciate all the work that comes, and I love these recommendations. It spurs ideas for things like putting the badge on a website. To follow Roberts, we have to make it a motion at this body for us to take action on it. We cannot take action on something that someone says or a recommendation that comes from an advisory board and it still be binding on the body.
Ms. Batista, can you address that?
Yes, so my only opinion that I was asked to give was whether or not you would have to vote on that first one, and I said no, because the board already had, the staff already had direction and they were already doing that, so I wasn't asked as to the procedure to follow for this particular item. So I'm not sure what the question is. The item before you is just to receive the item. So there really isn't any motion before the board to vote on at this point with this item before you.
So what we were doing was asking for consensus. So do you need a motion to direct the superintendent to do something? Because we're not really acting, we're just directing the superintendent to do or not do these items. So that's my understanding. Does that need to have a motion? Because we'll do that if we need to.
So if you need to direct the superintendent to do something, yes, there needs to be a motion and a vote by the board. I'm not sure that that's, I guess what I'm hearing is that is the process necessarily that the remainder of the board members would like to follow. So I think that's something that you may want to discuss at a later time.
Okay, so just to clear this up then, we'll ask for, is there anyone who would like to make a motion about the board continuing to live stream the audit committee meetings at Beacon? Mrs. Rupert.
Yes, I move that the district continue to live stream the audit committee meetings via Beacon, so they're available to the public. It's a very highly followed meeting, and
okay,
I
thank
think
you.
we'd be doing us a disservice to not.
Is there a second? Okay, there's no second. So we've gone through the last item, the superintendent said they're already working on that. So I don't think that there's a need to make a motion because they're already doing it. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure because I'm hearing conflicting information. And I did receive consensus from the board, but it wasn't a motion on the recommendation to add the dual language badge on the website. So do I need to make a motion?
Let's be consistent. So
okay,
go ahead.
motion to add a dual language badge on all dual language school websites as soon as possible.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to...
Hold on. Public gets to make.
Okay, I thought I didn't...
I'm sorry, for the record, who seconded it? Was it Ms. Rupert?
Oh, yeah, it's not a motion.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sorry. I know I usually. Go ahead.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Audit Committee Chair. Madam Chair, I really appreciate what you're trying to do. I only wish that someone had seconded Mrs. Rupert's motion, just like someone seconded Dr. Holness's motion, so you could discuss it and you could vote yes or no. But color me shocked.
Dr.
So
Lynch
I'm in
Walsh.
support, because I'm not going to begrudge any advisory committee making a sound recommendation, but I guess we'll just have to pass this again, because you're not even going to
Please
basic.
stay on this motion, which is about the badges.
Okay, fine, let them have their badges. And we'll just keep fact-checking staff.
Thank you. Any board discussion on the motion? Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the opportunity to make the motion, and I just wanted to also mention that my understanding of what we're doing now, as opposed to what we've done before, is that we used to have the recommendations coming from the committee advisories, and then those would be brought back if a board member so choose. So I am expecting that in the future we may have 20 recommendations. So I don't know if we need to go through each of them. I think if a board member looks at it and want to make a motion on any of them to save time, then we do so. So if there's none of the recommendations, or there's a few of them that we want to consider, but going through each of them can actually be very time consuming.
So I hear what you're saying,
Right.
but based on the meeting we had with the committee, when nothing happens with a recommendation, there's no action. Being able to just run through them quickly, if you want to make a motion, great. If you don't, you don't have to, but at least they have real-time action on their recommendation. Otherwise, they leave it as open items and they don't know where it falls. So this is an effort to try to.
I understand. I am just suggesting that we choose to comment on any recommendation without ignoring them, and also provide motion if we so choose during the meeting, as opposed to what we used to do before, where we would just receive them and then come
Right,
back
that's why
later.
we're moving it to LL items. So they'll be in the open items for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So part of what Dr. Holness was saying is the item is to receive it. So the board in the past, you weren't just not doing anything, you were receiving it. And then the board member was, if they wanted to champion one of the motions, the thought was that they would bring it back in a board item, work with the committee, and then also provide backup in that board item, so that, like, for example, with this number one, and there could be more backup. Like, my question is, well, how much would it cost to do this for every single committee? So that would be, if that was brought by a board member, they would have all that information in there because they've worked with Mr. Sullivan to get that information. So that was the process behind it. And I'm fine if it being a double letter, but if we're going to go through, or a board member is now just going to vote, possibly you're not going to have all the information you need to properly vote on that item. So that was the thought process behind a board member taking on that item and championing that item. And I'll wait.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion?
Hold on one second. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I really think we need more information on a lot of these. Some of them are putting a badge on a website, in which case I understand our general counsel and parliamentarians' view that since that's ongoing, we may not have needed the motion. But for doing something that is going to dedicate money and time or staff effort to do it, I would strongly support waiting, bring it back as a BB if you want it. And it's great to receive these items. These are advisory boards. They give us advice. If we want to do something about it, we should. If we want to talk to people that are on the advisory board, we should. It isn't incumbent upon us other than to receive and listen to them, and to continue to do the work that we're doing to try and build a great school district. And so I think that just to keep good order and discipline on this body, if there's something as easy as adding a badge to a website, I suspect the superintendent will just come back and say, hey, we got that one, it's done already. It's wonderful. If it's bigger than that, if we can bring an item to the next meeting, that gives us the opportunity to talk to the folks that support these decisions and give us the background that we need to know how much it costs, what are the other unintended consequences we didn't think about in the moment. And we do that for every item, right? Every item's out between 1 and 2 weeks ahead of this meeting so that the public can give us comments, so that the staff can look into it, and that we can make very reasoned decisions about everything we have. And so that's why we had that, Ms. Alhadeff, in the past, and it's really, I think, a very good practice for a body like this.
Thank you. I will just say again, I'm moving it to the LL item so we can discuss it because it was felt before as a consent item. There's no discussion, or unless someone pulls it, there's no discussion. So I'm happy to reevaluate whether we make motions at the time or not, but I moved it to LL so it would allow us an easier way to have a discussion. And I was trying to hear what the committee said, which was when we don't address it, they feel there's no action and they leave it as an open item and it keeps coming back to us. I think at some point we either say, yes, we want to act on it, or no, we don't. And when you don't do it in a public setting and you don't do anything, they should know, but we have not been very clear on that. So that's kind of why I'd like to be able to have a discussion when the items come to us. We did ask them moving forward to include a one-page executive summary on it so that everyone would know why they're bringing it forward, and then if there was backup information to actually email that backup information to the school board members. So again, change is difficult, and I'm just trying to be conscientious of everybody's time and effort. So we'll continue to look at this as we move forward.
Madam Chair, I had a quick comment on it. And Madam Chair, I really appreciate the spirit that you're doing this, and I think you're listening to what the committee want and the public, and I think that's important. I think the concern that I'm hearing is that if we have an immediate motion on a recommendation, then we may not have substantive information to make a decision. So there's probably a different way around it, right? Because we get these recommendations in advance. So maybe board members who are choosing to have a motion on any of the recommendations put that forth prior to the meeting, and then that would result in a more robust discussion, and it can certainly be discussed concurrently with receiving the motion. So I would suggest that we have some kind of a system or process in place where if a board member chooses to provide a motion on a recommendation, that is presented before the meeting, or however it needs to be done so it can be discussed in the meeting. I'm not sure, Ms. Batista, how we can maneuver that process, but I think the problem is not having substantive information at the time of receiving the recommendations to make an informed vote on it. So how can we make both things happen while doing it at the same time?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is something that you may want to bring again to a workshop to have some discussion as to how this will be, what will be the protocol for it. Because you are hearing from the advisories, but you don't have the backup from staff to know whether whatever is being proposed is either a good idea or not.
And
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Policy 1020 is already on the agenda for the January 14th workshop, so we can include this if the board likes as well.
Okay, great. That will be in prior to our next January meeting. Okay, perfect. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, so I would like to make a motion on the second recommendation. I did try to bring this forward as a BB item. I'm not quite sure why I didn't make it onto the agenda. And I understand the superintendent is already doing this, but I think it is very important that this board vote on it to really make it known to the superintendent that this is something that the board wants. So I move to vote that the superintendent implements an electronic payroll system, eliminating all paper including adopting a workflow system and an improved process system.
Second.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Board discussion on the motion. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I love this, and I know that the group is working on it. I think for us to be value add, it may be useful to put a date on, like by the beginning of next academic year, which we believe to be August 11th, 2025. So I would offer that
I agree.
As an amendment, if you don't mind.
I accept.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holman.
Okay, this is in response to Dr. Zeman's comment. So I would like to hear from staff what would be considered a reasonable time to achieve this, because I think their direction would help us in determining a time.
Dr. Fulton.
So I'm going to have Ms. Johnson follow, and if anyone from our SIM team is here, also to add any additional information, because we are in the process, so you can actually share where we are with the timeline.
Through the chair and board members, I'm Romanier Johnson, Chief Financial Officer of the Broward County Public Schools. My comments about this process is going to be, we're in the process of working with our outside SAP team and our internal IT team to see the feasibility, because we know we got to do this, but we definitely need to know what the cost is going to be, because there's going to be a cost associated with automating the payroll system. But we are now documenting the process, the workflow, and we was going to bring it back at a workshop and also to the board as a communication form to show you how we're going to process map it and also the costs that are associated with it.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Okay, and Ms. Johnson, I appreciate the response, and I appreciate looking into doing it, but I believe the motion on the floor is actually directing the superintendent to do it, and the concern is what time frame does the staff need. If the maker of the motion, Ms. Alhadeff, so chooses to change the motion, but my understanding of the motion is to direct the superintendent to do this. It's not a question of doing it or not doing it. The question now in play is what is the time frame? That's my understanding of the motion.
Dr.
And if the district can give us an idea.
We're actually researching that right now. So
that's correct.
Dr. Fulton, do you know when, will you have an answer for us?
I'm going to have Dr. Wanza respond. She was able to get her
Okay.
answer.
So, good at whatever time it is, afternoon again. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Information Officer. The SIM team has a timeline of completion for the beginning of the academic school year for next year, so it is in line with the date that Dr. Zeman is proposing. So their goal is to have it complete for the start of our next academic year.
Thank you.
Good. So, Dr. Zeman, that is your amended motion, the beginning of the...
Yes, that's the one that I offered, and the speaker of the motion agreed to amend her motion.
Any other board member comment? Okay. All those in favor of item L, or those in favor of the motion of directing the superintendent to implement an electronic payroll by the beginning of the school year, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll vote on just L1 in general. All those in favor of receiving L1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Thank you. We are done with. Oh, well, I don't think it was as amended. Okay, L1 as amended. Sorry. Thank you. We have a very exciting presentation at this time. So our own Miss Batista has been awarded, is the recipient of the Edward Marco Outstanding Community Service and Professionalism Award. And I believe someone's here to give her presentation. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure. My name is John Palmerini. My day job is General Counsel of the Orange County School Board in Orlando. But I am here in my role as the President of the Florida School Board Attorneys Association. It's my absolute honor and privilege to be here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale today to present the Edward J. Marco Outstanding Community Service and Professionalism Award to my good, close personal friend, Marilyn Batista. Just wanted to say a few words about Mr. Marco for those of you who have been around. And for those of you in the public who didn't have the opportunity to meet him, it was your loss because Ed was the lawyer's lawyer in this state. He represented this board from 1967 when it was called the Board of Public Instruction, not the School Board of Broward County, until 2010. He had to deal with the first statewide teacher strike. He had to deal with the first special ed education case that was brought in this state. He served on our board for the Florida School Board Attorneys Association twice as its president and twice as its vice president. That's extremely impressive. He helped create the Education Law Committee. He helped create the Board Certification in Education Law. If there was anything in education law in this state, Ed Marco's hand was on it and instrumental in its passage. And so it is only fitting that we honor someone who worked just as closely with Ed as she has over the year, Marilyn Batista, with this award. The Edward J. Marco Outstanding Community Service and Professionalism Award goes to an attorney in recognition of her outstanding community service and professionalism in the practice of school law. Just wanted to talk to you a little bit about Marilyn. Marilyn co-drafted the petition and presented evidence to the Florida Bar to institute the new board certification area of education law. She served as the editor of the Florida Bar's first online legal newsletter. She was appointed the inaugural chair of the Education Law Certification Committee. We now have 45 education law certified attorneys in the state, and she helped draft the very first education law certification exam. I have you to blame for that. Now I know that. That's great. Thank you. But more personally, every weekend for 3 years, she volunteered her mornings to teach religious education classes to school-aged children at their church. She developed the next generation of legal professionals. For the past 15 years, she served as a mentor to over 70 law students participating in the Office of General Counsel's Law Clerk program. Also in our organization, when she was on our board, we unexpectedly lost both our vice president and our treasurer. The vice president, as we know that position in our organization, is the hazing position where you have to plan 4 meetings a year and you have to get all the speakers and secure the hotel room. And she served as vice president and treasurer. So not only was she organizing all of these conferences, we have 4 every year, she was paying the bills on top of it. I sort of did the same thing right after her, so I know her pain on that. But there is nobody that I think is more fitting to win an award named after Ed Marco than Marilyn Batista, and it's my absolute privilege to present it to her. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick recess again to take a picture. So thank you. Welcome back again. Okay, we're going to allow Ms. Batista to say a few words.
I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this award, especially one that bears the name of someone who has meant so much to me, not only as a mentor, but as a friend and a guiding force in my career. Standing here today, I'm reminded of the countless ways he shaped my understanding of what it is to be a lawyer, of professionalism, integrity, and service to the community. I stand here as a testament of what can be achieved when someone is nurtured by a mentor who, at every step, even when you are down, continues to believe in your potential. I know that many of us in the field of education benefited from Edward Marco's wisdom, common sense, and his stories. So many stories. What many people perhaps did not recognize was his commitment to fairness and his compassion for students and educators, his steadfast belief that by advising our boards and following the law, we can strengthen our schools and make a difference in the education of our students. It was under his guidance that I learned the true meaning of leadership, that it is not measured by personal recognition, but how we uplift those around us. To my colleagues, both educators and lawyers, I want to say that your friendship and support has made all the difference in my journey. We face challenging and complex issues every day, yet our collective commitment to doing what is right, what best serves the needs of those we represent, continues to inspire me. It is because of you that I am able to carry forward the values instilled in me by my mentor. I can't think of any recognition that would mean more to me. Thank you to everyone here for your daily dedication. May we continue to work together, guided by the legacy of those who came before us, to ensure that the principles of fairness, respect, and opportunity remain at the heart of everything we do. Thank you to the Florida School Board Attorneys Association for this very meaningful recognition.
And congratulations again on behalf of the board. I think it's easy to say we're all very proud of you, and we're very glad to be part of this recognition for you. So thank you. Okay, moving on. The next item up for discussion is H4. So can I have a motion and a second to bring H4 to the floor?
So moved.
It was moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public discussion on H4?
Yes, ma'am. Two speakers, Leanna Alfred and Les Alfred.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanna Alford. I'm currently a general clerk at Addox Middle School. My name has been submitted to the board in recommendation for a 3-day suspension, and I have received the information that was submitted by Cassandra Adderley and Fatima Williams. And upon reviewing the information, it has been a misleading and convoluted representation of my employment throughout the past 2 school years at Addox Middle School. I have made numerous attempts to transfer with the union and as well as Ms. Cassandra Adderley and Assistant Principal Fatima Williams, and all of which have been unsuccessful. Outside of that, I've applied for 41 different jobs within the district as an employee who's already established, and all of which were unsuccessful. Yet my renewal for Addox Middle School is still in process or continuing. Ms. Cassandra Adderley has weaponized the BCPD against me and my family and other district employees, preventing me from being able to just go onto campus. I have to walk from the street to go in and from work, and it's due to a police report that I have yet to receive. The false reporting and filing of this information is not only encouraged by staff and administration, but is supported by Cassandra Adderley herself, which continues to cultivate the toxic work environment. I have submitted a bullying complaint against Cassandra Adderley, to which the results were unfounded. And since then, there has been relentless targeting against me towards my ultimate termination. Is the board aware of the attendance and compliance at Attucks Middle School? Miss Adderley leaving her post at school to run errands, giving her district keys to non-district employees to allow entry to Attucks Middle School and other schools within the district. Who is on the board is aware of this? The truth is, this issue is not in regards to my attendance. This has been a targeted incident since I initially reported the bullying that is occurring at Attucks Middle School to undermine my employment with Broward County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a second speaker. Are they here?
Les Alford.
Thank you. I would like for the board to seriously look into what has happened at Attucks Middle School regarding the general clerk position. This is the second school year. Everything has been done on the employee's part to resolve this issue. No one seems to be listening, and yet the path that Mrs. Adderley has taken continues to broaden, and for the employee's file to be tainted with such negative and misleading information, that is not fair, that is not right. The hiring process is very expensive for any organization. So here it is, Mrs. Adderley, she has a competent staff member at the front desk, the only staff member at the front desk, and she is doing everything in her powers to derail and undermine having that staff there. So I would like for the board to seriously take a look at this. If the employee needs to be transferred or to resign, that's something that can be reviewed, but under the present position that Mrs. Adderley is taken, it is wrong, and I know the district would not support what she's doing if the board truly took a look at what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end of, okay. Excellent. Any board discussion on H4? I signed up, so I have a question. On H4, there was an employee who was recommended for a 7-day suspension, and then we received a memo that changed that to termination. So can you just kind of, and it didn't have any backup to explain why there was that change. So could you please explain to us, I'm not here to embarrass anybody, so we don't have to have details of names, but can you explain how it went from a 7-day suspension to termination, and explain what the progressive discipline was in this case? Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. Mr. Azarito, will you take that, please?
Yes, through the chair. David Azarito, Chief People Officer. I'm going to ask Mr. Matt Bradford to head up to the podium to discuss the progressive discipline timeline that he and his staff have conducted with this employee.
Good afternoon. Matthew Bradford, Executive Director of IT Services. Over the course of 6 months, despite multiple interventions and opportunities for correction, the employee in question has demonstrated a clear pattern of insubordination, unprofessional conduct, and refusal to adhere to directives. These actions have left the district with no alternative but to recommend termination. From a timeline perspective, when it comes to progressive discipline, on August 16th, 2024, the first due process meeting resulted in a written reprimand. The employee refused to attend scheduled weekly meetings, exhibited insubordination through multiple unsolicited and disparaging emails targeting her supervisors, and demonstrated unprofessional conduct. On September 16, 2024, a second due process meeting addressed gross insubordination for failing to follow directives. Corrective report issued on September 27, 2024, imposed a 5-day suspension. September 30th, 2024, an excessive absenteeism letter was sent after the employee was absent since September 19th. The employee was directed to return to work by October 4th, which she did. A third due process meeting was held October 7, 2024, to address persistent issues, including failure to meet remote work expectations and ongoing insubordination. Following a meeting, a corrective action report was recommended, a 7-day suspension. December 5th, 2024, a fourth due process meeting discussed a continued pattern of gross insubordination, attendance violations, and improper conduct. The employee had left work early without approval, failed to return to work as directed, and used profanity in the Microsoft Teams chat directed at her supervisor. In a total of 123 possible days of work since the employee's return from an administrative leave, the employee was out of the office 54 days, equating to a 44% absentee rating. Despite being placed on paid leave pending a board decision, the employee posted messages in a department's Teams chat December 9, 2024, indicating her presence at the workplace. Then the employee entered the workplace unauthorized, ignoring security protocols and engaging in disruptive behavior. School police escorted her out after she verbally refused to leave and relinquished district property, resulting in a verbal trespass warning. Afterwards, the employee further disrupted work environment by posting unsolicited messages and initiating an unauthorized Teams meeting. These actions were in violation of School Board Policy 5306, created an unsafe and uncomfortable atmosphere from a workplace, prompting the department to shift to remote work for the remainder of the week. In conclusion, the employee's repeated acts of insubordination, refusal to adhere to directives, unprofessional behavior, and the creation of a disruptive work environment represent a clear and ongoing failure to meet the district standards of conduct. Despite multiple corrective actions, the employee has demonstrated an unwillingness to comply with established expectations, leaving termination as a necessary course of action to uphold the integrity of our workplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more question, and then I'll let Mrs. Go ahead.
Can he just clarify who he's talking about?
Oh, it's the revision. It's the memo to revise. It's that employee. Didn't want to necessarily.
Can you just say the last name because it's confusing?
Johnson.
Johnson, thank you.
Yes. One more question to Mr. Azzarito. Was this employee suspended in November through board action?
To the chair, yes. So November 13th, the 5-day suspension was approved. She served the suspension the next week before Thanksgiving.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other board discussion on item H4? Okay, all those in favor, Dr. Holness.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just have a question regarding the prior speaker. At ADUX, there were some comments made regarding what she believed to be a targeted approach to disciplining her, and also that there seemed to be some issues mentioned at ADUX, and I just, this is not for me to get in deep with what's there. I just wanted to know when a public member bring up issues relevant to the schools or the school district, do we have as a board any right to direct any kind of investigation as to what's brought up pertaining to actions occurring at a school, or do we just hear what the employee is saying? Because some concerns were brought up regarding ADUX. Is there any do we have any action we could take in determining whether or not there is validity to those comments, or do we not have the right to proceed in that direction?
Ms. Batista?
So the item before you is for discipline, and the employee will have an opportunity, once you take the action today, to present all the evidence that she cited to you today in due process regarding this discipline. That's number one. So I just wanted to make that clear. Number two, as it relates to any operational issues which relate to a particular school, you know, I'm sure the staff is here, the superintendent's representative is here as well. They can all understand or hear what is happening, and they will take whatever action is appropriate.
Okay, so based on your response, Ms. Batista, with Dr. Fulton sitting in as the superintendent, then it would be up to the superintendent hearing concerns about any specific school to decide if him or her will take action. Is that how that works, or are you?
That would be correct.
Okay. All right, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item H4, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we have two items I think will be quick to go through. So the next item is A2. Can I have a motion in a second to bring A2 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No
on
public
A-
comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I just quick wanted to say a thank you to Mr. Ralph Canizaro. He's been working on this particular new course for a number of years. I'd like to say thank you to our staff for working with him to get this moving forward. It's an exciting opportunity for students, not just at Cypress Bay where he's been teaching this class, but once it becomes a state-recognized class, it will be available to students across the state. So we want to give a great shout out and thank you to both Mr. Canizaro and our district staff for taking this initiative and allowing people across the state to take the philosophy logic honors course. Any other board comment? Okay, great. All those in favor of A2 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? A2 carries unanimously. The last consent item that was pulled was C2. Can I have a motion in a second to bring C2 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any
No registered public comment, Madam Chair.
And we had Dr. Holness, but he said he doesn't need to speak on it anymore. So all those in favor of C2 say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Thank you.
Wait,
Motion.
hold on, Madam Chair. I
sorry.
think we need to take public comment.
Oh, he said no public comment. I asked. John said there was no public comment.
We're in
We're
C2,
C2.
Charlie 2.
C2.
Charlie 2.
Okay, yeah, no, we're on C2. Okay, so one more time. All those in favor of C2 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Board members, I am advised that the General Counsel would like to request an attorney-client session at this time. I am requesting all persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida in the following matter. Gilbane Building Company versus the School Board of Broward County, case number 24, Civil 62238, AHS. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members, Deborah Hickson, Chair; Sarah Leonardi, Vice Chair; Lori Alhadev; Maura McCarthy-Bullman; Dr. Jeff Holness; Nora Rupert; Rebecca Thompson; Dr. Alan Zeman; Thomas Cooney, Esquire, and Marilyn Batista, Esquire, and Oscar E. Soto, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, The attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, December 17th, 2024 at 12:45 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.0118 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And welcome back to the school board meeting. This will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all the open agenda items. Do any board members have any changes to the list of open agenda items that have already been pulled in advance for this discussion? Ms. Thompson?
Oh, sorry. I don't need to pull 001 anymore.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Mrs. Pham, we hear you.
Yeah, I think, didn't I have 001 and 002?
Yes, ma'am. We're not there yet.
Hold on, I'm looking right now.
Just pop it right
No,
there.
I have.
No,
wait.
okay, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay.
No,
Mrs.
I do. I have 001 is Brain Pop.
Yes, ma'am, we have you down.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for sending
thought you
it in
said you-
advance. Mrs. Rupert?
LL1, it's a time certain with Pompano Beach.
Yes, since it's time certain, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Oh,
I have a question.
okay.
So, Ms. Rupert, you just added LL1 to the agenda?
No, it's a time certain.
So it was already on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mrs. McCarthy Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. I have already had my questions answered about RR2.
RR2?
Yes.
Okay, so we can pull RR2 with all the other items. Oh,
Sorry, I need RR2.
okay, because you didn't, okay. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, we're good? All righty. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been indicated to be pulled for discussion. Well, before we do that, let's have staff read all the items that have been pulled so everyone's aware of what items are being pulled.
AA1, BB1, CC1, CC2, DD1, FF1, GG1, GG2, GG4, GG5, JJ2, JJ25, JJ26, 001, 002, 003, 004, I'm sorry, not 4, 005, 0011, 0013, double P1, double P2, RR1, RR2, RR3, RR4, and LL1.
Okay, so remember that RR4 and RR3 have already been passed. And RR2, no, yeah, Mrs. All, yeah, that's being pulled, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr. Holt.
GG4 and JJ26 you can remove for me.
Okay.
We already have those.
No, he's saying he doesn't need them anymore, so we can pass them with the big.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that was GG4 and?
JJ26.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so now, at this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been indicated to be pulled for discussion.
So moved.
Mrs. Thompson, moved by Mrs. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment on any of the items that were not pulled? No? Okay, great. All in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been indicated to be pulled for discussion, say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. All of those.
No.
Okay, it still passes with one dissenting vote, 7-1. Okay, now we're going to take the agenda items in order.
Chair, I think it might have been 8-1.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8-1. I was counting 8 originally. Sorry, thank you for keeping me in line. AA1, can I have a motion and a second to bring AA1 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Holness, Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public
No
comment?
register public comment, Madam Chair.
Did you say no? Okay. Board discussion, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So my question is, in regards to this, will this software be able to help us improve our marketing to the VPK families to try to get them to enroll in Broward County Public Schools kindergarten?
Dr. Fulton.
Going to ask Mrs. Bailey to come up and address that question, please.
Dr. Fulton and the board, I have Paul Gress with me, our curriculum supervisor for VPK, so he will help address those questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Gress, Supervisor VPK Programs. The answer to the question is yes. This software and the program allows us to communicate directly to all of the applying parents, and then all of the parents that end up being enrolled in our VPK programs, we can communicate directly with them, and we do.
Okay, wonderful. So to the superintendent, a lot of times we have different softwares and it's not fully implemented with fidelity. So I would ask that we implement this software to use to try to get our VPK families to enroll in kindergarten in Broward County Public Schools in an aggressive way. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just like you do for signing up for busing and other text messaging.
Received. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Yeah, I had a question through the chair. I just wanted to confirm that all VPK kindergartens are going to be receiving this, and it's going to be available district-wide. I think I saw district-wide, but I just want to make certain that certain areas are not omitted and cut out from the program. Can you please clarify?
Dr. Fulton.
This is a district-wide initiative. No one is excluded.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of AA1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? AA1 passes unanimously. Can I have a motion and a second to bring BB1 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on BB1?
There's no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Any public, or so board discussion? Since it's Mrs. Leonardi's item, we'll call on her first.
Thank you. I think the item's pretty straightforward. In the past, when we've asked for different opinions from the state on different issues, we were given, the response that if there's a pending issue, they can't give a response, and if a decision was made, they can't give a response to, justify our action. So, since there are no pending issues, I think it would be great to just have some clarity on this, and that's why I put this item forward.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
So I don't know if I missed it, but Florida Statute 1001.463, is it actually in the item?
It is.
Dr. Fulton.
Mrs. Sullivan?
Give me 1 second just to pull it up real quick. I believe it is. So the statute listed here, oh, no, that's the statute. Hold on, that's for the Attorney General. Yes, so it's in measurable outcomes and return and attain clarity regarding whether Section 1001.463 Florida statute applies to appointed superintendents.
Right, but what is the actual statute? That's what I'm looking for.
Do you want the actual language?
Yes.
Oh, I can
I
read
think it's really important when we quote statutes to actually put that statute in here so we know what in the backup, so we know, what it is. The more backup and information that we have that supports the item, I think helps. And I've noticed in this agenda, there's a lot of items with missing backup.
Chair.
Do you want me to read the statute?
If you will, and then Mrs. Leonardi can go.
It's really short.
It is.
Okay. It's a vacancy in the office of the district school superintendent. The office of the district superintendent in any district shall be vacant when the district's school superintendent removes his or her resident from the district.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
I was just going to read
okay.
the statute and, ask if there needs to be a motion to add the statute, but I thought that listing the number was sufficient.
Okay, well, we'll know moving forward that we would like to have all of it. Mrs. Alhadeff, were you done?
Can you just read it again, Mr. Sullivan?
Sure. Vacancy in office of district school superintendent. The office of district superintendent in any district shall be vacant when the district school superintendent removes his or her residents from the district.
Okay, so I just need some help with connecting the dots with what we're actually requesting from the Florida Attorney General's office. Ms. Batista, can you weigh in?
Ms. Batista.
I will try. So I think what is important to keep in mind is that this is somewhat of an awkward worded statute. So the statute states that a district school superintendent's office becomes vacant if the superintendent removes his or her residence from the district. The language of the statute presupposes that the superintendent initially resided within the district and then left, thus creating a vacancy. However, if a superintendent never lived in the district to begin with, the statute offers no guidance on the scenario. So the gap in the statute's wording could suggest that it may not be designed to address the superintendents who are appointed and do not reside within the district from the outset. And so that's the question that that the item is asking for an Attorney General opinion on. So it looks like the wording is more aligned with the rules governing elected officials who are commonly required to reside in their represented districts as part of the eligibility to run.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just concerned that, and Ms. Leonardi can speak to if I'm saying what she might be thinking. In the superintendent's contract, it speaks to that he is to move to Broward County, I believe within one year period of time, 1.5 years. So if the intent is to whether to hold the superintendent accountable for that part of his contract, or for this board to revise his contract to say that he does not need to move to Broward County Public Schools, I think that's a separate item. I just want to make sure that what we're asking for is going to lead us in the right direction, which I'm not sure it sounds like it will.
Mrs. Leonardi.
So the reason I brought this forward is not because of this superintendent, is because in the last 4 years we've been through 6 superintendents, and this issue has come up multiple times, and I'm just trying to be proactive so that this board and other boards throughout the state, if the Attorney General so chooses to respond with an opinion, has the information necessary, because there has been frequent debate, I remember back in 2021 when there were people applying to be interim superintendent, there was a question of whether or not this statute applied to appointed superintendents or only elected superintendents. This has been a question that has come up repeatedly. Since this is not a pending issue, we're not negotiating a contract with a superintendent right now. I thought this would be a good time to have some clarity on this issue once and for all.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. And I'm just curious about one other thing, which is the way this statute is written. It's not clear, I think, to the average reader whether or not someone who never lived in the district would be at risk of losing their job. It does not say, for example, that to be a superintendent in Florida, you must live in the district. It says there'll be a vacancy if a superintendent leaves. I don't think that you can leave if you've never been here. And I wonder if we want to ask 2 questions. One is, does this apply to appointed superintendents, which is, I think, very appropriate and a good question. Do we also want to ask whether or not someone who's never lived in our district might be at risk of losing their job because they don't? I mean, I'm worried about that, because at some point we may have to make a decision in the future about either this superintendent or future superintendents and where they live. And I would really hate to take risks on their behalf and on our behalf without having some clarity on that.
Do you want to make a motion to add that to the item?
I'd like to open it for discussion first and then come back if people find it interesting.
Okay, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, is there any information on districts in Florida besides Dade County, where the superintendent, elected or appointed, does not live in the district?
Ms. Batista?
I'm not aware of the other districts in the county. I think there may be a couple up north, in North Florida, where the superintendent also lives in an adjacent county, not in the county where they serve.
Okay, and I know Dade County, the current superintendent down there, does not live in Dade County. Ms. Batista, what is the, should there be action from the state or otherwise regarding a superintendent not, in fact, let me phrase it another way. Has there ever been any action taken against any superintendent in the state of Florida who did not live in his or her district?
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, there has never been any action by the state on an appointed superintendent who has lived outside the district.
Okay, and in terms of, I guess the item is to get the opinion of the Attorney General. Has there been any such item existing in the state of Florida where the opinion is sought from anyone, such as the Attorney General, for the superintendent not residing in the district?
I'm not aware of any other times where the Attorney General has been requested to opine on this issue.
Okay, so in terms of the Attorney General to which this item is seeking the opinion, can you give us your professional opinion on what do you think that result will yield based on the history of responses from the Attorney General to inquiries like these?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. All I can share is that the current Attorney General chooses very carefully which opinions she will provide an opinion on, or which questions she will provide an opinion on. For example, last year she only provided, I believe, 4. I don't know how many were submitted to the Office of the Attorney General. The prior year, I think there were 3. So there may be a likelihood that we will not receive an answer on this question. However, even if we were to receive an answer, I believe that, that the statutory language is ambiguous enough that you can make an argument that it does not apply to appointed superintendents versus elected superintendents, and that's what I will reflect in the opinion that I write, because that's the next step. If you approve this, then I have to write an opinion and send it to the Attorney General, and she would take that into consideration when she reviews the question or questions, whatever it is. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, let's say that the opinion is that there is a vacancy in the office of the district superintendent, then it would be up to this board to, right now the superintendent has a contract that says that he will be moving here. But assuming that that wasn't the case, then it would be up to the board to make any changes to that contract to make sure that we comply with the statute.
Okay,
but
and
it would not be, the state would not be removing or doesn't have the power to remove the superintendent that is appointed.
Okay, so based upon your professional opinion that should this pass, that you will give to the Attorney General, in the history of anything of this sort or any other type of inquiry, how heavily is your opinion weighed by the Attorney General? How relevant is your opinion to the Attorney General?
Well, it's pretty, I think it's pretty relevant. At the end of the day, it is an opinion from an attorney. It's not, law per se, but it's persuasive.
Okay, and if there is no response to this inquiry, because you mentioned that this particular Attorney General does not necessarily respond to a lot of the inquiries. So if there's no response and Board Member Leonardi would like to sort of get some sort of a opinion on this, what is the next recourse?
That would be the only recourse at
So
this
it would
point.
end right there?
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just weigh in, and then Mrs. Hollendeff can go again. I would love to do this. When I was negotiating one of the superintendent's contracts, it was actually a discussion that came up. And we wanted an opinion, but because we were in the middle, same thing with Dr. Hepburn, we were in the middle of negotiations and they didn't want to give an opinion and sway whether we were hiring that superintendent or not. So now that that's not the case and we're just asking the question for future information, it has come up every time, and I hope it's 20 years before we even have to worry about this. But I think it would be good to have an opinion ahead of time so we know moving forward that whether we, it's important to add into the contract or it's not as important. So I appreciate the item coming forward. Mrs. Alhadeff.
So I would just say that this is the issue with the superintendent residing in Broward County is going to be coming up rather quickly. I don't know the timing. Dr. Hepburn's been here, but I think 7 months maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
8 months, right. So this conversation is kind of going to be relevant rather quickly in regards to, allowing, if we allow Dr. Hepburn to continue living where he is living, or we, change that in his contract, or we decide to stick to what his contract says in regards to him having to move to Broward County. So I'm okay with, going for this opinion, whether we get it or not. Ms. Batista said she was going to be giving her opinion, and then we need to bring this, though Dr. Hepburn's part of his contract, in the next 5 months or whatever, sooner. I think it also would be respectful to Dr. Hepburn to probably bring it sooner than later, because if we are, set in stone that he has to move to Broward County, that gives him enough time to move his family and find a home here in Broward County.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman, did you want to add an amendment?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, though, for your deference.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, just for some clarification, what does it currently say in the superintendent's contract about living in Broward County in Broward County?
Ms. Batista?
I believe it says that he's to move within a year and a half of taking office.
Right. So to me, that's not an open question. It's in his contract that is the expectation, that the contract will hold him to that. So to me, that's not an open question. Thank you.
Anybody?
I'd like to speak as well.
Okay, Mrs. Pham, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'd like a question through the chair to General Counsel. Is there any Florida statute, that says a superintendent that is appointed by the board must reside in the county of where he will be working? And in the alternative, I want to know if there's a Florida statute that says if superintendent is elected, he is required to reside in the county where he has been elected.
Well, he or she. Ms. Batista.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Mrs. Pham, there are no other statutes than the one that is currently before the board here, 1001.463, that speaks as to the residence requirements of either appointed or elected superintendents.
Okay, thank you. It would be my professional opinion then, since there is no statute requiring residency in the county where you're employed, then we cannot force that through with Florida statute. And the only way we could proceed is through the contract. The contract says a year and a half. The contract has not been violated at any point in time. I don't really think we should pursue this because we already know the answer to the question. We just found that out despite our general counsel advising us what law are we relying on that he should reside here. There's none. But there is a contract provision that provides that. So I don't deem that we need to go further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item BB1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Yes, opposed.
Okay, so the motion passes 8-1. Thank you. We have a time certain for item LL1, So we're going to jump around a little bit, and can I have a motion and a second to bring LL1 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on item LL1, which is the limited license agreement for the city of Pompano Beach and Broward County Public Schools?
Madam Chair, we don't have registered speakers, but I'm not sure if we have anyone in the audience. I don't believe so.
Yes. Is there anyone
Yes.
from Pompano Beach? Would you like the opportunity to speak? Okay, come on up.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Laura Acher. I'm the City of Pompano Beach's Public Art Program Manager. I just want to say how excited the city is to work with the school and create a beautiful mural and also teach the students about public art and what artists do. We also have our selected artist who is selected by the Public Art Committee and has gone into a contract with the city as well to work with the students. The work he will do with them will actually create the final design. So we don't have the final design as of yet. That will be created with the students. It will then go before the Public Art Committee for the city and then also go before the principal at Blanche Eli. Here's the artist, Andrew Hayes, just to introduce himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Hayes, and I'm so thankful to be here. Really excited about being able to work with the kids at the school. Really excited about being able to push a message of inclusivity, excitement, and joy forward. If there are any questions about what I'm going to be doing outside of what's already been, I guess, fielded so far, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. We don't normally do a back.
Great. Didn't know how that worked.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Zillick. I'm the Assistant City Attorney with the City of Pompano Beach that worked with Mr. Cooney to prepare the limited license agreement. And I just want to say it was a pleasure working with him, and it was easy to prepare it, and I hope that everything is in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that it for public comment? Okay, Mrs. Rupert, you wanted to speak on the item? It's your turn. Well, while she's running up, I'll just say I'm very excited for this item. The public artwork, it just brings the building to life, and it's so nice for students to be able to see you working on it, to be able to have interactions with you, and hopefully you'll find time to mentor some of them. And we really appreciate the partnership. Mrs. Rupert.
And ditto to everything the chair just said, but it's a joy to see the involvement of the community, and especially our students. Thank you so much. We're very excited about this. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of item LL1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again so much for coming out today. The next item up is CC2.
So moved.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It
says 2:30.
You're right, correct. I'm sorry.
I know I messed up a lot today, but I'm trying my best to follow along. So, okay, item CC2, Superintendent Appraisal System. Can I have a motion and a second to bring it to the floor?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on CC2?
Yes, Jackie Lipscomb.
I think she left. Okay. Any other public comment on CC2? Okay. I have board discussion. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So my question is in regards to the safety component of his evaluation. I know we hadn't talked robustly in the workshop on this, and thank you for adding in about the part with the assessment from the Florida Office of Safe Schools. But I was just wondering, I don't see anything in regards to physical training.
Dr. Fulton.
So, Mrs. Parente, could you please address that?
Yes, Heather Parente, the Director of Employee Evaluations.
So in looking at the safety objectives, the second one, remembering what was discussed at the board workshop, there is a way to add that component, I believe, or information about live drills in that second safety objective. So we could adjust it to read by July 31st, 2025. The average percent of non-deficiencies identified by the Office of Safe Schools will be 95% or higher for all non-charter schools assessed, including completion of live drills. Where in the board workshop, Mr. Lozano had shared that during the live drills, they're all required at school sites. They come back, they have after-action discussions, and go forward and talk about any corrections that have to be made. Unless Mr. Lozano has anything to add about that.
Okay, perfect. So I move to add by July 31st, 2025, the average percent of non-deficiencies identified by the Florida Office of Safe Schools will be 95% or higher for all non-charter schools assessed, including completion of live drills.
Second.
Sorry. It's been moved and seconded to add the statement about, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I'm just adding to what's already there on page 13, including completion of live drills.
Okay, so including completion of live drills. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay, motion passes. Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay. Next is Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know Dr. Hepburn is not here. Dr. Fulton is here. And I just we did make some changes. And I just wanted to find out if you have any input from the superintendent as to any concerns with this, with the current language of the appraisal system.
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, the superintendent will accept this change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Okay. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I got several phone calls and emails on page 9, and I think it's worth a little bit of discussion. We've set a standard on page 9 that says we'll maintain the district's A rating or improve the average scores on the 12 factors for the state grade by 3 percentage points. I understand why we did that last year. We were a B-rated district, and it was really critical to get the superintendent's incentives and rewards lined up to what the district really wanted to do, which was our number one strategic goal, I think, to become an A district. Now that we are an A district, what I've been asked is, does this still make sense? Because if we stayed exactly at the same level of performance we're at now, and the state maintains the standards for being an A district, the superintendent is going to be rated as highly effective, and we've gone nowhere. And so I'm just going to open that up to the board and say, is that really what we want to define as highly effective? That doesn't pass my standards for highly effective. If we come back with those 12 subscores and we're a 64% again at the end of this year, I'm not sure that I can stand in front of voters and say, wow, that's highly effective superintendent. So either we can say and a 3% and an A district so that it's not one or the other, it's both. We might want to come up with a number besides 3% because it's a lot harder once you're moving up the scale to continue to get significant improvements. But I don't think that it makes sense. I agree with the folks that have talked to me that it doesn't make sense to make that highly effective if you've already achieved that standard.
Dr. Fulton.
Certainly don't want to speak from a boss, but I'm not sure if Richie's here, but it's something to consider with the 64%. I know sometimes it's a moving target with the state. So that's something to keep in mind as well too, because it was set at 64 because it moved up from 62. And so sometimes that target is also moving, so that's something to consider. But I would also see if Mrs. Parente has anything else to add, and if not, Mr. Sullivan, the thoughts of Dr. Hepburn.
I don't know if Ms. Parente wants to go, but if it's anything outside of what just passed, we're probably going to have to table this, and we're going to have the superintendent part of the discussion, because the only thing he was comfortable agreeing to was what just passed before. So anything outside of that, my recommendation to the board is to table this to the January board meeting if there's going to be changes.
The contract currently states this has to be done by 12/17, so we'd have to pass that again to move in his contract to approve his evaluation in January 22nd, do that, and then also bring this back. So a couple of moving parts here.
Dr. Holman.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we've seen this before. We've made many changes, and we can always continue to suggest changes. The superintendent is not here, and we have a time constraint. I asked the question before on the prior suggestion of change. Would he be comfortable with that? Mr. Sullivan gave us input. But my concern is if we continue to move the bar higher and higher, then it would not be fair to him, because we've had discussion and he's not here to weigh in on what he would see as the challenges to achieve those goals. So I'm just a bit concerned in moving forward with multiple changes to this, because this is not the first time we're seeing it. We've actually discussed it in great details before. So I'm not sure why we have what appears to be added possibly significant changes that would not give him the opportunity, and he did mention he was going to be absent today, to weigh in on it. So I'm also concerned if we vote on any of the changes, we're not getting his input on how doable it is and the challenges that it would create. And maybe there are added information that we don't know, and we have time constraint, as Mr. Azarito mentioned. So I would like to, and I'm appreciative that he accept the current change that we just made, but I would like for us to move forward as is. And I'm hoping the board will do that, because we can always continue to move the bar. But at this point, I think we need to move ahead.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Were you going to make a motion to, I mean, you were
I
just
am not.
discussing it, so.
I will just put this in the same box as the scores on inclusion. You know, we decided to maintain the inclusion definition that we had and ask the staff to come back and think about some ways in which we can measure inclusion even better next year. I'd like to put that in the same box, just as my own comment of I don't want to continue to have a highly effective rating for someone if the standard of, if the performance of the school district stays the same. So I can work on that next year separately. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to say thank you for including Unified Special Olympics, as it is a discussion of inclusion. And to Dr. Zeman's point, I would say, you know, we were a district for 1 year. I think maintaining it a second year is a big deal, and then looking to see how I'd still say superintendent is highly effective if we maintain the A after not having it for so many years. So I hear what you're saying, and I think, you know, we can look at how we improve that moving on. So thank you. Okay, all those in favor of item CC2, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next item is DD1. Can I have a motion and a second for DD1?
So move.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on DD1?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, thank you. So I was looking into the audit that was done, and some concerns came up as in regards to things that were missing. So for give example, on page 12, there was missing polycams. I'm like, we just purchased polycams during COVID for the school district. I don't remember if that was 2.5 million, but it was a lot of money, and now they're already missing. The one thing that I wanted to kind of ask how this came about, a vehicle utility off-road, is that a car? Is that a, what kind of vehicle is it? And how does that go missing on a school?
Dr. Fulton.
Going to Mr. Rhodes.
I just wanted to ask if you could give me a page reference because
That was page 20.
Okay, let me look at that.
And then my other comment was, in the item, it would say like Polycam, and then it will give an amount of money that it was valued at, like, let's say $1,000, and then in the next column, everything was zero. I have difficulty with everything not being of value. How is it zero? It has some value. It's not going to be as obviously as when you purchase it from day one, but there is a value to these items.
That's correct. And what we've been doing is we've been giving the unit cost at the time it was purchased, and then we've been giving the depreciated value of the item as it sits on the books in our system right now. And at a recent audit committee meeting, some audit committee members asked for us to include a column that would now give what the current replacement value would be. And so we're in the process of updating that spreadsheet to provide that information for the reader in the future.
That's not what that's great, but that's not what I'm talking about. So let's say these glasses, right? Someone steals them. I purchased them for $50, but then in the column, there's a zero, it's saying $0.
That's generally going to be tied to whether or not it's fully depreciated or if it's beyond its useful life.
I guess that's the part I'm struggling with. Like, there's still a value. It might be $1, but there's still some value to these sunglasses. I mean, to these glasses.
And with all due respect, that goes back to the comment I made before about the additional column that's going to be added, so we would be able to see what is the actual replacement value, because if something is out of warranty or something is past its useful life, that doesn't mean that its working functional piece is not still have some value within the district.
Okay, I guess I just don't agree. I just think something still has a value, regardless if it passed its useful life. Like, if it's still working to some level, even if it's $1, there's some value to that vehicle, Polycam. And that's the part I'm not getting, why that's not being calculated.
Dr. Fulton.
Defer that to Mr. Rhodes.
There's just a depreciated value that we have to look at and report on. We aren't the ones who are making the decisions on whether or not something still has value. We're identifying and reporting on it in accordance with our standards. So there are accounting standards and there are auditing standards for reporting these things. When something is depreciated to zero, we report that. We've gotten feedback that there's more information that's wanted for the readers to be able to look at that and have an understanding of what the true financial impact would be. We're going to go that direction. But when you see zeros, the zeros just mean that currently there's no book value left on that particular asset.
Okay, just to give the board some examples, like on page 12, the Protheum whiteboard, it's a $0 value. 3D printer, it was originally a $4,000 unit cost, now it's $0. So I'm struggling with that, but.
So if you look in the first column where it identifies the inventory number, the first two digits identifies the year in which that asset was purchased, and that asset purchase date begins the useful life process of this, which begins the depreciation process of that asset as well. So I don't have a better answer for you than that, because that is the way that the accounting for these assets work. and what the value is in the SAP system is what we report so that we can be as accurate as possible. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the idea is that we too agree that there is a value associated with what it would cost to replace an item, and we're going to going forward, we're going to prepare and include that information in these spreadsheets so that both the district and the people who can look at these items that are managing these items and accounting for these items can understand the impact. And to that point, we also have a risk level of low, medium, and high risk, and that just depends on how many items are gone, even more so than the value of them, because the internal controls to make sure that you're accounting for those assets is every bit as important as the value of the asset.
Okay, and what happened to the off-road vehicle?
I'll have to follow up with you on that because my manager got called out today and he left at about 12:30, and I don't know exactly what that is, but if you give me a second, I might be able to look into the responses for, and you said that one's on page 20, correct?
Correct.
All right, let me look and see if I can find a response for that.
I have another question. Since there's no value to any of these things, where do they go? Do they go to the garbage?
Dr. Folt.
I know they're surplus, depending on the usefulness of the item, but I would definitely defer it to the auditor because the process is in their department.
So there's a couple of different processes that work in that situation. If an item is stolen, we would verify that there was a police report that identified how that item is no longer accounted for or can be accounted for. The other item is that there may be a work order on an item that identifies that it was sent for a technician to look at it and identify if it can be fixed. In many cases, we have laptops that are considered beyond economical repair because there was some kind of liquid damage to them. When that happens, the item gets removed from the inventory of the respective location because there's nothing that they can do to save that item. So whether it's lost, stolen, or it's damaged in some way, there is a documentation trail that helps us to determine whether or not this is something that is a result of poor management and oversight, or if it was just unfortunate circumstances that caused its demise.
So are any of them reused?
Are what?
Are any of the items reused in this audit?
If they have a zero value and they've been unaccounted for, that means that not only does the book say that they're not worth anything, it also says that whoever was responsible for managing and accounting for that item no longer has an understanding or knowledge of where that item is.
And what if they were accounted for?
If they're accounted for, they just show up in the accounted for, or they're not identified as a finding.
Did you get the answer for the vehicle? Aren't you waiting for an answer?
I'm looking for that right now.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Ms. Andrea. She did get some information as well, too, regarding the golf cart.
Thank you. Through the chair, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director Operations, substituting for Ms. Wanda Paul. That is a golf cart that is over 32 years old, and I think they could not trace back the history of that 32-year-old golf cart. That is why it's on the exception list.
Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff, any more questions?
I think it speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right. All those in favor of item DD1, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
DD1 passes unanimously. We're going to jump back to CC1 because we have a time certain. So can I have a motion and a second on item CC1?
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Is there any public comment on CC1, which is the proposed 2025-26 school personnel calendar?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have four registered speakers. First one up is Jackie Lupscomb, and next one is Raj Verma.
Okay, so
Jackie had to
not-
leave, just so you know.
Is Raj here? And as he's making his way up, the next one I'm going to say a last name, Rukumar.
No, you're still at first. She's just gonna go to the other. Oh, the other one? Yeah. So that you're both speaking. The first name goes first.
First is Rosh.
Rosh. And then the next speaker will go over to the other microphone, so you're ready when he's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on.
Thank you. Honorable board members and staff, good afternoon and namaste. My name is Raj Verma and I am a resident of Devi. Today is the day that not only the Hindus, but also people of other faiths like Jains, Sikhs, and Buddhists of Broward County have been looking forward for a very long time. In anticipation of the yes vote, with the same spirit as in the workshop, the communities would like to express their eternal gratitude for this kind action. It has been my long-held belief that the joy of being in public service is to make a positive difference in the lives we serve and leave a rich legacy behind. As you approve today the proposed calendar with October 2025 as a day off, you would essentially be doing that. Your action today would be a testimony of promoting diversity, multiculturalism, fairness, and inclusivity, making you a leader for the other school boards to follow your example. The biggest advantage would be for the students to learn and understand each other at an early age, thus weaving them into the secular fabric of the great mosaic called the United States. Again, and on behalf of friends and families of all faiths who celebrate the festival of Diwali in a truly inclusive manner, thank you so much for your kind consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Namaste and good morning. My name is Farida Rajkumar. I am a proud parent of two beautiful Broward County Public Schools students and a Hindu community advocate. I may repeat a little bit of what Raj has said because I think we all feel the same today. I am joined by the Hindu community, leaders of this community in all aspects, who are really, really anticipating you voting today in a positive way. So today serves as a positive reminder for any group and any community that has ever felt marginalized, unseen, or unheard, that you can really make a difference. Today's decision on your part is about all children learning and celebrating and accepting Diwali. Today is historic for us. This sacred day for millions of Hindus, Jains, and Sikhs is now acknowledged by this board and by Broward County Public School. This brave board that I have the highest respect for has really set a tone for all communities and confirms the fact that this board cares about the students in the classroom. You are going to do what is going to be fair and equitable today, while choosing to embrace culture and fostering inclusivity. This will help build understanding and acceptance at an early age for all of our students, which in long term creates a better society for all of us. I would like to thank all of you for the work you've put into this, with a special emphasis to Dr. Jeff Holness, Ms. Brenda Hickson, and Brenda Pham for being a part of our community, for coming and meeting with us, for shaking hands, for meeting the students, and learning about our great culture, and learning about our tradition, and understanding why it's so important for the 35,000 students in the classrooms to know about this day. You've actively been involved in backpack giveaways by our great leader in the community. Every year he does it. You've been involved in toy drives, and you've seen that this community cares about our students, and we will continue to do those things to show that we really are a part of the fabric of the greater Broward community. I definitely want to thank Eric Chisholm, who jumped through hoops with the calendar community to make this happen. Eric, you are so very, very appreciated by this community, working really, really hard to make this possible, and making sure that we don't exclude or make anyone feel like we're putting anybody out of place to make this happen. And how did we get here? For those of you who are watching today, young students, other leaders, potential future leaders. How did we get here? I really wanted to just share this really short. How did we really get here? It's board members like you that come out into our community and say, support us, connect with us, understand us. And I think 3 years ago, there are people sitting here who chose to become an active part of this community by supporting our board members, by coming out to meetings, and most importantly, choosing to serve on committees like DEI, learn what the process is.
Thank you so much. That's the end of your public speaking time. Thank you very, very much.
Our last speaker is Deirdre Ruth.
Deirdre Ruth, Hollywood, Florida. I'm hoping that you are voting to include October 20th as Diwali and actually recognizing it as Diwali. In this district, we already recognize Muslim holidays, Jewish holidays, and even some Christian holidays, kind of, but not really. But either way, the Hindu community is represented in this district, and they have a right to exercise their right to faith just as much as every other faith in this district. So I support the Hindu community and Diwali being placed in our schools, and I believe that we should have October 20th off for them. It is time that if we're going to recognize one, we recognize all. We are here for all students. We should be here for our whole community, not just one part of the community. So I hope that you will vote yes on this and that you will give October 20th to the Hindu community so that they can celebrate in the way that they choose to, because that is their First Amendment right and their constitutional right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public speakers? Okay, we'll move on to board discussion, and I'm going to go the other way. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. And also, thank you, Mr. Chisholm, for all of the efforts. I know this has been quite time-consuming to accomplish, and the survey results certainly reflect that option 1 is actually the most favored option by the different groups, including the district staff, parents, students, teachers, school-based staff. So I am ready and prepared to vote yes on option 1 and to move ahead with this item.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, I'd like to start with recognizing Eric Chisholm. I want to thank you. We asked that he really look at the calendar, which is a difficult job, to look at days and shifting them around, because you have to really consider all the options that would be preferred by staff, students, parents, the community. And it's a very broad range that you're trying to make happy. And Eric, you did it. And we're so glad that you did. Secondly, I'd like to recognize Farida Rajkumar. She's been a driving force in order to work this. She's been working on it with me for more than, or close to coming up on 2 years. We were working on this last year as well. And this is a very important holiday to the Hindus. It's equivalent to their New Year's Eve and actually to, I believe, like Christmas for them. And it's a festival of lights, which involves students of all ages staying up late to watch fireworks. And in order to join the celebration, they are out later and they're tired for the next day, and it's difficult for them to get to school the next day because they are tired, and it's difficult for them to maintain their perfect school attendance record. So I'd like to thank Farida Rajkumar again for her staunch advocacy in order to bring this forward. My message to the board is that when I spoke years ago about them adopting a Muslim holiday, I made it very perfectly clear. If we open this door, we had to open this for everyone. And this is a prime example of it happening. We have more than 35,000 Hindu students attending our public schools. And we need to make them feel that we are inclusive and that that they care. I mean, we care. that they are valued. So I think it's very important that we send that message and not just prefer certain religions over others. I think it has to be equitable, and that's exactly what this motion is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for giving the board the survey results. I please ask that it be put into the agenda so the public can also see the survey results. I know staff worked really hard on getting these surveys out there, and 47.57% went with option one. And then the grand total was 47.88% with option number one. So be proud of your survey result work, put it in the agenda, and I will be supporting option number one. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just a quick, not really question, but suggestion. We heard it earlier from the ESE advisor when she was speaking. When someone looks at the calendar, they are not sometimes aware of when we have half days when it is exam time. So if we could include that in a visual picture, or maybe put a footnote at the bottom so parents are aware that that week they'll have a half day so that they can plan accordingly. I know that schools give that information, but I don't think there's a reason why we couldn't add it. If it's too hard to do it in the calendar, even if you just put it as a footnote, this is exam time or something, so that they just have a heads up about it as we move forward, just to be a little more user friendly on that. Okay, anybody else? All right, all those in favor of item CC1, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Next item up is FF1. Can I have a motion and a second to bring FF1 to the...
Moved.
Second. It's moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comments on FF1?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Board member, I just pulled this. I wanted to say thank you so much to the grants department. When we total up all of the grants for just this month, it comes to $4,444,639.94. And that is, something that's additional for our students. And I really want to thank the partners that work with the school district to provide some of these grants. Some of them are local, some of them are larger, and I just wanted to give a kudos to our grants department for that. All those in favor of item FF1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item up is item GG1. Can I have a motion and a second for item GG1?
Second.
Been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Are there any public comments on item GG1?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mrs. Pham?
Yes, the only question I had is just for clarification in the record. Could you please read in the section on the referendum that allows us to make payment for settlements, or the referendum monies for settlement agreements, or for accounts, overdue accrued accounts, or litigation settlements? I just need that in the record because I have constituents that say they don't remember agreeing to that. So if you would do that, thank you.
Ms. Batista?
I'm not, I don't understand the question, what it is that Mrs. Pham wishes me to read.
Mrs. Pham, can you clarify, please?
Certainly. When the referendum was advertised and it was voted upon, there was language in there clarifying what the funds would be used for. And what I'm looking for is the provision that provides that referendum money can be used for settlement agreements, for overdue debts, for interest on overdue debts, for cases that are litigated, or claims that would be potentially litigated. My constituents would like to know, because they don't remember to agree to anything like that, where that language is that gives the school district the authority to use these referendum monies towards that. Thank you.
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand, thank you for that clarification, Mrs. Pham. The 2018 referendum funds, that's what we have before us on GG1. As you may recall, there was litigation regarding this item, and then the board entered into mediation and a settlement with all the 87 schools, and this is part of that settlement agreement. So this is not the most recent referendum, and the funds that are being paid out here are referendum funds from the 2018 referendum. The interest is coming out of the general fund. It is not coming out of referendum funds.
Through the chair, if I may clarify,
Go ahead.
I'm not looking for, I'm looking for where, okay, you're saying this was from 2018, where in that referendum or any other referendum does it say that funds that are from taxpayers may be used for this? Is there any language that you can quote to?
Ms. Batista?
No, the language would have to be that we relied upon regarding the settlement was the number one, the case law from the 4th DCA, which stated that those funds were supposed to be shared proportionally with charter schools. And secondly, from the mandate from the Department of Education, which ordered the district to come into compliance with that decision.
Okay, again, point of clarification through the chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, the 2018 then, if I understand you correctly, had nothing in any type of language that would put taxpayers on notice that these funds could be used for court settlements. And you're saying any referendum since 2018 didn't have any kind of language giving us authority to use taxpayer funds to resolve court litigation. Oh, I'm sorry, my dog's barking. But am I correct?
Ms. Batista?
That is correct, and also that that language from that referendum did not have any language where the district was supposed to share funds with charter schools. But that was what was ordered by the Department of Education and the 4th DCA.
And point of clarification again through the chair, please.
Go ahead.
That to General Counsel. So the 4th DCA and/or the Department of Education ordered you to take these funds from the referendum, the subsequent referendum funds. That's what you're saying, because I don't remember seeing that they ordered where the source of the funding for to repay this debt should be coming from. Where can I find that in writing?
Ms. Batista?
Okay, so I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to the 2018 referendum funds. There is no specific language regarding what funds are available to be used for that for those settlements.
So,
that was an operational decision by the district.
A point of clarification for a misunderstanding.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. Ms. Batista, I'm not asking that question. What I'm asking, you said the 2018 referendum, we didn't pay on it. We defaulted essentially. So we're using funds from a subsequent referendum. And my question is, you said there's no language in the 2018 that we could even use that towards settlement funds. And is there language in the subsequent referendum or any other place, including from the 4th DCA or the Department of Education, that instructs us to take monies for settlements from referendum monies? Where are we getting the authority to do that? Where is it in writing that we must do that, or that we're allowed to do that because we advertised that we wanted the funds to go for that? Thank you.
Ms. Batista?
So the Office of the General Counsel is not part of the decision making as to where the funds will be coming from. We negotiated the settlement based upon what the case law and the mandate from the Department of Education was asking the district to do. The decision as to where the funding comes from specifically, that is an operational decision.
And one clarification in closing, please, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So we have no statutory language indicating that the settlement funds should come from a referendum, and we never advertised that these funds could come from any kind of settlement funds could come from a taxpayer referendum, did we?
Ms. Batista.
My understanding is that the fact that the settlement funds, to call them settlement funds, they're still referendum funds, that they're coming from a subsequent referendum. It was a matter that was researched, and I understand that the law also would support that for the operational decision that was made.
Thank you. And in my conclusion question, please give me the law that supports that. You said there's a law that supports that coming from a referendum. What statute are you relying on?
Ms. Batista.
I don't have it as we sit here today, but I can share the information that was presented to the district related to that matter. I can forward that to you and to the rest of the board.
I would rather, if we can open it in a statement, next time I want it on the record for my constituents, because they're asking me and I don't have the answers to these questions. So I want to make sure that they have the statute so they can go and research it and look it up themselves, because they're wondering whether or not we have the authority to do this. So I ask that we do that at the opening of the next board meeting. Can I make a motion that we put that on, Madam Chair?
Ms. Batista, a point of order, is that something that we can do as a motion?
I think that can be handled as a follow-up, and it can be something that is shared with the board and then also shared with the public.
Okay, so we've given, Ms. Batista understands what the ask is, so there's no need for a motion.
Okay. So would you mind adding that to when we talk about things at the front of the board meeting, so we can just give that follow-up to the public, Madam Chair?
I think the answer was we would, unless something comes up to this on the next board item, it would have been already disposed of, but it will come to us as a follow-up, and that will make it available to the public through that way. Mrs. Alhada.
Ms. Batista, would Ms. Pham be able to bring her question or discussion point as a BB item at the next school board meeting?
So the BB items are usually for action. I think she would be able to bring it after the board meeting when the chair opens the floor for all board members to discuss any other items.
Okay, so Mrs. Pham, in the January meeting, at the end of the board meeting, you can ask for Ms. Batista to follow up on that so that you can get it on the record at the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. If there's any other way that we can get it heard during the actual course of the meeting, I'd like to do that. So I'm going to look into that as well. But thank you so much for your patience. You've been very patient today with me.
Thank you. Anybody else on GG1? All those in favor of GG1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 7-1. Next item is GG2. Is there any public comment on GG2?
No registered public comment, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Pham?
So moved? Did we move it?
I'm sorry.
So moved.
Can I have a motion and a second on GG2?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Thompson. Sorry about that. No public comment. Board member discussion, Mrs. Pham.
If you couldn't, I'm trying to pull it up. I'm hoping my iPad didn't just die. But can you just read the item to me?
It
I
is
have here.
on the settlement agreement for Championship Academy.
Yeah, it's the same really issue. I want to make sure we have the authority to do it. So I don't want to reiterate and take time away from the board. So just please put me down as ditto for my comments and questions and answers from GG1.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Batista?
Yes, so this
Thank
is,
you.
thank you, Madam Chair. So this is actually a different item, different issue. This is not a settlement of the referendum monies. This is a lawsuit that was filed for breach of contract against the district by a charter school, and that's the settlement of that action.
Mrs. Pham, do you have anything else?
No, ma'am. I'm looking at it right now. I just pulled it all up again. So, but if it's a settlement agreement, again, well, point of clarification, is the settlement agreement funds coming from the referendum money?
Ms. Batista?
Again, you know, the general counsel's office would not know where the funds are coming from. The financial impact states that, yes, that the fund, they would be funded from referendum, unused referendum funds as it relates to this particular school.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item GG2, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, motion carries 7-1. The next item is GG5, but Dr. Zeman pulled that, so I'm going to come back to that. He had to step out for something, so we'll come back to that one. Next item is JJ2. Can I have a motion and a second on item JJ2? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there any public comment on JJ2?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Dr. Z. We're only missing Dr. Zeman. Oh, I didn't see Mrs. Rupert. I'm sorry. It was, what was it? No, there's 6-1. The last item passed 6-1. Sorry about that. I didn't notice Ms. Rupert had gotten up. So JJ2, I pulled, there are a number of things, and I know that the staff answered some of my questions, but I have a concern. Rickers is already behind, and it's a new project, so that is concerning. But as I like to do in all of the meetings, the change orders altogether just on consultant error and omission. So for consultant error, just this month, we had $447,230.21, and consultant errors $288,470.14 for a total of $735,735. That's not all the change orders, just consultant error and consultant omission. We are going the wrong direction. We were doing much better. When I first started this, we were over $1 million every month. There's 12 months in a year, so you can calculate that. We were down to much less, but mainly because of Rickards on this particular item. So it's just concerning to me that we still have to deal with the issues of errors and omissions from consultants, and I still worry about how we will recoup some of that money. Anybody else on JJ2? Okay, all those in favor of JJ2 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item, that's also Mr. The next item we'll go to is item 001. Can I have a motion and a second for item 001? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on 001?
One speaker is registered, Deirdre Ruth.
Thank you.
001.
It doesn't matter which one you go to.
I was registered for 001.
We'll add you to the list.
I respectfully come here today to address issues with Brain Pop. As before, I discovered in other IT applications for our children, there has been inappropriate content. So I'm asking the board to make sure that we have the proper IT security walls to make sure that we're coinciding with the state laws. I noticed in Discovery Ed, we had definitions like masochism and sadism that came up, which thankfully Dr. Howard Hepburn addressed. I want to be sure that these same things do not occur when it comes to Brain Pop. One of the things that Brain Pop encourages is actually not teaching proper English. We're going to address he, she, and then make it they a singular. So this is what Brain Pop teaches.
Like meet Moby and Orbot. They are my best friends. Actually, yeah, they can be used as a singular pronoun too. Like if you said, I'm going to see my friend, I could ask, where do they live? Since I don't know your friend's gender identity. And some individuals prefer they as a pronoun. Like meet Orbot. They are my best friend.
That is one of the things that pop up in Brain Pop. One of the other things that I'm going to mention is that critical race theory is also taught in Brain Pop. It disparages the men and women that are part of the blue. It disparages police by saying all police are prejudiced against black people and that they're under the attack of the black people. I think what also is really sad that Broward District wants to make all students equal, and that's your job to do that, to make all children feel equal, to make all children feel like they can do whatever they want in life, that none of those things, religion, color, or social economic status holds them back. When you put programs like this into our school, what you're doing is you're dividing our children. What you're doing is promoting improper English. What you're doing is promoting a gender identity that doesn't exist. There is male and female biologically. Anything else does not belong in our schools. The state agrees with that. And I think soon, when January 20th comes, there's going to be some changes in that in the department, the Maine Department of Education also. I am tired of woke left ideology in our classrooms. It's enough. Our children should all be equal, should all have the same opportunities. District 5 should have the same opportunities as District 1, 6, or 7. And we've had it as parents. This is why you have a drain in your schools.
Thank you very much. Next public speaker.
No more registered speakers. I'm sorry, Trudy Jurmanovich, sorry.
Great. My name is Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich, and looking at the supplemental materials purchase of Brain Pop Science for the middle grades, I was encouraged that the survey taken by teachers showed that they were excited about having this program available for their students. Brain Pop programs have been used successfully by teachers at both the elementary and middle school levels for years. Unfortunately, at the end of the last school year, the ability of schools to purchase Brain Pop program was canceled without first asking teachers if they were using these programs successfully with their students. The way to use technology has been taken out of the hands of teachers, and this highlights a systemic problem in Broward schools. The elimination of the Brain Pop purchase is another example of the district micromanaging what happens in the classroom and will inevitably cause more teachers to leave the profession. The loss of autonomy in deciding how to properly teach standards to their individual students is now being dictated by upper-level administrators in the district. Teachers are creative by nature and wish to utilize their own strengths when teaching their students. When this autonomy is removed, teachers are not as effective and become less willing to remain in teaching. When told that they must teach in a certain way and within a certain time frame, they lose this autonomy. I support the purchase of Brain Pop Science for middle school and suggest that you should also consider purchasing the general Brain Pop programs for both elementary and middle schools. I believe these programs should be made available by the district at no cost to the school's budget. Schools with lower numbers have difficulty making these purchases, and so this leads to inequality of resources. I believe if the district were going to absorb the cost that a survey would show, many teachers would choose this program. I also believe you should find a typing program for both elementary and middle school students. It's an invaluable skill which should be taught, as it was for years in this district. Take away some test prep and find time for typing.
Turned it off. Thank you. Any others, public speakers?
That concludes public speakers.
Okay, on to, okay, yeah, but Mrs. Pham. So Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also did my own research on Brain Pop, and other counties and districts in the state of Florida have not accepted Brain Pop because they find that it would be inappropriate for their students. In addition, it may or may not comply with Florida law. I know one particular county had Brain Pop put in guardrails because all age students could access information that they shouldn't be exposed to it at such a young age. So at least they were working on doing that. I do not recommend taking or accepting Brain Pop. One, because I fear that it may promote white woke ideology or indoctrination. Some of the things I just heard about students saying, well, gender, and that didn't sound like a high school level, can be a they. And we know that that is not permitted by the Anti-Woke Act, Florida Anti-Woke Act. In addition, I'd like to address, yes, we are losing a lot of teachers. We're losing a lot of teachers because they don't want to teach a lot of this stuff. And I can tell you, I have emails that where teachers have resigned, or I've gotten phone calls saying, I don't want to teach this. I don't want, this is crazy. I'm embarrassed to teach this. I don't want it anymore. So that's a primary reason we are losing teachers. We've already lost parents and students, and we continue along that trend. And until this district gets, this is not about social justice. This is about teaching the basic core subjects. That we are going to continue to decrease in our enrollment. So this is not about how teachers are allowed to use tech. This is about apps that are not legal under Florida law. They are not legal, and they're questionable at best. So if you want to go down that route and open the doors again to any other lawsuits that parents or the Department of Education can bring, we're just known as the cha-ching district. We're like a slot machine. Cha-ching, cha-ching. We just keep dishing it out for these kind of social justice warriors instead of putting our money towards students and education. So I again just ask that you look at the consequences and choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
I was hoping someone could speak to whether or not this product adheres to state law.
Ms. Batista.
I think it's staff asked that information.
I'll take it. And also I'll have Melissa Holtz come to the podium. First and foremost, the district has filtering capabilities. So if there's any content that would violate the Parental House Bill 1557 or anything else, we could filter that, and the schools cannot override that. So that's something that we are or have the capabilities of doing to ensure that we remain in compliance, because as a district, we do not violate policy, statutes, or law. And so, Melissa, I don't know if I mentioned everything, but you can certainly add to anything I left out.
Thank you, through the chair. I think you mentioned everything. I just wanted to confirm the fact that when we did a district-wide purchase of Brain Pop last year, we went through the same conversation. And so Brain Pop did contract Holland and Knight, which is a law firm specializing in education-related legislation. And they went through every single activity video that is part of Brain Pop Junior, Brain Pop Science, and they came up with a list of activities or stories that could potentially be in violation of House Bill 7 or House Bill 1557. And we do have content management tool, and so we did filter out all of the potential activities that could be in violation of any of the state statutes or the House bill. And so that will follow over into this year for any schools who potentially choose to buy Brain Pop if this contract is approved. So the short answer to the long answer is yes, we have acknowledged that, and we've made sure to filter out anything that may be in violation.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that there is no content available in Broward County Public Schools through Brain Pop
that would violate state law or any legislation, staff has hired a firm to go through and make sure that all of the content in BrainPop that is being delivered to students is within the confines of Florida state law. That is what I'm hearing. And when I'm also hearing from teachers that we received emails from, and one of which I know also is a parent of Broward County Public Schools students, is that they have a strong desire to have BrainPop in their classrooms. That is very helpful. And so it is my understanding that not only is this content adhering to state law, but it is enhancing the experiences of students and teachers in our classrooms. And teachers are able to deliver engaging lessons that students are learning from that are very, very positive, both for their academic success and success later in life. I hope that moving forward, there is not a lapse in availability, because that is what we were receiving emails about. But yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you. So echoing what Ms. Leonardi was asking, I'm glad that we have clarification that this software does not violate any Florida statutes. I'd also like to say, as the daughter of a high school English teacher, that they is the proper word to use if you are unsure of someone's gender. So for example, my boss is on vacation. If you do not know if their boss is a woman or man, you would say, oh, they are on vacation. I would also like to say that our director superintendent, to see if there's any availability of grant funding so that this isn't coming out of our school budgets. I'd be interested in exploring that option, because I know that teachers really want this. But as Ms. or Dr. Jovanovich mentioned, it might not be available because of a school budget. So I would just like to, for us to explore that, since so many teachers have reached out saying it's necessary. Thank you.
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you.
Would, based on that comment, would you like to share a little more about BrainPop and what will happen moving forward?
So we know there's a lot of fanfare with BrainPop and a lot of the other supplemental resources, materials, and software that we have. The board has tasked us very clear just to find ways where we can be more fiscally responsible. And most of the usage of BrainPop is in the area of science, and next year we hopefully will be adopting our new science core. And with a lot of new curriculum will come softwares, materials that are also supplemental. And so it is our goal to be able to continue to look at only utilizing high quality materials and curriculum, and then kind of take away the menu of very different options to ensure that all of our students have access to high quality instruction and curriculum. So we brought BrainPop as a continuation to finish it out this year, because with a lot of our lesson plans, it is written in that, and we did not want to cut that off. But I know going into it next year, we would have a new science curriculum that will have some resources that do things just like BrainPop. So we're just looking forward to ensuring that all of our students across the district will have access to high quality supplemental materials and also software such as BrainPop.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I would just recommend that we get the buy-in from teachers in regarding this software, because a lot of times I hear that things are just kind of thrown at them and they don't know anything about it, and there's no communications and conversations with our teachers. So if we can do some prep work before, so that they're embracing whatever new software that is.
When we do textbook adoptions, teachers are a large part of the adoption committee, so they do have, they test all the prototypes, give us a lot of the feedback, and they really help us narrow it down to what is that one resource that we're going to use. So teachers are a part of that process as well too.
But if we can go to the next level and actually get to the teachers in the classrooms, because not all teachers are a part of that process.
Thank you.
Anybody?
I'm sorry, Chair Hickson, I have some follow-up questions as well.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I have several. Number one is, how much did it cost the district for Helen and Knight to make certain that BrainPop is brought into compliance? How much money did that cost the district? Or was that funded by BrainPop? Tell me how that happened.
Dr. Fulton.
Yes.
Mrs. Holst, do you have that information? If not, we can.
Melissa Holtz, Director Elementary Learning. I can just tell you that that was funded through Brain Pop, not through the district.
Okay, thank you. I'd like a copy of the list of suggestions. They should be made part of public record since you're referencing them when you're speaking. So do you have a copy of that you can have attached with the court reporter, or can you send someone out from the dais to make a copy of that record?
Through the chair.
Dr. Fulton.
Just clarification on what record, Mrs.
Sure.
Pham?
You said there was a list of changes that were recommended, that Holland Knight recommended for Brain Pop to make certain that they were in compliance. There was ones that were recommended, and then there was ones that were questionable. So I'd like a copy of that list to be made part of this record, because you referenced that list.
Ms. Holtz, can you speak to that, please?
I can absolutely provide that record. I provided it last year when we adopted Brain Pop, and I can provide it again this year.
Thank you.
So are you saying annually that they go through to make sure that they're in compliance?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Holtz, I'm going to say yes, but Ms. Holtz, go ahead since you've been addressing it.
Unfortunately, I did not have the conversation with Brain Pop right now, so I would have to do that in a follow-up answer to see if it's an annual thing that they review.
Okay, and my last question is, did Brain Pop already make these changes? Are you coming forward prior to all these suggested changes being made by Brain Pop? Is this the final version of Brain Pop? Because I've been reading both from other school districts issues.
Ms. Holtz.
The list comes from when we adopted Brain Pop last year. Those are the changes that have already been created. So if you're a Broward County student or teacher and you go in and you try to access any of those activities that are on the questionable list of violating state statute, you're blocked, so you cannot access it. My follow-up from here, I understand, is to ensure that that list is updated and that we have filtered out whatever other questionable stories or activities there may be.
So just for clarification, point of clarification through the chair. So Brain Pop was not looked at for the year 25. You're going by last year's recommendations, and there wasn't any new recommendations, or they were never submitted and requested to review Brain Pop for suggested or recommendations to bring them in compliance.
Dr. Fulton.
Mrs. Holtz.
That again is a question that I have to get a follow-up answer to you. I was not working with legal this year on the Brain Pop contract, and I don't want to confirm something until I'm 100% certain that the updated issue has been brought, that the updated content has been brought into the filtered status.
Thank you, Ms. Holtz. I'm gonna, Mrs.
Thank you,
Pham.
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Ms. Pham. We also, I think we have that information for you. Ms. Hollingsworth.
Yes, good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. This contract hasn't been approved, so we won't be turning it on until it is approved based on board vote. So then all of that will then take into effect as well with the filtering. So no one's been using it at this current time.
Okay, thank you for your candidness. I do appreciate that you have concerns because it hasn't been confirmed or changed, and I would never vote for something until we get the finished product. I don't like when something comes through and say this will be taken care of in the future. I think it should be done at the time of presentation. All that work should have been front end loaded. We don't do it after the fact. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item 001 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Right? So, no, that's only 7. 7-1. It's 8 of us. Sorry. Okay. Next item is 002. Can I have a motion and a second for 002?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on 002?
No public comment.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Hold on, I'm going back to it.
It's the EMT, Emergency Medical Technician at Barry University.
Yeah, thank you. No, no comment.
Okay, all those in favor of 002 say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 003. Can I have a motion and a second on item 003?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on 003?
No public comment.
Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So this item is to print the W-2s or 1095 forms, and I think the threshold is, or the money is $50,000. And I just feel at this point, like, rip the Band-Aid off. We just passed a resolution about going green. Like, we can be 100% electronic and no printing. So I would be voting this down because I think we are ready. We're ready to go that next level.
Yeah, Dr. Fulton.
Sorry, so we agree with you. However, in our research, the IRS doesn't allow you to do that. If you're doing electronic W-2 forms, employees will have to opt in, and there has to be an option for those that don't opt in, and that would be the paper option. But we can't unilaterally make everyone receive electronic by law. They have to opt into it.
Which I would add is happening right now because I just made sure I did it. So if you haven't done it already, you should. Anything else, Mrs. Alhada?
Okay, so the 50,000 is the threshold?
Correct.
That's the lowest threshold?
Mr. Davis?
Yes, that is correct. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. Dr. Fulton, thank you. Stole my thunder. So it's kind of a sliding scale as well, and Mr. Castaneda, Executive Director, IT Operations, was ready to address this as well. First of all, thank you for raising this, because the reality is we're working with a behind the times IRS publication 15-A is an alpha, which does require us to opt in for electronic or online W-2 and 1095s, which of course we do allow for our employees to do. About 45.8% of our employees receiving W-2s have opted in. About 21.9%, or 6,259 employees, have opted in for the 1095. But again, we know it should be an opt-out, not an opt-in. But the reality is the IRS publication requires us to gain consent through written or online means to opt in to the electronic means. Now, that said, January 14th, very, very important date. You can still opt in and get an electronic version instead of the paper version by January 14th. So, again, thank you for raising the question and allowing us to continue our awareness campaign.
And to educate everyone, how do they opt in?
So actually, several emails have been sent out in showing employees how to log in. I just did it myself not long ago. So it's not a difficult process, but you do, again, have to go make the selection to opt into the online W-2 or 1095, but is done through as you would access other applications, SAP and so forth.
Okay, so you said the percentage that opt-in is what was that again?
So the percentage is 45.8%. That's 13,132 employees receiving a W-2. And then 21.9%, or 6,259 employees opting in for 1095s. Now, in some cases, there are envelopes that are stuffed with both of those in paper. And just to give you information there, January 6th by the deadline, it's a sliding scale. It's $1.14 per mailer. The max being $1.54. That $1.54 being if you have both 1095 and W-2s inside of the envelope.
So how often are we sending emails to people to opt in? Like if we want someone to do something, going back to signing up for the bus, I mean, they're relentless. Every second, opt in for the bus.
Yes, we've had we've had numerous communications go out, emails. We were just talking about furthering that campaign, even working through some partners relative to kind of a extrinsic reward system of sorts to award some employees pop-ups and things for making that choice. Obviously, we can't do that for every single employee, but trying to build that awareness, and not just through via conference calls, but also emails and all. So I know myself, I was reminded to do so as well, just through that mechanism. So.
And who is the email coming from?
It's Mr. Castaneda.
Thank you for that. Manny Castaneda, the Executive Director, IT Operations. I believe we're working with through our payroll department that sends out those emails.
And what is that email address? Alert?
I'd have to look up the subject matter.
Okay, I'm just, maybe after this conversation, we can send out an email that everybody's probably looking to opt in at this point.
Thank you.
So I was able to find it. It says payroll mailbox, and it comes automatically to you, payroll@browardschools.com. And the last one that came was December 10th, 24.
All right,
And yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Thompson?
That was mainly my question about is how we're doing outreach, but I was wondering if we could also reach out to principals to send or talk about in their staff meeting or something, especially when we get back from break, because no one's really doing anything before break, just to remind them, because it's the January 20th deadline.
Dr. Fulton.
January 14th.
Right, January 14th, and that makes total sense. You know, everybody has the holiday slide, and so after that, we need to send that back out again, so. Thank you.
Mrs. Alhada?
I found my email, and I cannot read it. I'm sorry. It is, you cannot see what it says. I know I need glasses, but it's blurry. You can't follow the directions.
I'll just say, I did mine.
Through Dr. Fulton, what we can do is a happenings, which might be a little easier to understand and everybody gets it. So I can work with Mr. Davis on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody?
Thank you, Mrs. Alda.
All right. All those in favor of item 003, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 005. Can I have a motion and a second on item
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Rupert, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on 005?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Pham?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, I've gone through the numbers on this, and we apparently, up until we had a 36-month agreement from 2000, hold on, I'll pull you up exactly. Starting 1/20, January 2026, for a 36-month term, there was one amendment made to that additional spending. So it brought it up from 230 plus 36,000 to 296,000. Okay, that's for 3 years. So during that 3-year period, we entered into at the ending of that 3-year period, we commenced another contract with the same vendor starting again in January, but this was 2024, and it's for 12 months. And during that 12 months, we've already come up to 300, where is it? I have it, 315,000. So we're no longer getting 3 years for 296. We're getting 1 year for at least 315. So my question is, they were just before us in June, and they were here back in January. So each time we're getting hit up for money, and there's been a 200% increase since the 21 year until we commenced the 24. And I just think we need an explanation if this has gone out for another bid, because I think that's a really huge markup. So I'd like to hear from staff.
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Andreu, can you respond to that, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. I'm not quite sure there's a markup per se. I think that maybe we are using this vendor more. It's not that they've increased their price. I think that the usage on our end has increased. So as schools have to replace IDs for students, that has increased the usage.
And follow-up question through the chair.
Go ahead, Mrs. Pham.
Do you have any data to support that, and why is that not included in the executive summary? Because that is definitely something we'd like to consider.
Dr. Fulton.
Go ahead, Ms. Andreu.
Thank you, Dr. Fulton. If you look, Ms. Pham, at the, one of the attachments is a renewal letter, and it states there that this vendor is not increasing their prices. So that was part of the backup. The prices have not increased.
Okay, Mrs. Pham, do you have anything else?
Did you hear me?
No.
I'm sorry, was I muted? I'm sorry. Thank you so much for that clarification. I would make a strong recommendation that you include that relevant, very relevant fact in the executive summary, so we don't have to keep going through items or we don't miss an item, because we think that's something that should be considered by the board. So thank you so much again for clarifying.
Thank you, Dr. Fulton. Make a note that we'll add that into the executive summary. Thank you. All those in favor of item 005, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 0011. Can I have a motion and a second for item 0011?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on 0011?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Alhadeff.
So I saw there was a revision, and then schools were crossed out. Can staff explain what was going on there?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Cooley or staff, could you come to the podium and address it, please? Thank you.
I can do it. This 011 athletic tracks, correct?
Thank you.
Allison Wodoshinsky, Director Environmental Health and Safety. I am Mr. Dorsett's designee for today. My understanding is that there was a revision to the item to add a table which identified the priority of the track repairs.
Okay, so what I'm looking at on page 3 of 3 is the schools were just crossed out. I didn't see any priority listing of the schools.
Okay.
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Wodoshinsky?
Dr. Fulton, if I may?
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Andreu. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope that you have received the revised item, because as Ms. Wodoshinsky mentioned, the original, there were strike-throughs. This was revised, and you should have received an Excel attachment that lists all of the various schools that
So-
will be receiving running tracks.
I'm looking on the agenda item online, and there's no revision there.
Dr. Fulton.
I'm being told that it
There,
is.
if I may,
I can confirm, this is Brenda Pham. It's not online where I'm looking either.
it's on the online version. It's a memo to revise.
The last link at the bottom of 0011. Last link, memo to revise.
I'm on Granicus.
Yeah, when you look at that, though, they're all crossed out.
But
The
if you
revised
go
version.
to the next to the last item, that the attachment, there is a collective history. It says high school track history, and it has the high schools and the middle schools. So it's and Ms. Wodoshinsky would have to verify that, or Mrs. Andreu. So just before the memo to revise, there's an item that says high school track history. And if that is it in its entirety, then you have the priority number, you have the cost, you have some history before it. It talks about the status. That's the first, that's on page 1, the majority of page 1, and it has 26 schools listed. And then the table just up under that is all the middle schools with tracks and their priority and the history. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I see it.
All right.
I think just, you have to make sure that that's a revision.
So
that we know it's a revision. Okay, so I don't see Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School track on here. I've had lengthy conversations with Ms. Kefford and Mr. Guzzo regarding the track there. There is cracks, faded lines, there's holes, there's buckling, protruding turf. So I would like to make a motion to add Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School to this list.
Is there a second? Can staff maybe speak to why it's not on here? There's probably a reason.
Ms. Wodashinsky?
Allison Wodashinsky, Environmental Health and Safety again. I don't have an answer for you at this time. I'll have to do a board follow-up to get you that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Rupert? Whoa, hold on one second. Mrs. Alhadeff, did you have anything else?
No, I'm making a motion.
Right, there was no second.
You didn't ask for
I'll
a second.
second.
I'm sorry, is there a second? I'm sorry, I was waiting for someone to say. Okay.
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pham. Okay, any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Mrs. Rupert?
Is it possible to read the schools right now? Out loud.
Dr. Fulton?
The ones that are on the priority list.
Go ahead and do that, Ms. Wodashinsky, because I closed it, so I have to open it back up.
Me
Sorry.
too.
No
That's
worries.
where I was.
Okay, so they're in priority order, but it's not like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's groups of 1, groups of 2.
Okay.
So the first priority 1 schools are Deerfield Beach High School, Fort Lauderdale, and Flanagan. Priority 2 is Hallandale, Hollywood Hills, Plantation. Those three. Priority 3 is Western, Cypress Bay, and Miramar.
Okay.
4 is Monarch, Pompano Beach, and Stranahan. 5 is Taravella, West Broward, and Piper. 6 is Coral Springs High School, Blanche Ely, and South Plantation. 7 is Cooper City, Dillard, and Northeast. 8 is South Broward, Boyd Anderson, Everglades High. And 9 is Nova and Coconut Creek.
Thank you. And I faintly remember that Coconut Creek, being on this list now, did receive a revamp maybe, 5-7 years ago, something like that. So I would assume that would be why they would be last, because they were kind of last ones that were fixed, so it would be flipped.
Correct. And actually, the note on the table, when you get a chance to look at it, does identify the history. So Coconut Creek says 2024, mill repair, root damage, concrete runways, overlay, and replace track surface. It was last replaced in 2010.
Gotcha. Okay. I see. Was every high school on our list right now? I mean, why is it just Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
It could have been an oversight. I think that's the only one that's missing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Then I can support it.
Thank you. And that's important information for us to have. I have another question also. So it hasn't been priority, but it doesn't have a date as to like when will priority 1s be done, when will priority 2s. So what, and if we were to add Marjory Stoneman Douglas, where would it fit in the priority?
Again, I'll have to get back to you on exactly where it would fit in, but regarding the priority 1, Deerfield Beach High School is one of the ones that we're doing the artificial turf replacement, so that will be at the same time. So I don't have the exact date, but they will be, as soon as this is approved, and we have the funding already through the DEFP and the PPO funding. So.
Okay, so I'd like to ask as a follow-up to also give us some estimated dates so we have an idea.
Will do. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we can do a follow-up.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little concerned about this item now that we're hearing that perhaps MSD was left off just because of an oversight, and the chair pointed out a lack of dates and where that school would fit on the priority. So I'm wondering what the impact would be if we tabled this item until the next school board meeting, so we can have a more comprehensive sense of the timeline, but also to make sure that there aren't any additional oversights.
Dr. Fulton.
So, Mrs. Wodashinsky, I guess the question is, if we were to table that, would that impact the timeline on what we have here, especially for the priority schools?
I would say that we're trying to get the vendors on board with the same time that we're doing the Deerfield Beach and, the other projects. So it is imperative that we get the vendors on board and in the process to do the permitting and all the necessary work at the same time. But if it's the will of the board, we can delay.
Okay, to leave a school off and we don't really know why, I'm not trying to delay this any further, and I understand that there is, a sense of urgency. I'm just very concerned that an entire school is left off. Students feel the impact of that. So I would hope that moving forward, there aren't oversights like that in the future.
Dr. Zeman.
Just curious, and again, this may be something we have to address later if this gets tabled, but what would the criteria be for selecting schools to do first?
So it was based on the history, and the last time it was either the last time that the track surface was replaced, and that detail is in the table that you have available to you.
And I understand that. I can already read the emails coming in, which is, why didn't we do an assessment of the track? Some tracks last 30 years and some last 10 years, depending on the conditions of the soil and the way that they're treated and maintained and things like that. I'd be much happier if we actually did an assessment of 26 tracks and said, boy, these are the worst, let's get them done now, rather than to use the date that it was put in. So am I missing something?
So Dr. Zeman, if I could direct your question to Dr. Wanza, who has some information on what you just asked.
Thank you, Dr. Fulton. So what I do know is that historically it has been a part of the DEF process where there was a schedule, right, of which tracks and why. And that has happened multiple years, and it's a part of the DEFP process. I think, and then physical plant operations does exactly what you're talking about, not just because this was done 2 years ago. There may be other issues or things of that nature where Mr. Dorsett, Ms. Wodashinsky, their whole team, they have a process just like they are assessing the fields, right, to determine what should be the priority order when we do, what do you call those new kind of fields we're getting?
Synthetic turf.
Okay, yeah. So there's a process just like that. I think what the action today is just to identify this bank of vendors, and if the board, the direction to Dr. Fulton, to the superintendent, is to go back and make sure that there's a priority ranking or order of schools that is presented to the board so that they understand. I think the action today is just to make sure that we have vendors prepared to work once whatever the priority order is approved or is shared with the public, and there's a methodology that everyone understands and can, have some buy-in.
I appreciate that.
That gives
to my colleagues' points, both Ms. Leonardi and Ms. Aldeff, it seems to me like what might work is to go forward with the solicitation and then ask for the prioritization to come back, because that way we can get vendors, but they're just going to be vendors that are going to do $6 million worth of tracks. Those tracks will be TBD based on getting board approval again for the prioritized order of tracks. Chair, how might we move forward in that direction?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to give my thought, and then Ms. Batista can weigh in on that. So as Dr. Wanza just pointed out, this really is just to award the vendor for the item. I think it has to come back to approve them, so we can direct the superintendent on that when it comes back for approval, that all of the high schools are on there, including MSD, and that there is some kind of explanation as to why they're prioritized on there. I don't think that requires a motion, but Ms. Batista, if you could weigh in on that, just so that we're following the right rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a motion would not be required since the item is returning to the board already.
Okay. Mrs. Al-Hadef, are you okay with the fact that?
I would like to vote on my motion.
Okay. Did you want to add anything to that motion, Dr. Zeman?
I do not. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right, so anybody else have anything on the motion?
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Pham.
Before voting on the motion, I just wanted to say I appreciate the information that was provided to us, and I would welcome supporting this motion so Marjorie Stoneman Douglas is not left off.
And I'm confused about the motion. For just a point of order, I think the motion is to put Marjorie Stoneman Douglas on the list that'll be evaluated for a track. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd just like to make an amendment to that and say, along with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and any other school that might be missing on the list, so we make sure it's comprehensive. To that, would you be amenable to?
Yes.
Okay, great. Any other comments? All those in favor of the amendment to the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Or to the motion. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Great. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. The next item up is 0013. I have a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there any public comment on 0013?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Pham?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I would just like to have put on the record, if they would, my constituents ask a lot of questions, and if you wouldn't mind putting on the record that there's no one that has a conflict of interest or anyone owns or is getting a percentage from any sales of Alyssa's Alert on the board, that we have clean hands from all the members involved, if that's okay with you, because I'm the first one to say my hands are clean. Thank
Dr.
you.
Fulton.
Wow. Put me on the list.
Dr. Fulton. Can you just address?
I don't think it needs to be addressed. There's no
Okay.
motion.
Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So for the record, Alyssa was my daughter who was murdered at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And after the tragedy, my husband and I, we started a nonprofit organization. Neither my husband nor myself or any of my board get a salary. We do not get paid. We work tirelessly for school safety and to pass Alyssa's Law, not only here in this state of Florida, but 6 other states around the country, and our goal is to pass it nationwide. So I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the item? Okay. All those in favor of item 0013, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item double P1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Thompson. Any public comment on PP1 or double P1?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Board comment, Mrs. Thompson.
I just wanted a clarification for, I guess, implementation of the policy. So this has happened in a couple of municipalities. So if a political candidate who's running for city commission owns a small business and then they buy a banner supposedly to promote their business, yes? Okay, supposedly to promote their business, but you can tell by their headshot, by the coloring, that it's actually for their candidacy. How will we address that?
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, so what had happened in the past, there's been some of these partnership banners, but it clearly indicated in the bottom that they were paid for a political campaign. So all those were removed. That would not be allowable.
So there's one currently, sorry, through the chair. I don't know if I can still talk. I'm going to still talk.
You have the floor.
There's one currently at Silver Trails that was for a former city commission candidate. That's for his business, but the coloring and the headshots and everything else is for matches his candidacy. Obviously that's over now, but I think that's something we need to make sure we're aware of in the future. And then also, is there a grievance process? So if someone drives by and they feel like it is a political campaign or something similar to this, what is our process for that?
Through Dr. Fulton, we've put out memos to the schools, so there's any doubt of what they're not allowed to do as it relates to political banners, for lack of a better description, they're to contact me, and if it's anything in that regard, they do not put it. And then a lot of the times I will find out that they're up in the schools by a variety of ways, and as soon as we hear from it, we assure that the school adjusts and takes them down immediately.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to this item, this policy, is there anything in this policy restricting schools from allowing religious banners and so on?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this policy, just like the previous policy, restricts religious banners from being displayed on fences.
Okay, so Ms. Batista, there has been recent concerns regarding religious banners. Are we, well, let me phrase it another way. How do we, and this might be for Dr. Fulton actually, how do we enforce this policy so that way we're not violating the policy? Is there any recent actions in place, plan of action to enforce the policy? Because I believe, and I am not sure to the extent that I can say this, but I believe there is a current concern, Ms. Batista, in terms of is it a lawsuit or?
So I can speak about the fact that, yes, there is a pending case against the district related to this particular issue, as far as like the operational part of it, as how the policy will be enforced, that would be for staff to respond.
Okay, so the concern is enforcing the policy because the current lawsuit as is in place is is pertaining to the enforcing of the policy that we have in place. So I guess the question that I have is, Dr. Fulton, how do we plan to enforce the policy so we don't run into these kind of situations that we currently are facing as far as a lawsuit?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to throw that over to Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. So yes, we expect all our school leaders and site leaders to be familiar with policies. We're going to ensure that they're familiar with this one if the board does pass it. So we'll make sure to send not only electronic communication, but we'll get in front of them as soon as possible as it relates when they meet as a group to ensure that they are aware of the policy and the changes. And just like with any other policy, they're accountable to ensuring they're following school board policies and they'll be subject to progressive discipline if they did not follow the policy.
Okay, so Mr. Sullivan, I appreciate that response, and I know the existing policy, even without any kind of change, does not permit any religious display of banners and so on. But occasionally we have one or two schools that might do it. What are we doing now different than we've done before? Because it seems to happen on a school-based basis as opposed to being a district-wide problem. So how do we ensure that all of our principals throughout the district understand the policy? What are we doing differently now that we don't run into these kind of situations in the future?
Sure. So I think as a district, we could always look how we can ensure that our site leaders are better prepared to react to policies and situations. So we've learned from that. So we're going to ensure going forward that we provide better assistance and training to the site leaders, especially as it relates to banners.
Okay, so how do we monitor the result of those training? Are we incentivizing? Are we consequencing? What are we doing to ensure that there is compliance with the school-based leaders that this is not happening or will not happen?
So we would probably do it during all principals meetings, and those meetings are required to be attended by site leaders.
Okay, because I believe that if we just have trainings to the leadership staff of the school, that may not necessarily be sufficient. I think there has to be added consequence that we have in place where we can ensure adherence to this policy, because otherwise the district is faced with lawsuits that are unnecessary.
Again, as with any policy, district leaders, including site leaders, are required to follow policy. So if, we will make sure that the principals know it via a pivot memo, which they have to follow, but we'll also make sure to have that in-person communication with them so they're aware of it. And after that, again, they'd be subject to progressive discipline if they're not following this policy or any other school board policy.
Okay, I do like the part about progressive discipline, especially with this specific policy, because it has gotten us into problems, and I think we need to avoid those issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing this policy, I think it's extraordinarily dangerous because it puts us at risk of being sued because we are discriminating based on content. That's the only reason they're saying, we don't want this sign up there because we don't like what you're saying. We are, other vendors that we have on there, and I'm considering a church group, if they're having a Christmas pageant, play, whatever, they have the right to promote and advertise because you're allowing other vendors to do that. There is no this type of restriction on real estate. There's no this type of restriction on air conditioning, plumbing, and the promotion of others. What we're doing is we're selecting religious, again, because we don't like the language. We don't like what they're conducting. And when you can't do that, you can't not cherry pick. These other vendors are up there without anything underneath them, just as this church that advertised in Cooper City. And yet you come back and say, well, this is considered an endorsement. So all these vendors would be considered the school district endorsing them because they're allowing them to put up their banners. If you want to cure this dilemma, then what you put on all the banners is this is not considered an endorsement by the school district. That's it. Otherwise, you're going to have to take down every single banner from everybody else. And you're going to lose revenue from that. So it's up to you. I think the First Amendment rights is going to supersede the school district saying that we cannot do this. Yeah, you can do this. Otherwise, if you can't do it for the religious sector, then you can't do it for non-religious sectors. So the choice is up to you, but liability is coming down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Okay, all those in favor of item double P2, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry.
PP1.
Double P1. All those in favor of double P1, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries 8-1. Next item up is double P2. I have a motion and a second on double P2. Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on double P2?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Pham? Mrs. Pham, you're the only speaker on this item. Okay.
Sorry, coming up.
And just a reminder, this item is repealing the old policy. The policy that was just passed is the new policy.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that's why I'll be voting no, because I don't feel that the prior policy is discriminating as much as the current policy being proffered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of double P2 say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 8-1. The next item up is RR1. Can I have a motion and a second on RR1?
Move.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
We have Scott Evans registered to speak.
I don't think he's here.
He's not in the audience.
Okay. Board Member Bowman, McCarthy Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify the purpose of this, and I think that looking through it, found that why we're amending the original grounds or the original agreement for the oversight committee. Is this to be able to better reach a quorum and find members? Is that the purpose of this, or was there a
Dr.
broader
Fulton?
purpose?
I say yes, and I also have Mitch Johnson add anything additional to clarify the question. Ms. Johnson?
Board Member McCarthy Bowman, can you just restate your question?
Omar question.
Okay, Mr. Shim?
Hi, good afternoon. Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Yes, the Bond Oversight Committee had a motion at their last meeting to review their membership and the actual resolution. And in response to that, we brought this resolution to lower the number of members so that they could better reach a quorum.
Does that answer your question? Okay, Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a couple of questions on this. I see that the number of members is being reduced from 9 to 7, and I see that the 2 members not required would be 1 member from the Florida Bar, 1 member with experience representing special needs children. And so I am curious because the intent of this item is to gain quorum, I'm assuming from the language, and to do so by reducing the number of members of this committee. So I have a couple of questions. How will reducing the number from 9 to 7 provide a better opportunity for quorum? And why were these 2 particular members chosen to be removed? Are you not getting attendance from members of the Florida Bar or those or a member representing special needs, or do you have difficulty filling these 2 particular areas? What is the concern, or why would we choose these 2 membership description, and how does changing from 9 to 7 guarantee quorum?
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Shim?
Thank you for the question. Those positions are unfilled, and those particular positions were put in place early in the program. We only have a few more meetings to the end of the program, as you know, and those positions deal primarily with the design phase, or when you're scoping the project, what that would look like. And the remaining positions really have to do with construction and things like that. So that's why we looked at the positions that were unfilled and determined that these 2 would probably be the most rational to not have at this point in the program.
Okay, so these 2 positions are unfilled. Are there any other position unfilled that's shown here?
Yes, there are 2 other positions that are unfilled. One of them is the minority builder, which we felt it was important if we could fill that position to have that one remain. And then there's one for construction.
Okay, so out of curiosity, why did we have, as a part of the membership, someone with experience representing special needs children? How would that person contribute in a meaningful way to the committee? I just want to see if not requiring that person will have any impact on the committee. what was the intent of having a special needs member in the first place?
Well, I can't speak to that directly since I wasn't involved in putting that together, the committee membership together. But the only thing that I can see is that during the designing of the scoping of the projects and selecting criteria for the projects, that would be considered in the process so that it would serve that population of our constituents. And so at this point, we're already in construction and we're closing out projects and completing projects, so that wouldn't come into play as much since they're already designed and being constructed.
Okay, so the Bond Oversight Committee, wouldn't it be continuing beyond the closing out of projects?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Shem?
The intent of the bond, for now, when the program ends, the Bond Oversight Committee ends as well.
Okay. All right, another question. Item 8 on page 3 of 13. If you are removing the membership representation from the Florida Bar, why is item 8 relevant? Where it says committee who are also admitted to the Florida Bar committee members must not be currently representing or will represent any client. Wouldn't this be irrelevant if we're removing that membership?
There could be a member that is still a member of the Florida Bar that is not in that spot, so we left that in there.
Okay, so there could be a member that fits one of the other categories, but is also from the Florida Bar.
That's correct.
That's why you left that in there. Okay, thank you. I understand.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Shem, for that information. So removing the ESE membership, I guess I would get that, and kind of to answer my colleague next to me, seatmate, is design for learning. Universal design for learning is an important aspect. So if we are going to remove the ESE or we haven't had an opportunity to fill it, then I would ask that principals are well trained on universal design, because that would just make sense. And I know our principals, there's no bigger advocate for the construction at their school. And I'm just going to say his name again because I don't think it goes a week where I don't say I love Tommy Schroeder. He was there on weekends, on Saturdays. He called every single contractor that said they were going to be there and made sure they were there. So I think it's extremely important that at the very least, I don't want to pile more on principals, but I know we as educators had to take classes in universal design for learning. So I would ask that be part of it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of RR1, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're just going to go back to two of the items that Dr. Zeman had pulled. So can I have a motion and a second on GG5?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on GG5?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. This is wonderful to read, wonderful to move forward in this regard. Chair, I'm curious when we think Broward County Office of the Inspector General will be open for business.
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent question, Dr. Zeman. They, as we speak, they have budgeted this amount already as part of their yearly budget. They are taking steps to begin the process, and they expect sometime probably February, end of February or so would be the date, and they will make an announcement. And prior to that, the Inspector General will be coming to make a presentation to the board at the beginning of February per Mrs. Leonardi's request and the board's vote or consensus at the last.
Terrific. And I want to piggyback a little bit on Ms. Leonardi's point from our last meeting and want us to start thinking a little bit about how do we communicate that an OIG exists to our 25,000 employees, to our 200,000+ students, to our 400,000 parents, to the community, to make sure they understand that there's a vehicle in place for them to report the appropriate things, and that vehicle has teeth. It has the ability to depose people. It has the ability to bring charges to the state's attorney's office. This is not a group that will be limited in their ability to investigate and to find fault like all inspector generals do. I also have one budget issue, which maybe won't surprise you either. But Chair, we originally budgeted $1.2 million for it, and this tells us it's a $1 million annual cost. Can you tell me why the price has gone down?
If I'm not mistaken, and you can correct me, we changed it when we knew we weren't going to need it for a whole year, and we used some of that funds for staff.
I'm talking about the ongoing annual cost. In the paper says it's going to be $1 million a year, not just this year. This year we only need another $459,000 to fund a part year, but going forward it says it's going to be $1 million a year, when in the past we had 1.2. Have we lost an investigator, or did we just get better estimates of the cost?
Dr. Fulton. Ms. Batista.
So this financial impact was done in conjunction with the budget department. So I'm not sure if they received different information than previously that we previously had, but this is what we have going forward. I don't have any other information. I don't think that there has been any change in the personnel from the IG's office.
Terrific. That's all I was curious about. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Leonardi. Okay, anybody else? All those in favor of GG5, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This is the time of the agenda where school board members.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I know, but don't we have to go to public speakers? I missed them at 4 o'clock because we were on. I'm coming back. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from our evening speakers. Do we have any public speakers for the evening session?
We wore them out.
I believe you have the list, Madam Chair. Sorry, I gave you my copy.
Okay, we do. I have Doreen Millen. Is she here? Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. The next item to go back to is JJ 25. Can I have a motion and a second on JJ 25?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on JJ 25?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. 1,906 days delay. And unfortunately, these are things are going to start to have a real implication for us going back to the community and asking for future funding, which is absolutely essential to the capital requirements of Broward County. I'm hoping that this is the last item for which we got to 95% completion and never kind of pushed it over the completion line. In this case, it's an expensive opportunity. The cost went from 3.6 to 7.9 for this project. We're getting very close to October 2025 when we're going to declare the SMART bond over and have an ongoing capital project, and I can't wait for that. But to wait over 5.2 years to get a project done is just not acceptable to Broward County, and I'm ecstatic that we have a Chief Operating and Facilities Officer that has made huge progress. One of the things that has happened since she's joined is that our time impact analysis done by Mike McIntyre and his amazing team has come from 12 months to 2 weeks, and that allows us to get more things done. But we have so many of these projects that are still lingering out there. It's going to take a while for the speedy time impact analyses and other change orders to go through the Corp that we can get these things done and get them off our books. But the faster we can do this, the faster we're going to be able to go back to the community. I ran into a great statistic last week that I'd love to share with my colleagues in this regard. In the state of Florida, there have been 58 bond issues where the school board has gone out to the county and asked for a substantial amount of money, over $100 million. Our last bond was $800 million. Out of the 58 bonds that have gone out to the community, 57 have passed. And that's great. Florida cares deeply about public education. I don't want to be the second county that asks the county for money and gets turned down in a few years. So I hope that we can continue to focus on this and make sure that these things are the exception and not the rule. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of JJ 25, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. The last item on the agenda to review is RR2. Can I have a motion and a second on RR2?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Any public comment on RR2?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Mrs. McCarthy Bowman.
I didn't have any comments. I think Ms. Alada did, though.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Alada.
Thank you. So this has come up, I'll just answer the question. This has come up a few times, and the board has already agreed to surplus this property, and now we're in the process. I do have first question, Mr. Acabuso, to Superintendent, in regards to the ingress and egress, if you can explain that, and if you can speak to attachment number 1, I think it would be helpful for the board to be able to see the ingress and egress for Broward County Public Schools and Broward Health.
Dr. Fulton.
Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Acabuso?
Chris Acabuso, Director of Facility Plan Real Estate. So you have the exhibit attachment 1, right, which shows the layout or where this property is. So the shaded area in kind of reddish or maroon color is the school board property, which is 10.14 acres. The property that's in the green, that's Broward Health property. So per Broward County administrative process, we have to purchase property on 2 public right-of-ways. So you see that our property has access from University Drive and then potential access from Trails End. We never buy property to encumber us being able to get access through somebody else's property. So potential access can be through University or through Trails End. To my knowledge, we've never laid out what the site plan may be regarding how the site may be designed, but at this point in time, the access can be from Trails End or University Drive.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we do have access to our property, and Broward Health would not have the ability to infringe on that access?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I do think that there is opportunity for us as Broward County Public Schools to engage in a conversation with Broward Health, being that they already own the property in front of them, and it is a very awkward space, and also, from my understanding, the drainage of the area is very awkward, and that's why Heron Heights Elementary School ended up not building a school there, and they ended up building in a different space in a different location. So I have a motion that I'm going to make, and I have handouts. But I don't, Dr. Fulton, do you want to make any comments on behalf of the superintendent?
Dr. Fulton.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Ms. Aldeff. Thank you, Chair. This is from Dr. Hepburn. Want to thank you for the opportunity to share his intentions regarding this property. Unless the board objects, the superintendent will proceed with negotiations with Broward Health for the sale of this property. Board policy, which is being passed around now, 80-30, allows the superintendent to negotiate directly with other governmental agencies or nonprofit organizations. The superintendent believes this is the best course of action as it ensures our students will gain access to enhanced educational opportunities. As a reminder, the board will have the opportunity to review and vote on the agreement at the conclusion of any negotiations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And policy 80-30 is the valuation of real property for acquisition and disposal. So I move to hereby direct Superintendent Dr. Hepburn to engage in direct negotiations with Broward Health regarding the sale of the Trails End site. In carrying out this negotiation, the superintendent is to adhere to policy 8030 and ensure that the minimum asking price starts at $13,937,500 for the sale. Additionally, as part of the agreement, the superintendent shall negotiate provisions for the following: 1, the creation of office space free of charge for Eagles Haven; 2, opportunities for internships or other student engagement initiatives which align with the district's educational mission. The superintendent is to ensure these terms are addressed and incorporated into the final agreement with Broward Health.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Al-Hadaf, seconded by Mrs. Hickson. Is there any public comment? Board member comment on the motion? Ms. Thompson?
I just have a question about putting the minimum asking price. Is that any impact to, like, if they know that that's the minimum that we'll take it for, that they would just give us that minimum price?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Akabuso?
Yes. Per the policy, we have the process where you have the negotiation parameters committee. This said we present the appraisals to that committee. It's a publicly noticed meeting. The committee sets the minimum asking price, and that minimum asking price is the beginning point of sale. We can't sell anything below that number.
Thank you, and I just would like to say thank you. I have been asking for this for a little while now, so I appreciate the motion coming at this time. There was not a whole lot of consensus moving forward with this before, so very glad to see it move forward. Very excited for the opportunity for Eagles Haven and our students to have the ability to have some place where they can do internships. And we work in this really nice partnership with Broward Health.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, yeah.
Okay, so the minimum asking price, and I just want further clarification, is this reflective of the appraisal value of this property?
I believe that's what Mr. Akabuso.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure.
Correct.
Okay, got it. No problem, thank you.
Mrs.
Madam Chair, I
Pham.
have some questions
Yes,
as well.
Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. I would like to know whether the minimum asking price contemplates 2 entrances or 1 entrance, and which entrance that would be. And also, if there's any type of restriction, I'm not sure if they're going to put an urgent care or anything else in there where we would have to have certain access dictated because there's ambulance arriving or medical equipment or anything like that to get patients out of there in a hurry.
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Akabuso?
The appraisal is done, and we did 3 appraisals for this property. The appraisal takes into consideration the layout of the site, but it doesn't, the price doesn't dictate. You always have to look at access, in anything you do regarding an access to the facility. So it contemplates, but it's not specifically based on that. In terms of access or ambulances, at the end of the day, any person who buys this property is going to go through the local government regulations, and then Broward County's regulations regarding development of a property. So that's going to be based on the local government regulations.
Thank you. Anything else, Mrs. Pham?
Yeah, so specifically, are we aware of any government restrictions or regulations? Because we need to disclose that, don't we?
Mr. Agabusa.
We don't have to disclose it because the government has, Broward County and then the city has their land development regulations on their website. So that's the public information that any buyer will have to go through, and then when they submit plans, then those plans will be vetted against those regulations, but they're publicly available in the city or the county's website.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything on the motion? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I'm interested in the timing of this. We've tried to sell surplus property. I view our existing policy and process to be very cumbersome and time-consuming. I think it scares buyers away because it takes a long time. We've also seen sales where exceptions are allowed and delays, and I worry about that as well. I am interested in doing this quicker rather than slower because I'd love Broward Health to negotiate quickly with us, to execute a contract, and to build Eagles Haven better, provide these internships quicker. And I know Broward Health is very interested in best speed as well. Is there a way, Chair, that we could either provide incentives for this system to happen faster or to set a deadline for bringing a final contract back to the board that might allow us to do this faster rather than slower?
Dr. Fulton.
I'm going to send that over to Mr. Akabuso.
So, Dr. Zeman, I totally appreciate your comments. There are certain requirements we have to follow regarding including state statute when we dispose of property. So those are part of, and as you know, when we did the SWOT survey, we laid out those processes. So clearly the next step is to go directly into, through the superintendent, the negotiations, right, to pretty much do the contract. So that can be done as soon as we mutually reach, based on what the motion was. So a board item can be brought, hopefully, depends on how fast we go, maybe by March, maybe by February. So because all we have to do is go into direct negotiation and then bring the purchase agreement to the board for approval.
Terrific. I appreciate that. I'm heartened by the fact that what I think I'm hearing is that a big part of the time that it takes normally to sell a surplus property is from the listing of the property and the taking bids and competing and the like. And it turns out, in this case, we don't need to do that. It's a superintendent of schools being directed by us to go to a single buyer and work out what, as Ms. Alhadeff has pointed out here, are some very limited provisions, right? Eagles Haven, and please run some internships with no square footage for Eagles Haven and no quantities for the number of internships. So that gives everybody a lot of flexibility to come up with a really great plan. And I'm hearing, I think, that that's the secret to getting something done quicker rather than slower. Is that fair, Chair?
I can, not to, again, in the front end, we've done all the front end work that's required by law. This is the last piece to surplus, and then if we were to put it out on the street, that's going to be the next point, right? So the next point now, just go into direct negotiation, then bring you a contract. That's it.
Dynamite. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All those in favor of the item as amended say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time,
Madam Chair,
yes.
As someone on the prevailing side, I would like to bring back item RR1.
Okay. I have is there a second to bring RR1 back to the floor?
Second.
So it's been moved by Dr. Holness, seconded by Mrs. Rupert to bring RR1 back.
Okay, so on RR1, Board Member Rupert gave an input that I believe needed some sort of a motion. So Board Member Rupert, could you reiterate what your input was? Because I know you gave it as a suggestion to the staff, but I thought maybe it appears that you wanted it to be some sort of a motion.
Sure. Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, we're already removing the ESD membership. It's not been filled. What my suggestion was, and it should have been a motion, is that if we're removing it, then all principals need to be trained in universal design for learning. I believe they go through it just like we teachers have to every year. So that would be my second to his motion.
Is there a second to Mrs. Rupert's?
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion? Any board member discussion on the motion? Dr. Zeman.
I'm just curious about the timing. I think the bond oversight. I think the bond oversight committee has either 2 or 3 meetings left before the end of the bond. Is there enough time for them, the 7 remaining members, to get this training? I apologize.
The motion said to train all the principals in the schools. It wasn't about training the bond committee members.
No.
Isn't this item about the bond committee?
So the item is about the bond committee, but they were removing one of the members they were removing was the ESE member.
Right.
And so Mrs. Rupert's concern was they were there because of
Universal design of learning.
Universal design of learning. And since they're not going to be remaining on the bond, she's asking that principals be trained so that there is somebody who's looking out for that piece to be in the schools as we move forward, since there's no one on the bond to be looking out for that, if I'm speaking correctly.
That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other, okay, so I have a question, I guess, to staff. Is it possible to do, Dr. Fulton, what would it entail to have principals be trained in this? And is it prudent to do that, considering I think the initial idea, as we heard from staff, was that those were needed in the beginning of the bond because you were designing things. Now we're in the end part of the bond, so we won't necessarily need all of that input because that's not where we're at with the bond. So can someone speak to what this would look like or how we would go about doing it?
So that was what my question would be as well too. What is the end result of what is the training? What type of trainings? What options will be available for principals as you consider adding this?
Right. Well, I'm not wanting to be the person that's responsible for their training. I know as we teachers, when we have to go training for ESE, we have to take universal learning for training. So we do it. It's like a yearly thing. I am sure, probably 100% sure, please don't prove me wrong, that all the principals know this already. I just wanted another set of eyes there, and I don't know about the rest of the districts, but District 7, we are nowhere near completion of the bond. So from my perspective, from my schools. So I would actually welcome another set, and I'm using Tommy Schroeder as the guy that does this on a Saturday, and I know multiple principals that do the same thing. So that's my standpoint. Look out for District 7 still.
Ms. Rupert, can I ask a question that I'm going to ask Dr. Fulton? So when you say teachers have to do it, are you speaking to like the things we have to do at the beginning of the year? We go through the ESE steps, because I'm not familiar with what
redo the certification. Keep your certification as a teacher. You have to redo certain classes. ESE is one of them.
Right. So that's not yearly, though. That's whenever you're, because there is something, the reason I'm asking is because every year, and you can correct me, Dr. Fulton, every employee has to go through that ESE certification. So would that suffice?
Probably would.
Because they already do that, if I'm
Yes. I
not mistaken.
just wanted an extra set of eyes.
Right. Okay.
Seemed wrong to cut them out.
And I'm trying to think, I don't know if anybody from PD in here, what do we have currently for UDL, Universal Design of Learning? What does that look like? Simone, Ms. Hollingsworth, sorry.
Good afternoon again, Simone Hollingsworth. Certainly, we know that our part of our certification and recertification every 5 years is that we have to take the ESC course regardless from the state. So that's certainly built in there. I would be cautious about the UDL term, because then that kind of narrowly puts us in a place versus, and part of our annual non-negotiable trainings aren't necessarily about ESC. Those are our, required trainings that are larger and more overarching. And certainly, I think we can always better perfect our craft and learn more. We can work with our ESC team about, they already are going out to principal trainings and principal meetings and doing big, overarching training. So I think we've got that covered in regards to what's best practices that are happening.
Perfect. I'm good.
Thank you.
So, Mrs. Rupert, do you still feel like you need that motion? Okay. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I'm curious. So I understand that with the teachers, we have to do our ESE course, and I'm particularly intrigued by what Ms. Hollingsworth said about being cautious about UDL using that specific term. I'm curious, like, do administrators have to do that same, or do they have to, in order to recertify, do they have to complete an ESE course? Yeah. And then I'm wondering if we could elaborate on the UDL piece of that and why we want to be cautious about using that terminology.
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Yes. So yes, the administrators have to take that ESE class as well. Even if you have an ESE background and certification, you still take that. And then also just with any type of time we use the curriculum term, I think it just kind of locks us in. I think the premise and the best practices and the good teaching strategies and the good information is what we would be focused on, not necessarily, because sometimes things get redefined and get renamed. So I think if we lock it into that, that just kind of limits us.
And I'm also curious, is that a specific curriculum or content or professional development that is like proprietary that we would, or is that just a general like theory of learning?
I believe it's general, but still I would like to look into that. But I think it's about the best practices that we'd want to focus in on and make sure everybody has that understanding.
Okay, so, but just so for my own clarification, or to reiterate, what I'm hearing is that, you know, teachers and administrators do go through this training in order to recertify. So everyone has, in fact, been trained in ESE
strategies.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It's a state law, so we have to do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
May I?
Mrs. Rupert.
I would be super happy with just an asterisk saying that we're removing the ESE, because it's been vacant, and we're moving powering down, whatever you want to say. But to say that also there is training that occurs, blah, 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 blah. So people know that it's happening. It makes the ESE concepts understandable. The public knows that we're taking care of it. We as teachers, staff, we're doing what we need to do. But it doesn't hurt to have a reminder when you're removing a specific classification of a membership for the Bond Oversight Committee. I think it behooves us to do at least an asterisk or a mention somewhere.
So
our kids deserve that.
Do you want to adjust your motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what would you like the motion to be?
I move that while taking, I don't even know what the words are going to be for removing the ESE, but wherever those words were going to fall, I would like to say that due to the fact that staff take this class every few years for certification, understanding that what's best for our ESE population in the classroom when it comes to construction, et cetera, we're all being mindful and doing what we need to do to make our kids safe and welcome and inclusive. How about that?
Okay, is there a second?
Second, I think if I could, just to clarify, that would go in the summary along with this item.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on the changes to the motion? Okay, any other board discussion on the changes to the motion? Okay, all those.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mrs. Pham.
Right, thank you. Ms. Rupert, I love your idea, but I'm not going to support it, and I'll tell you why. Because I think it puts too much pressure on the principals and the teachers to carry the weight, and we should have an expert in that area. If not, we should put in, or by motion or whatever, or require that an expert at least review the plans for ESE needs, because once we get these plans rolling and cooking and construction starts, it's so expensive to try to make amendments and fix them and cure what we should have picked up and caught from the beginning. So I don't think it's right that we throw that responsibility onto the principals or the teachers. I think this requires its own independent expert. So thank you so much for bringing it, and I do wish I could support it, but that's my hesitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 8-1. Now we'll vote on the amended RR. Yeah, the item itself, the item as amended for RR1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, do any of my...
I'm sorry, I said opposed, I was still on mute, I didn't catch it in time, thank you,
So
sorry.
it passes 8-1. At this time,
Thank
do
you.
any of my colleagues have any discussion or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent? Do they have any discussions or student successes to bring forth for consideration? Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarification about a conversation at the beginning of the meeting regarding the suggested changes to procedures for public comments during school board meetings. I think our general counsel talked about policy, so I'm wondering which changes will require a policy change and which changes, are good to go for the new year.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So any changes that affect the rights or responsibilities of the public would require a policy change. If it's something that is internal, related to just the behavior or the responsibilities of the board members themselves, then that does not need to be part of a policy.
Okay, so I'm going to go through because I really want to be very clear and have us all be on the same page. So on our website, it says public agenda comments on items at regular or special school board meetings, public hearings shall be received by registered speakers via online or speaking request card only at the start of consent and open agenda sections of the meeting. Is that good to go, or does that require a policy change?
That's already in policy 1020.
Thank you. The registered speaker shall be allotted up to 3 minutes per item to speak for a maximum of 5 agenda items, not to exceed a total of 15 minutes during any single meeting, including that person's written and general public comments.
That's part of our regular.
That's my understanding.
Yep.
After the public agenda comments section of the agenda, the school board will receive additional public comments during the meeting only on motions and amendments relating to agenda items for a time of up to 1 minute per speaker, not to exceed the total of 15 minutes during any single meeting, including that person's written and general public comments.
That is also currently part of our policy 1020.
Okay, so I'm confused then why there was a discussion about having to change policy at the beginning of the meeting with the changes.
Okay, so there is a Florida statute 286.0114. Let me pull that up. And that statute talks about, it says, members of the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard on a proposition before a board or commission. The opportunity to be heard need not occur at the same time as which the board or commission takes official action or on the proposition if the opportunity occurs at a meeting that is during the decision-making process. We do it at the same meeting, usually. This section does not prohibit a board or commission from maintaining orderly conduct or proper decorum in a public meeting. The opportunity to be heard is subject to rules or policies adopted by the board or commission as provided in subsection 4. And then when you go to subsection 4, the rules or policies that are outlined there are only 4. And the first one is provide guidelines regarding the amount of time an individual has to address the board or commission, which we already have that in our policy as being 3 minutes. Prescribe procedures for allowing representatives of groups or factions on a proposition to address the board or commission. That is not addressed by our policy currently. Number 3 is prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition, and to indicate his or her designation of a representative to speak for him. We have part of that is in our policy. We do have forms that the speakers fill out when they would like to speak. The last one, however, designate a specified period of time for public comment, is something that is designated in the statute as having to go through a policy process, a rulemaking process, and that is not outlined in our policy. So if we, the default time for items or for speakers to come before the board would be while after the item is called to the floor. So when there is a first and a second and the item is placed on the floor, normally that's the usual time for the last 20 years or whatnot. That is the time when speakers have come and spoken regarding the items. If that specific issue needs to be changed, then it would have to go through a policy process pursuant to the prescribed statutory language.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little concerned because we had a lengthy conversation about these changes at the last board meeting, and we didn't really, none of this was brought to our attention.
Right, and at that time, I had not heard about the changes at the time that they were communicated to the board. And what I first did was look up the rule, look up 1020, and quickly go through it to see if there was anything that was in conflict there. I didn't find anything. Subsequent to that, I had the opportunity to look at the actual statute that refers and talks about the rule, and thus I brought it to the attention of the chair, Mrs. Hickson, that was something that needed to occur.
Okay, so I'm still having trouble, though, in the 2 suggested changes for the new year on our website. What exactly of those changes needs to go to policy making or to rulemaking?
I'm not
Those
sure.
were the things that I read out loud that you said are currently in policy.
Right, if they're currently in policy, those do not need to be changed. The only thing that would have to go back to, first of all, the policy is coming back already, regardless of, these changes or whatnot, because there has been a change in law that we need to address. But the only change that would have to be also part of the policy would be the fact that the speakers will be taking at the beginning, you're designating a time specifically when the speakers are to come and speak.
Okay, so that should have then been very clear when I was reading those changes that are on our website.
I don't think those are currently on our website.
I read them out loud.
So I think I know what you're referring to. We did post that on Friday, and I should be a note there that the changes are being delayed into the new year.
Yeah, and so that's what I was reading, and I was asking what would require a policy change. And
so I'm sorry, if you read something where it said that the speakers will be taken at the beginning of the meeting, I missed it, and that's the part that needs to come back in policy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I want to respond to something a little earlier when we got into some issues about make our schools safe. I want to thank you and Elon for all your work. It's been remarkable. It's quite a testimony, and what you've done is amazing. Thank you. For the staff that are here, still, it's 5 o'clock. We started at 8:40 this morning. It's been a long day. I personally am very committed to you to be able to work in a place in which you are respected and appreciated for the things that you do. And I'll continue to work on that, largely because it's the right thing to do. But I also want you guys to stay and work hard on building the best school district in the country. Full stop on that. When I get back from the break, I'm going to have a town hall at Gulfstream Early Learning Center. It'll be on January 8th. All the tenants and all the other functional leads that use that facility will be invited. And I will hear from them about all the amazing things that they're doing on that site. And I just wanted my colleagues to know that we're doing that at the beginning of the year. I've made some very public comments about that facility, and I want to show that I'm willing to go and hear from the people that use that facility to make sure that we're fully informed, and I'm at least fully informed about the things that are going on there. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So over the weekend, I was in Parkland and I went to the Hate Ends Now cattle car exhibit. It's a traveling exhibition designed to raise awareness about hate, prejudice, and the Holocaust. The amazing MSc teacher Sharon Cutler, she helped to bring this exhibit to Parkland. And the exhibit uses a restored full-size cattle car, a train car used to transport people to concentration camps during the Holocaust. As a central piece of the exhibit, this exhibit is typically used to educate the public about the horrors of the Holocaust and how hate and bigotry led to the atrocities committed during that time. The exhibit often includes artifacts, images, and narratives that shed light on the experiences of the victims of the Holocaust. It aims to encourage reflection on the consequences of hatred and intolerance while fostering conversations about the importance of human rights and the need to combat hate and discrimination in modern society. The Hate Ends Now message focuses on promoting unity, understanding, and peace, encouraging people to confront and reject hate in all forms. The exhibition serves as both a memorial to the past and a call to action for the present and future. Palm Beach County is having this in their high schools, and my ask is for this to be brought to Broward County Public School high schools to supplement their Holocaust education. And I've provided Dr. Hepburn with the contact information.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Thompson.
So just for board consideration or chair consideration, since you set the agenda, I do really think it's important to continue having the H3, H4 items prior to the chair reports, just because it's really difficult, especially our chairs that have young kids or middle school kids that are dropping people off, to get them to their schools and then get them here. And then also the parking consideration. Otherwise, I love all your changes, and thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go next if no one else has anything to say. I appreciate it, and
I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I'd like to
well,
say
I
a word.
started, so you'll have to wait till I'm done. I appreciate Mrs. Leonardi bringing that up because I apologize profusely for the confusion earlier today. We were under the impression, based on the consensus that we had from the board on the workshop on the 10th, because it was discussed there, and consensus was, yes, let's move forward with the changes. And it came to me very late yesterday that there might be a concern from somebody. So for that purpose, we are delaying it. And I have pushed back and asked Ms. Batista to please give us all a memo by Friday, looking at what other districts do and what is truly the issue with making these changes without going through policy, and what she needs to prove me wrong because I don't think we have to. I believe our policy allows us that flexibility, and then what we do moving forward. So I appreciate you asking the questions, and again, I will take the brunt of the concern because I thought I asked all the questions. I thought I asked for consensus. I wasn't just trying to do something on my own, but apparently some people didn't take it that way. So thank you for that. I'd like to say congratulations to all the Broward Education Foundation Hall of Fame awardees this past, I guess last week, right? Yeah. We are very proud of everybody, and thank you for all that you do for our district. And I'd like to also say congratulations to the all-star cheerleaders, bands, and football athletes. They were celebrated last week. The cheerleaders and football players had a banquet, and they did a great job of doing some public speaking and sharing what this meant to them. And then it was wonderful to see the band play at the halftime, and congratulations to the North Side because they won. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. I'd like to take a shout out for Griffin Elementary. Your Christmas party was fabulous. Everyone really enjoyed it. The bicycle giveaway was really done very discreetly, and I'm sure those children appreciated receiving a bicycle for the holidays. In addition, I just wanted to tell Mrs. Aladaff that I support her decision to extend her offer to bring the Holocaust, I don't know if it's a van, bus, or mobile unit, to other schools and put on a presentation. But, and if there's anything that I can assist with for my district, I'm gladly here to help. Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to express congratulations to the 19 schools that have earned the prestigious distinction of becoming positive behavior intervention and support schools. I am especially proud to highlight that 4 of these schools are from District 5. A special acknowledgement goes to Rock Island, Royal Palm, Village Elementary, William Dandy for their outstanding achievements. And I'd like to say happy holidays and a happy new year to the board and to the staff and to parents and students and everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The schedule of ordered business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting and wish everybody happy holidays. Thank you.